Comic System in Naruto's World. Chapter 1 Into the Naruto World. At the Ninja Academy of Konoha. At the back row of the classroom, Akabane was absorbed by his drawing. He drew lines and words on the back of his textbook. After a while, he finally finished. It was a short panel of comic that he drew. He felt satisfied. "Hey, Akabane-kun. Let me see your drawing?" "Let me see it," said the white-haired boy of his classmate excitedly. "Don't bother him, let him be." His other classmate jumps to intervene. "Oh, Akabane, are you listening?" The white-haired boy insisted. Akabane gives no response. "Stop it, I said. If you disturb him again, I will beat you to the pulp." Jiraiya. His classmate is at its peak. As Jiraiya finished speaking, several boys around them quickly made a fuss. As expected, that white-haired boy was punched hard by another boy. The last two rows relapsed into silence. After a while, the first lesson coming to an end, Akabane coughed a few times and gives his half-done comic panel to the white-haired boy as he said, "Here, take a look, I will now take my rest." Suddenly, Akabane coughed violently again. "Akabane, your body seems not in good shape. You need to rest so you will be able to draw better," said Jiraiya. Akabane stretched out his hand, but the sketch was stolen away by another boy who was a bully at his class. "Ha ha ha, this drawing is stupid," said the bully. As a result, cheerful laughter resounded in the classroom. Akabane leaned against the wall as he tried to catch his breath. In front of him, a translucent panel emerged. Name, Akabane Kurama. Ninja class, Academy student. Physical strength, 3+. Chakra strength, 34+. Main chakra attribute, yin. Equipment, pen, drawing board. Ninjutsu, none. Points, 27. After working so hard to finish one chapter, I only got such a small amount of points. Half a month ago, he was graduated from the University of Arts and Design in the 21st century and was dreaming of becoming a famous illustrator, but suddenly traversed into the Naruto world. The system was activated when he was drawing the comic and gained point by letting anyone read it. It was half a month already until he managed to save 27 points. Akabane couldn't help but have a dim hope. There is no way he can reach out to his dream here. He is currently on a child body, and comic is nowhere to be found here at Konoha. He might need a long way for this comic thing to get acceptance here. Fortunately, he's arriving after the first ninja war. The era has a short period of peace, enough for Akabane to developing his skills at ease. But, that being said, with a weak physique of him, he couldn't help to complain to his mother. The main distinctive trait of the Kurama clan is to have strong chakra power, but as the price, they lack the physique. These 2 points are fully inherited by him, but the difference is that his strong chakra is only slightly above average, but his physique is abysmal. To put it simply, he didn't excel the main trait of his clan but still inherit its weakness. Fortunately, with some points, he can use the system's ability to awaken 5 sense of control. 5 senses of control, the blood inheritance limit of the Kurama clan requires 30 points to be awakened. Because of those purposes of awakening 5 sense control, that he has been reluctant to spend points until now. Hey, there is new ninjutsu on the exchange list. He just opened the list and immediately found that there were many types of ninjutsu that he did not have before. Transformation jutsu, D-level ninjutsu requires 5 points. Clone jutsu, D-level ninjutsu requires 5 points. Substitution jutsu, D-level ninjutsu, requires 5 points. Harem no jutsu, it is changed from the transfiguration and requires 5 points. Shadow clone jutsu, level B ninjutsu requires 100 points. This kind of ninjutsu seems to be appearing in the Naruto first chapter. Could it be said that the ninjutsu appearing in my system is the same one? Yes? Akabane just finished his first chapter of the Naruto comic. He likes Naruto to the point he can recreate it from his memory even if it not perfect. For an art student like him, imitating a comic is easy. At first, he just wanted to try to see if his drawing could activate the 5 sense control of the Kurama clan, but he accidentally awakened the system. For him, the system is no different than offering help when he needs the most, but the question is, why does he have to draw Naruto? I am in the Naruto world? What else the reason needed? Fortunately, most characters in the early days of the comic are far from being born. No one would think that what is painted here is telling the future. Everyone thinks it's just a story made by a child. Akabane, your story is so amazing. Ha ha ha, Naruto is so funny, who is that? Is this the future? That's right, in everyone's eyes, these are nothing but fantasy in Akabane's head. They are just drawn with a pen, including Hiruzen Sarutobi. Akabane, I do appreciate your passion for the arts, but I hope you pay more attention to class. As soon as the teacher entered the class, those boys running away to their chairs, Hiruzen goes and talks to Akabane. He has said this kind of thing a dozen times. Well, he said that from the first day of Akabane started drawing comics in class, as he took his pen and drawing board. I understand, sensei, I will pay more attention. Akabane smiled awkwardly. Well, it's almost time for class. Give me your drawing, and I will return it to you after school. Subsequently, Hiruzen sensei took away Akabane's comic. But sensei, I just got to see it. The girl who was handed over the comic pouted her mouth, and her eyes were watery, almost sobbing. The girl has blonde hair and red eyes and looks very cute, but her identity is scary. It was the princess, Tsunade. Tsunade, I only take it for a while, and I will give it to you after class. Hiruzen smiled, as he took the sketch and returned to the podium, starting from the first page. Akabane observed that his points had risen a bit. But this is weird. Didn't I gain slower than this before? Not only that. After a few minutes, he gained another 2 points. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After Hiruzen finished reading the first chapter, Akabane's total points had reached 31 points. Adding it back and forth, Akabane get 5 points when Hiruzen reading the first chapter. Does the higher the ninja level, the more points it gives, he thought. Akabane stared at the panel, thinking, I need to try it out after school. The Kurama clan has not produced promising young blood for many years, but they have pretty big members. If my theory is correct, then how many points can I get by giving the comic to the whole family? Aren't I a genius? It's already time to start the class, but Hiruzen didn't seem to realize it. He completely absorbed to the comic, as he sat there enjoyingly, and then he turned to the first page again and began to look. His students were trying to take a peek, especially Tsunade, which showed a full of envy with her cute little face. Realizing half of the minute has been passed since the schedule, Hiruzen-sensei suddenly snapped out, oh shoot, it's time to starting the class. Now, I could get my first skill. Should I exchange it now? Akabane hesitated. After thinking about it for a moment, Akabane couldn't resist it, and exchanged it for 5 cents of control. Chapter 2 The Awakening. After the exchange was successful, Akabane opened his eyes. He felt that his vision was still blurred, so he decided to take it slow. He also felt that his body become even more fragile. Even so, he felt his awareness toward surrounding becomes sharper. At this moment, he could perceive his surroundings even when his eyes being closed. Of course, Akabane knew that he hadn't reached that stage yet. This was just the illusion that appeared when the skill had been awakened. After a few seconds, this irregularity gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes again as he looked around. Other than him, everyone looks fine. After all, he slept earlier in class. Everyone understands his circumstance because of his weak physique. He was focusing his sight and picked up the pen and tried to draw on the paper. In a few seconds, he drew Jiraiya's portrait on his paper. Then on the other side of the paper, he quickly drew another thing. He drew a hand near Jiraiya's head and finished it with wrote an exclamation, slap. Suddenly the pen falls. Slap. The real Jiraiya uttered a pain, ouch, he shouted in pain as he was covering his head, looked at Tsunade angrily, Tsunade, is it you? What are you talking about? Tsunade is too lazy to care about him. If she wants to beat him, she didn't need to speak at all. That means it's you, sneaky snake. Jiraiya also turned to look at the back table. You are indeed a fool. Orochimaru sneered, then looked at Akabane thoughtfully. He saw it. No one is doing anything from the beginning, so it could be he only imagining things. The illusion that can make people feel the pain is only from the Kurama clan. They are able to use the control of 5 senses. With the control of 5 senses ability, it even can turn imaginary into a real thing. Orochimaru could not help but show envy towards that ninjutsu. The one who's noisy go to the outside of the classroom. Hiruzen scolded, but his eyes glanced at Akabane quietly. Jiraiya also rubbed his head and looked around tried to find the culprit. Akabane pretended not to have anything to do with him, but he couldn't help but felt excited. With the control of 5 senses as the Kekkei Genkai of the Kurama clan has finally appeared, and his effort was not in vain. Then he once again looked at his attributes, and something has surprised him. Name, Akabane Kurama. Ninja level, Academy student. Physique, 3+. Mental power, 48+. Main chakra attribute, Yin. Equipment, pen, drawing board. Ninjutsu, 1, 5 senses control. Points, 1. What surprised him was not his new ninjutsu, but his chakra has risen by 14 points in an instant. If he let Jiraiya know, he will be jealous. Make more troubles. Akabane rubbed his temples. The higher the chakra, the greater the burden for his weak body. After he awakens the Kekkei Genkai, he felt more tired, partly due to his instant increase in chakra. It seems that I must first increase my physique n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Akabane reached out and tapped the plus, and immediately, a prompt appeared. Exchanging 1 point of the physique will consume 1 point. Accept. Exchanging 1 point of mental power will consume 10 points. Accept. It seems that my stats will go up, but the price will gradually increase too. Akabane shook his head regretfully and exchanged 1 point for his body. Accept 1 point consumed physique rose to 5. However, Akabane did not feel anything, which proves that his chakra is still far beyond his current body limit. Unfortunately, there are no points left. Originally he also wanted to slack and use points for clone jutsu. It seems that to save more points, he needs to work hard. After all, there is more precious shadow clone jutsu on the list. That ninjutsu requires 100 points. With the help of shadow clone jutsu, he can divide the shadow to make his comic, so he could sleep and recover. A perfect plan. This is the life that the Traverser should have. Well, I must force my clan to read my comics when I go back, ahahaha. To gain more points, forcing everyone is needed. Akabane thought about the future, and the more he thought, the more he excited. After a while, the class is over. Hiruzen kept the promise and returned the comic to Tsunade. He didn't want to make her upset. Tsunade placed it on the table and then read the first chapter intensely. The other classmates might need to fight for their turn. Just after she finished read it, the comic quickly swept over. Some silly hand took it. Everyone looked at it. The culprit was Jiraiya, but he acting innocent. They were shocked when he got the comic. Jiraiya didn't like Tsunade. He hasn't finished reading when Tsunade takes the comic from him. As they read it in turn, it contributed a few points. Of course, the most important thing was that even Jiraiya had grabbed it. This comic is very engaging. Akabane's classmates bullied him before of being weak and can only draw comic, but now want to read it so badly. This is necessary. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, I heard the future ninja of Konoha. Akabane couldn't help but shed tears and added the points he got to his system. Now, he already has 5 points of physique. Even if it is not a big change, but he feels a slight improvement from his body. He needs to work harder to get a better physique. The class has over. Akabane took the comic to prepare to go home, and several classmates immediately surrounded him. Of course, these children will be the strongest ninja from this era. The 3 legendary ninja. The White Fang. Besides, there is Shinku Yui, the father of Kurane Yui, the 3rd Hokage, and so on. Naruto Uzumaki is from Mito's clan. I can't imagine that I will be growing up with this great ninja generation. His classmates asked him an endless question. Akabane kept smiling and ignored them. Before crossing, he looked at awe and admiration for his classmates. But after that, Akabane found that these people were just children. With a comic system, he could reach the same level as these people in the future and even better. Damn, Akabane, answer my question. Seeing that the boy didn't respond for a long time, Tsunade quickly stepped forward to block his way, and said with a sulky voice, "Humph. Such an interesting person, not only scary but also very cute," made him want to continue to tease her. With only 5 points of physique, he cannot stop that Tsunade anger. For the sake of preserving his own life, Akabane decided to reveal something and appeased the little girl with a friendly tone. The characters in the comic are all my imagination, but Naruto Uzumaki did refer to certain information from Mito Uzumaki. Part of this answer was too pleased her, and the other part was to tell the adults that these things are just their fantasy and speculation, as if it's not real. There is still a long way of the timeline at the comic to happen, and Akabane's remarks just make them more convinced that this is just a comic story. Sure enough, I know it. Tsunade proudly said, that was a lot of shadow clone to produce in his age. The only one who can do it is the Yuki clan. At the Hokage office, Hiruzen wondering and sighed, it is indeed an interesting story, the future of Konoha. His aging look at Akabane's comic didn't give him any impression. Birth and death are the processes of life. But the future Konoha stirred his mind. Will there be peace in the future? The 3rd Hokage knew that the tranquility of the 5 great powers at the moment was just because they had to recover from the recent loss. In a few years in the future, whatever the reason, the war will continue. No matter who is going to win, war means death on both sides. He's a smart and interesting child. Also it seems he has awakened Kekkei Genkai, but with the current traits of Kurama clan. Hiruzen talked to himself, and there are 3 slots under his name, with the names of Tsunade and Orochimaru above him. The 3rd name has not been decided. Chapter 3 Kurama's Patriarch. Akabane naturally did not know that the list from Hiruzen will be taking part in his future. He took the first chapter, and returned to his home, immediately forced everyone to read his comic. Father, mother, this is the story I drew, please take a look at it. Akabane was handing the drawing, like a kid asking for money. His father is Kurama Kayaki, who is a particularly high rank in Konoha, and his mother, Kurama Saki, is the clan's mediator. If his previous theory is correct, both of his parents can contribute a lot of points. Okay, let me see what my beloved son drew. Kurama Kayaki chuckled and took over the comic of Akabane. Ha ha ha, Naruto. Does Akabane want to be Naruto? Of course, Naruto is a role model to me, Akabane responded. Hey, isn't that the 3rd Hokage? His mother glanced and was immediately attracted by the character in his comic. To be honest, his parents took notice from one of the characters, since Akabane's drawing is good, and the clothes identification of the characters is enough to make people easily notice a familiar face. It's a very interesting story. Look at that Hokage statue? Ha ha ha. How dare he damaged the Hokage's monument, what a savage. The husband and wife have different concerns, but the same thing is that they quickly immerse themselves in the story. Akabane nodded in satisfaction. The audience of Naruto is not only children but also adults in his world. At the same time, he called up the system panel to check his current points, but his score shocked him. Points, 58. Why do I have so much of a point? The system has no record of points, so naturally, no details of these that 58 points can be seen. He recalled carefully that no one had seen his comic since the class finished, so it could only be. But then he thought about it again. He couldn't get so many points quickly even if it was the 3rd Hokage that read it before in class. Akabane guessed that 50 of the 58 points should be contributed by the 3rd Hokage, while the rest were contributed by his parents or his classmates. In the end, his father contributed 15 points, while his mother contributed 5 points, exactly as he guessed. At this time, Akabane's total points already have 71 points. 71 points are enough to exchange with lots of ninjutsu. For example, gaining more physique to free him from his weak body. Akabane looked at his parents, they seemed to drown in thoughts after reading the last page. I have to say, your Naruto comic is very interesting. But the real ninja is not as simple as you imagine. His father's face was a little bit weird, but he immediately showed a cold face. He was referring to the story of Naruto stealing the scrolls of seals. In the eyes of ninja like them, the third Hokage is so wise, and he can't make such a mistake. Of course, it's only my first comic, and I am just a kid. Akabane didn't complain. His age and childishness are his best shields. But still the story is still very interesting. You have a lot of siblings in Kurama clan. Would you like for me to share this with them? Kuremasaki smiles gently. Of course. Akabane jumps out of excitement. By doing this, I can get more points. By the way, father, I seem to have awakened our clan Kekkei Genkai. Akabane managed to promote the comics, and timely throw out the matter that he has awakened Kekkei Genkai. What did you just said? Kayaki was baffled and looked at Akabane with more questions. And his mother, Saki, was equally surprised. Everyone in the Kurama clan has a very high genjutsu, but not everyone can awaken Kekkei Genkai. Only a few manage to do it, and it seems that their son is a special one. Like Kayaki, although it is particularly reliable, he is not an awakener. If Akabane awakened Kekkei Genkai, that would be big news for the entire clan. When I was drawing, I felt that there was a change in my body. When I finished drawing my comic today, this feeling became clearer. As Akabane said, he picked up his pen and started drawing on a paper. He drew his mother's portrait. Subsequently, fill its background with a grassland. His mother didn't believe it at first. The next second, her husband and son disappeared, and the surrounding environment suddenly turned into grassland. After a while, her husband joined her. They both look confusingly. The touch of wind, floral fragrance, and the bright sun, everything looks extremely real. It's true. This is Kekkei Genkai. The next second, the illusion shattered. Akabane put down the pen and took a few breaths in satisfaction, but in fact, he didn't feel it was a hard thing to do. The 48 points of chakra make him more competent in manipulating the environment around him. Even if the target has strong chakra, but without a high-rank resistance, his genjutsu is inevitable. Akabane, I was so surprised, I don't know what to say. His father's expression was excited and nervous at the same time. It's no wonder that you have been born with a weak body. It turns out that you have our clan's inheritance. His mother's tears were about to fall. She had always thought that his child was weak and could not be a proper ninja, but she did not expect him to be someone that extraordinary. This is too unexpected. I'm going to tell everyone. This will be big news. Before long, the entire clan knew that the son of Kurama Kayaki is a Kekkei Genkai user. During the First Ninja World War, it is only a normal thing to awaken Kekkei Genkai. At that time, the Kurama clan was at their golden age. But now, there are only a few awakened people in their new generation. In Akabane's generation, he was the first to awaken. Before long, several patriarchs from their clan took a visit. Murakumo-san, look at my son. His father paid respect to Murakumo as the head of the Kurama clan. This child is the one who awakened our clan Kekkei Genkai. Kurama's patriarch asked doubtfully. Yes, we have experienced it. This is indeed the control of 5 senses, replied his father with confidence. The rest looked at each other in confusion. After all, the Kurama clan has no current precedent. I'll take a look. Murakumo Kurama is the oldest and well-respected in the Kurama clan. He has experienced the whole process from the clan joining Konoha to the end of the First World War. No one knows better than him if it's about Kurama's Kekkei Genkai. With the help of others, Murakumo walked tremblingly towards Akabane. Grandpa. Akabane bowed reverently. Murakumo nodded excitedly, stretched out his hand, and said, My child, we want to test your talent in genjutsu, try to use it to me. Grandpa, I don't know how to use genjutsu. I just like to draw. Akabane responded. He hasn't learned any genjutsu so far, and he didn't have time to practice drawing. Everyone looked at each other and finally said unanimously, just give it a try. All right. Akabane nodded and immediately began to draw. If he knows genjutsu, he doesn't have to be in so much trouble, so while drawing, he is determined to learn some genjutsu. After more than a minute, the drawing was completed. Murakumo was in it, and he was immediately affected by the ninjutsu. While the patriarch and others were surprised, he couldn't help but felt nervous. Any awakened person is the hope of the clan, but although Kekkei Genkai of the Kurama clan is strong, it is still a genjutsu, it needs strong chakra to give a big impact. After a few minutes, Akabane stopped. Then Murakumo broke free from Akabane's genjutsu, panting and sweating. Murakumo-san, are you okay? His father's face changed suddenly, and he feels uneasy. Sit down and take a rest first. The patriarch, and even Akabane couldn't help feeling a bit worried with the situation n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Did he accidentally hurt the head of his clan? Chapter 4 Just another day at Academy. It would be bad for the family reputation at their clan if everyone knew that their son hurt the head of the Kurama clan. No, it's okay, I'm fine. Kurama Murakumo was pleasantly surprised. He looks at Akabane with gleaming hope. After taking a few breaths, he said, Akabane's talent is indeed true. At such a young age, his chakra is slightly lower than Murakumo. Slightly lower than Murakumo? Akabane thought that it seems Grandpa Murakumo's chakra should be around 50. So, there is a tenfold difference between his chakra and physique. This gives Akabane a hint of his clan's trait. At such a young age, his chakra can be compared by Murakumo-san. This is it, our new clan successor. The patriarch and several clan elders were pleasantly surprised. Some of them were cried in joy. Genius. Our clan has finally got a bright future. They gathered to cheer on Akabane. With his talent at such a young age, he can be trained to improve his genjutsu even more, and he might be the best genjutsu user in the future. Akabane, you do have strong chakra, but with your current body, you need to train harder from now on. Murakumo asked. I'll do it, Grandpa, but can I ask for something? Akabane tried to negotiate his term. What is it, Akabane? Murakumo curiously asked. I like drawing comics, here look at the first chapter that I drew. Akabane showed his comic to Grandpa Murakumo and the other patriarch. What is this? Murakumo took the comic in confusion and tried to read a few pages. He laughs in joy. This is an interesting story. Moreover, this is your first chapter. I'm the head of Kurama clan. I will print 50 copies of this and send it to each and everyone from our clan. Murakumo would be more than happy to help his grandson for printing his first comic, even if he wasn't someone talented. It's a deal then. Akabane excitedly accepted. Everyone cheered up. Akabane's talent is outstanding. From now on, he is the face of the Kurama clan. The entire clan would give anything for his progress. Reading his comic is a small matter for them. This is the power of genius. Kurama clan have a lot of members, letting them read his comic will increase his points significantly. Jackpot. It would be easy now for him to exchange for stronger jutsu such as Shadow Clone Jutsu in a few days. Akabane, please take care of your body. Aren't you a good boy, Akabane-chan? You'll be our clan pride. It's amazing to have awakened Kekkei Genkai at such a young age. The clan patriarch couldn't stop their praise and gratitude for Akabane. The next day in the morning, Akabane set off to academy when along the way, he received greetings from everyone he met. He just replied with a smile. It's just human nature. They never been this nice to him before. On the way to the academy, he took the time to look at his attributes. System. Name, Akabane Kurama. Ninja level, academy student. Physique, 10, plus. Chakra, 50, plus. Main chakra attribute, yin. Equipment, illustration pen, illustration board. Ninjutsu, 1, 5 senses control, 2, transformation jutsu, 3, clone jutsu. Points, 48. Last night, Akabane improved his physique by 5 points, and his chakra by 2 points, including learned transformation and clone jutsu. These cost him a total of 40 points, his point just raised by 17, there must be someone in his clan reading his comic right now. Closed the panel, Akabane runs hurriedly to the academy. In fact, by the time he arrived, the class had already started. I'm sorry sensei, I'm late. Akabane simply apologized without any explanation. Hiruzen reluctantly instructs Akabane to just go to his seat. Akabane has been late for some days, and Hiruzen can understand it might because of his weak body. Akabane smiled and walked to his seat. But, hey, why are you next to me? He used to sit at the corner. Originally, it should be Shikado from Nara clan that sits next to him. But now he was sent to be with Jiraiya, and Tsunade moved next to Akabane. Shikado wants to change positions with me. I barely agree with it. Tsunade proudly said. Akabane looked towards Shikado as he walked towards the position. Shikado returned to his seat with a helpless smile. The truth was not exactly as Tsunade said. Akabane sat down, ready to go to take a nap. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy is not that hard. Moreover, he already learned transformation jutsu and clone jutsu. The graduation exam would be easy for him. Ninjas are not like students from his original world. They have to take school consecutively until college. As once a 21st century college student, he experiences it well. But just as he was about to take a nap, he noticed Tsunade was handing him pen and paper. He saw a cute and fascinating smile on Tsunade's face. Hey, Akabane, you must be forgetting your drawing tools. Here, I give this to you. Akabane looked at the pen and paper in his hand with a dazed expression. Yes, take it. I want to see the next chapter of your comic. The other students around also lurk expectant with gleaming eyes. Akabane was speechless. This is the request from the Princess Tsunade. There is no way he could reject it. Fine. Akabane accepted his fate and started drawing. Yay. Tsunade quietly excited. Tsunade watched Akabane's drawing closely. She wouldn't miss a single detail. It is a bit creepy, to be honest, but how could he complain? At this moment. Hey, you two at the back, don't get distracted from my class, we will have an exam after this, take it seriously or you need to take remedial for it. Hiruzen took notice of Akabane and Tsunade. Many students in the front row turned their heads and looked there. Yes sensei, we're sorry. Akabane gladly put down his pen. Hiruzen was talked about the main points of ninjutsu that a ninja must master for their graduation exam. Nov, L, B /JNN. Humph. I have learned all of it. Tsunade was a little upset. But they embarrassedly must pay attention to the class. In this class, except for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the rest are people from various Konoha clans. Tsunade is a genius. Normally, as long as you pay attention to the class and practice it every day, you can control the basic jutsu gradually. But it is different for her. She is a well-known granddaughter of the first Hokage, that is why everyone called her princess with such great blood within her family, whether it's ninjutsu or physique, she remarkably mastered it. I don't study much at home, so I have to listen carefully, and I will draw the comic later. Akabane drew a few more strokes and then sat down tight. Chapter 5 Angry Princess. As the class continues, some students still didn't pay much attention to it. Some are asleep, including Akabane. The use of the transformation jutsu is versatile. It can be used for sneaking or disguising. For example, in combat, the Inuzuka clan's dog actually used the transformation jutsu as well. There are also clone jutsu, substitute jutsu, and many more. Hiruzen keeps explaining the basic ninjutsu to his pupil. Wow, this is indeed interesting. Hiruzen-sensei finally teach us the real ninjutsu, cool. Jiraiya weirdly listened to the lesson for the first time. Usually, he couldn't understand any of the theories. No, something is not right. Tsunade frowned confusedly. It is not about the class, but that the understanding of the 3 basic ninjutsu that Hiruzen was explaining is too advanced. To put it simply, much ninjutsu that Hiruzen said, even a Chuunin have a hard time mastering. This is genjutsu. When did it happen? Her face changed, she looked around, and finally, locked her sight at Akabane. Is it Akabane? Tsunade was a little surprised. There is no doubt that this is indeed genjutsu. Therefore, this whole time, it is Akabane's word that sensei was used to teach us. How can it affect all of us? Even if he learned it from the best user, it can't be. Tsunade was really shocked thinking about this. Akabane was able to explain it clearly when creating the genjutsu because he already masters all of the 3 basic ninjutsu. Orochimaru already noticed Akabane's genjutsu before everyone. The gap between him and Akabane in genjutsu mastery makes him jealous since he was always a prodigal student. It bothered him when someone is better than him. But soon, he began to listen intently. After a while, Shikado woke up and looked around. Suddenly found Tsunade was so seriously attending the class. Immediately he understood that his classmates were probably under genjutsu. Akabane, did you use genjutsu? Psst, don't tell anyone. I only use it to help me get some rest from Tsunade and everyone else. He cast his genjutsu to make Hiruzen explaining all the ninjutsu that he was acquired before, even if it is a jutsu at Chuunin level to master and make his classmates to subconsciously listen to the class patiently. However, Shikado managed to wake up and didn't affected by his genjutsu, which surprised him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Akabane thought it might be because he was sleeping. Hiruzen continued his lesson, but he explained a more general topic. It is hard to teach his student everything at once. Akabane was about to continue his sleep when Orochimaru said, Akabane-kun, thank you. Akabane froze for a moment, then replied with a smile, don't mention it. For Akabane, this is just a small matter. Transformation jutsu combined with clone jutsu is easy for him to master. He only needs to spend 10 points total to increase its attributes, but in the eyes of someone genius like Orochimaru, this lesson can't be skipped. Knowledge for ninjas such as him is equal to their lives. Tsunade may beat him to a pulp at any seconds if she can break free from his genjutsu. That's why he tried to maintain his genjutsu carefully. But secretly Jiraiya cast a clone jutsu to break Akabane's genjutsu. The next second, his genjutsu was lifted. Akabane, you bastard tried to use your jutsu on me. Sure enough, her roar resounded through the whole school. Stop it now Tsunade. Hiruzen tried to stop her rampage, but it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, Akabane's table shattered into pieces. All of his classmates were shocked in panic. Within a few seconds, the entire classroom was in a mess. Akabane managed to dodge but almost failed to avoid her attack. Damn it! I fuck up, didn't I? Even Jiraiya looked pale and scared of her. This is the first time he has seen Tsunade in full rage. Where is Akabane? Did he get killed? Shikado whispered. No, that one was his clone. Akabane uses clone jutsu just before Tsunade could land a clear hit on him. Akabane, come out. I promise to hit you gently. Knowing that she only hit his clone, Tsunade turned to look for Akabane's trail. Tsunade, stop messing around. Hiruzen hurriedly tries to stop her from making more trouble. But it was. Damn it. He managed to stop her in time. She just hated being fooled by Akabane. Hiruzen wiped his sweat, then looked around, trying to find Akabane. However, he was surprised to find that he had not found Akabane anywhere. Did he use transformation jutsu? How did he manage to use it? Hiruzen was wondering. A ninja such as him couldn't detect the presence of one student. After inspecting the whole classroom carefully, he found something strange. There were 2 brooms, one is standing near the wall and the other lying on the ground. One of them must be Akabane. He signed in relief. Fortunately, Akabane was fine. If not, it might trouble him even more since Tsunade is enough for him to handle. Akabane, come out. Hiruzen-sensei scolded. Fine, fine. Akabane cancelled his transformation jutsu and got up from the ground. In an instant, Hiruzen was surprised. He thought Akabane was the other broom. How could someone like him couldn't distinguish a student's jutsu? Sensei, do I still need to take my transformation exam this afternoon? I can use the time to take a rest at the infirmary. Akabane smiled. Akabane used his jutsu in a hurry to avoid Tsunade. Otherwise, Hiruzen probably couldn't notice him at all. Of course you do. Hiruzen's face was stern, but couldn't lie that he was impressed by Akabane's application of transformation jutsu. It was flawless. Akabane, how did you dodge that? Orochimaru asked. Not like Hyuga or Uchiha clan, Kurama clan isn't known by their physique. Everyone in the class was speechless. Akabane's comic was indeed popular, but they knew that among the students, his physique is the weakest. In fact, everyone thought before that Akabane might not be able to be a ninja with his weak body. But now everyone acknowledges his true power. Transformation jutsu, combined with his awakened Kurama clan's Kekkei Genkai, would be a strong opponent to fight. If Akabane manages to improve his talent even more, in the future, he might be stronger than the entire class. Chapter 6 Ninjutsu Exam. In the afternoon after the first break time, it is time for the transformation jutsu exam. The first one will be Ryu Uchiha, the future leader of the Uchiha clan. He was the best Uchiha from his generation. However, he always on the second place right behind Orochimaru since second grade. He walked up, confidently towards the podium. In less than a second, he managed to cast transformation jutsu, imitating Hiruzen flawlessly. Impressive. Next is Jiraiya. Come over here. Transformation jutsu used to be a weak point from Jiraiya, but weirdly now he approaches the podium with confidence. Is he planning something? Hiruzen gives him the sign to begin. Okay then, transformation jutsu. Boom! A cloud of smoke filled the room. After the smoke slowly disappears, a fair-skinned sexy woman with only a piece of bra and thong appeared. Ha ha ha, isn't it harem jutsu? I got caught off guard. Akabane burst with a laugh. Holy shit, Jiraiya is genius, this must be his ultimate jutsu, said his other classmates. There was an instant outburst of laughs in the class. Nobody couldn't imagine that such an awesome jutsu was performed in front of a kid's eyes. What are you doing, idiot? Hiruzen suffered the worst blow. He scolded Jiraiya as he tried to cover his nosebleed. Even someone his caliber couldn't predict such a thing. Come down here, Jiraiya. I'll give you an extra lesson, said Hiruzen with a sarcastic tone. Humph, mediocre Jiraiya-kun, but you still need to learn more. Orochimaru put a fair word for Jiraiya seems not affected by the jutsu's charm. Sorry sensei, my bad, ha ha ha. Whoosh, his jutsu was cancelled. Huh, that kind of jutsu is just for a kid. Ryu just mumbled with himself, but Jiraiya could hear him. You. Jiraiya looked at him in annoyance, but he knew that Ryu's jutsu was better than him. To be honest, Hiruzen thought that Jiraiya's jutsu wasn't far from Ryu before, but that just too much for this middle-aged man to handle. Ryu smirked. Off stage, Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes fierce. He seems to enjoy the argument. Cough, cough. Jiraiya, I'll punish you for making a review for today's lesson. Hiruzen still couldn't keep his composure after that fatal blow. Yes, sensei. He glared to Ryu when he goes down the podium. It seems there is a rivalry between the two of them. Okay, enough of it. Next is Akabane Kurama. Akabane walks toward the podium with confidence. Without further ado, he begins transformation jutsu. However, he chooses to become Ryu, with the same arrogance and the same look. Just like the real twin of Ryu. He tried to recreate some words that Ryu might say. Ha ha ha. I am Uchiha Ryu, the strongest ninja here. Ha ha ha, of course, lesser than Orochimaru. Akabane? You bastard. Ryu rises from his table with anger, but for a moment, he was speechless again. Because Akabane had become almost identical with him, and he couldn't deny that he was thought of something like that before. Sensei, how does my transformation jutsu compare to him? Akabane pointed at Ryu. Well done, Akabane, I'll give you a perfect score. He knew from before that Akabane already understood transformation jutsu better than any other student in his class. Ryu was speechless. He needs to suck up his pride for now. A piece of advice for you, next time, don't underestimate anyone too soon. They might be better than you thought. Ryu keeps boiling. Huh? I admit your capability, but we, Uchiha clan has more to offer at the real battle. Another Uchihas tried to defend his clan's pride. Your genjutsu is useless against our Sharingan. I'll prove it to you at the exhibition exam tomorrow. Ryu is still as ignorant as before. Fair enough, I'll looking forward to it. Akabane replied to the taunt. It seems now there is bad blood between Akabane and Uchiha students. It will be a piece of cake to beat him. Just you watch, Akabane. He told himself in his mind. On the other hand, Akabane didn't really think about it. Even if he might fight against someone from Uchiha clan, they are still only a kid and haven't awakened their Sharingan yet. Thanks, Akabane. Jiraiya thanks Akabane to stand up for him. He knew he is not as strong as Ryu yet to defend himself. It's fine. We still got room to grow. You might be the strongest ninja in the future. In fact, I really like your jutsu before. Hey, Jiraiya, teach me that jutsu another time, okay? Akabane knew that Jiraiya would be one of the 3 legendary ninja in the future. He needs closer their relation. Ha ha ha, I knew it was a masterpiece. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. Akabane's table hasn't been replaced by Tsunade Punch before, so he simply leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs to watch the others taking their test. At the same time, he flipped through his system panel. System. Point. 94. Yes, almost there. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is getting closer within his reach. This B-class ninjutsu is versatile at any condition, and he wants it as soon as possible. Of course, even without Shadow Clone Jutsu, he still could manage to beat Ryu. But with Shadow Clone Jutsu, he could open more windows to teach Ryu and his ego some respect. Soon after the exam finished, Hiruzen goes back to Hokage's office, and his Umbu is waiting for him to deliver a piece of information. Akabane has awakened the control of 5 senses. Yes, Hokage-sama, not only that, but Kurama Akabane showed superb chakra control in the transformation jutsu, and from what I heard from Kurama clan, his mental power is at the level of Chuyunin. A string of information leaped out of the Dark Clan member's mouth, and the third Hokage smoking motion faltered slightly at the words already at the level of Chuyunin. He might be a new genjutsu genius at this era. Hiruzen thoughtfully asked, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. You still lie here to draw. Aren't you planning to study for tomorrow's exhibition exam? Tsunade walked towards him, and when she saw a page of Akabane's comic held with a rock, she was surprised. Oh, so you were drawing for the next chapter, I suppose. But I still wonder, why did you choose drawing rather than other things? Do you think it is reliable? Akabane smiled. You might beat Ryuo at the exam, but you still at least practice more. Tsunade no Akabane had mastered his genjutsu and awaken his Kekkei Genkai. Well, I have my plan. Halfway through the conversation, he glanced and saw Tsunade dash forward to sneak attack him. Boom! A big hole was directly hit on the ground. With this punch, he might need to be hospitalized. Don't you dare to use your genjutsu at me again. This girl is still holding a grudge? Akabane ran to the forest. He wanted to find cover. Akabane was using his clone to do his work, and Tsunade was a bit New chapter? Where? Let me read it. Jiraiya turned his head over excitedly. Akabane ignored him and sat upright. Hiruzen happened to enter the class when Jiraiya was talking with Akabane. Jiraiya? What are you looking at the back? Jiraiya immediately turned back and looked scared. Today's exhibition exam was very important, and everyone needs to behave and focus on their exam. At this point, the whole class was quiet. Today's exam is an exhibition exam. The venue is the academy yard. Here I will say the rules of the exam. Hiruzen read the rules. First, you cannot use lethal ninjutsu. Second, after the First World War ninja, the rules of the exhibition exam was more strict. To sum up, the student is prohibited to injure or kill their opponent. Other than that, they can use anything else, such as kunao, shuriken, sword, etc. Of course. From the list of upcoming battles, Akabane also saw one of the unspoken rules. To make it fair, students are going to fight someone on their same power level and combat prowess. For example, Orochimaru, his opponent, was another member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kekkei. Kekei's academic performance wasn't as good as Ryuo, but only slightly lower. Akabane looked at Ryuo. They glanced at each other. It seems that Sarutobi-sensei knew my awakened from the clan. Thus he dares to put me at the same level of Ryuo is. If it's only by their physique, Akabane, who is from Kurama clan, is inferior to someone from Uchiha clan. But since Akabane awakened his Kekkei Genkai, it would be a different story. Hiruzen knew if Akabane would be beaten up by Ryuo into pulp, it was his fault. But on the other hand, he wants to test Akabane's current power after he awakened his Kekkei Genkai, and he noticed that there was a problem between the two of them to solve. Akabane thought carefully about his strategy. Alright, now the exhibition exam begins. The first match will be Orochimaru against Kekkei. Hearing his name, Orochimaru got up and walked towards the stage. Uchiha Kekkei also stood up and whispered as he walked past Orochimaru, "Your academic genius doesn't mean anything on the field. I'll show you what Uchiha is capable of." Yes, the academic performance in the Ninja Academy wasn't correlated to overall strength, but alas, Orochimaru was called a genius, not just because of his academic performance. In response to the provocation, Orochimaru wasn't blasé back at him and walked to the stage outside the door with ease. Okay, everyone can watch from a distance and don't disturb the ongoing fight. Hiruzen waits for those two from the stage as a referee. Many people, from students to some teachers, excitedly watch the exam, except for Akabane, who sat in his seat towering over the others, even trying to sleep. Aren't you going out to see the exam? Tsunade was a little surprised. What's there to see in a fight where you know who is going to win? Akabane replied impassively. Tsunade couldn't agree more. But she still wanted to go watch and see how Orochimaru teach Kekkei some respect, but at the same time, she was a little worried about Akabane's condition. Are you going to be okay? Yes, I'm fine, just a bit tired from finishing my comic last night. Akabane was just sleepy. He might want to take a nap for a minute to regain his chakra. Okay, I'm going out first, after all, I'm next. Tsunade followed the rest of her classmates to watch from the side stage. The classroom was suddenly empty, and Akabane decided to get down and take a nap. As for the match, there was no point in watching it, and someone would notify him when it was his turn anyway. On the stage, the battle was full of hit and dodge. Orochimaru was indeed inferior to Kekkei at the physique. Uchiha clan physique and ninjutsu couldn't be underestimated since they were one of the two clans who was the founding father of Konoha village, but Orochimaru is a genius strategist. Within a few rounds, Orochimaru managed to execute his plan perfectly and put Kekkei to surrender in shame. The first match, Orochimaru, win. Orochimaru remained calm and walked straight down from the stage without even looking at Kekkei. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Being put down easily, Kekkei clenched his fists in anger and shame, but it was no use. The result has been decided. Even though the exhibition exam at the Ninja Academy was just a practice match, but he was bound by the snake bearer jutsu without even dropping sweat, and after this match, I believe he wouldn't dare bother Orochimaru ever again. Next match, Tsunade against Sakumo. Tsunade and Sakumo each had their distinctive ninjutsu, and their performance ranking in the class was quite close. Boom, boom. The young Tsunade wasn't quite as terrifying as she had been during her time as the three legendary ninja, but her punch was so hard to even Akabane, who was in the class napping, awakened by the sound. What a terrifying young lady. How can he continue his nap with this noise? Ah, forget about taking a nap. This match is Tsunade against Sakumo. Since he hasn't been described much in the comic, I need to see his technique up close. Akabane was in a complicated mood. Since he couldn't resist, he would just have to go and enjoy it. He noticed there is something between those two to settle down. Chapter 9 Akabane vs Ryuo. Stop avoiding and face me now. Tsunade stood at the center of the stage, and the ground around her was full of punch holes. On the other side, Sakumo tried to catch his breath. The two of them have the same power level on the paper, but Tsunade's brute strength couldn't be matched by Sakumo. Although that Kekkei clan possessed a variety of ninjutsu, many of them are designed to injure or execute their opponent, which suffered by the rules. Then again, Kekkei clan doesn't possess a large chakra pool, and his body and chakra are at his limit. But Tsunade doesn't seem to have a problem. He knew that he couldn't run anymore. Come on. Let's finish this once and for all. There is only one last chance for Sakumo to turn the tide, and Akabane tried to pay close attention to what he will going to do next. In a blink of eyes, the two attacked each other simultaneously. They exchanged punches and kicks. Some kunai were scattered all around. The two tried to attack and defend at the same time. Tsunade saw an opening from Sakumo and launched her attack directly. Not good. Sakumo senses the danger. He didn't expect that Tsunade could use a slight opening to attack him. Although he miraculously managed to dodge her, he landed awkwardly and lost balance for a second. Saw this, Tsunade launches her second punch and directly land a clear hit on him. He was blast off the stage, receiving that raw power as if got hit by a boulder. The second match, Tsunade win. Hiruzen quickly decided her as the victor and took a look at Sakumo's condition. That was our amazing Tsunade Heim. The crowd exploded in excitement. The two bowed at each other and then went back off the stage. The next match is. After her match, Tsunade didn't seem to tear a sweat. After coming down from the stage, she saw Akabane watched her match from the side stage. There was a hint of joy on her face. She slowly approached him. I knew you would come out to watch my match. What do you think? Akabane didn't reply but instead lay down and fell asleep. Hey, you. Tsunade frowned angrily, then sat down right next to him pouting. At first, she thought Akabane was only teasing her, but after a while, she found that Akabane was asleep. After Tsunade and Sakumo match, the excitement of the rest of the matches has dropped drastically, and there is no other big match to be excited about. After the end of the 7th matches, before Hiruzen called Akabane's name, Ryuo stood up and walked to the middle of the stage. Seems well prepared. Next, Ryuo against Kurama Akabane. He looked at Akabane proudly. But Akabane was still asleep. Akabane kuare. Ma. Hiruzen called him out a second time scolding. He saw Akabane coming out of the classroom, sitting next to Tsunade. Why did he shout then no one was coming up? Oi Akaba, wake up. Tsunade shouted at him a few times, and Akabane still couldn't wake, so she slapped him. Whoa. He was suddenly awakened from his slumber. Akabane's mood was still a mess. It's your time, hurry. Tsunade whispered. He stayed for a while, tried to regain his consciousness. Ryuo was waiting for him, glared. Come up. You can go back to your sleep sooner after we finish this. Ryuo tried to taunt Akabane, but he seems didn't listen. Akabane, still sleepy, nodded as he walked and said, since yesterday, it seems that you and I have something to talk. Ryuo sneered. Akabane walked to his position, holding drawing tools in his hand, waiting for Hiruzen to start the match. Ready? Begin? Translocation Jutsu. Ryuo disappeared in an instant. However, Akabane took notice of his location and threw a handful of kunai. Ryuo managed to parry it with his kick. He thought it would be easy at first, but the match has just begun. Turning his head, he saw Akabane didn't move an inch from his position. Don't underestimate me. Ryuo's made hand seals and turned around. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. What? He already learned Fireball Jutsu. This is not good. Akabane was slightly surprised. Akabane. Some of his classmates watched with nervous. Stop it. Hiruzen hurriedly used Translocation Jutsu to stop it, but since he was also surprised that Ryuo could use such ninjutsu, he was too late a few seconds. The huge fireball swallowed him in an instant. How does he already master this ninjutsu? This is too dangerous for Akabane. The rest of the Uchiha clan reacted differently. Although Fireball Jutsu was only a C-rank jutsu, its power is too much to handle for an academy student. The classmates understand the situation, and they thought that Akabane was too late to escape. They look at the stage in disbelief. Except for Tsunade. Suna-chan, didn't you see that? Akabane was swallowed by the fireball. Jiraiya was also terrified and puzzled. Even Orochimaru was equally shocked but quickly analyzed that Akabane must have avoided it at some point. He immediately closed his eyes and felt it, but noticed that the body contained a lot of chakras that a normal clone couldn't have. Is he really hit by that fireball? No, he uses a shadow clone. Tsunade said confidently. Also, the result has been decided. See it for yourself. When everyone turned their heads and looked at Akabane, Hiruzen, who hurriedly came to the stage, he discovered that there was only a piece of burned paper, and Akabane was nowhere to be found. At the same time, Ryuo was fainted after using all his chakra to unleash his fireball jutsu. I'm here, sensei. Suddenly, Akabane walked out from the crowd on the side stage, holding his drawing. It was a genjutsu. Shadow clone jutsu? When? Jiraiya was also shocked. He thought that Akabane was really hit by the fireball. Akabane-kun should use the shadow clone and substitution jutsu at the same time. Ryuo released his fireball, and instantly enters the crowd. Tsunade slowly explained, but her expression was somewhat shocked. It is a not difficult technique to execute, but the difficulty lies in that no one took notice of it until now. To achieve this, he must be focusing his chakra and concentration to an extent. You went out of the stage. Kekkei tried to defend Ryuo by blaming Akabane. So what? Akabane sneered, doesn't care at all. Stop, you. Kekkei stood up to blabber more but was immediately interrupted by Hiruzen. He didn't break any rules. Kekkei. He used shadow clone and not a lethal ninjutsu. That is the purpose of the combat exam. That explanation makes Kekkei speechless. Hiruzen didn't say anything about entering the crowd. Akabane cleans up his drawing tools, as Ryuo soon regained consciousness. Ha 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 ha, I won. Ryuo's mouth was swollen by his jutsu, but he was still laughing. Because the last thing that he remembers was that he defeated Akabane with his fireball jutsu, but soon he realized that something was wrong. No one celebrated his victory, not even his clan mates. Some of them even laughed at him. Sorry boy, you have already lost. Besides, you used fireball jutsu, who was forbidden from this exam. Thus you will stay back at academy for 1 more year as punishment. Hiruzen scolded him angrily. Akabane was thankfully survived, but Ryuo has already used a lethal jutsu that was forbidden for the exam. What? So I lose. Ryuo's first concern was not to repeat the grade, but to losing against Akabane. Brother, you have already lost using his genjutsu. Kekkei felt embarrassed for him. He witnessed Uchiha's descendants was a defeat so easily. Nov, L, B /JNN. But thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Ryuo was winning, he would be the one scolded by the patriarch and elder when he returned home. At least he felt better than before. Chapter 10 Orochimaru's Warning. Ryuo was stunned for a whole minute. I was affected by his genjutsu. Jiraiya was certainly happy with the result. It feels like him who beat Ryo. Ha ha ha, he just went crazy after losing to Akabane. Are you okay my friend? Akabane stretched. You seem to be happy Jiraiya? When is your match? Yeah, I won't forget this. Ha ha ha. I will be fighting at the 13th match N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. Jiraiya had just finished answering and found that Akabane, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were all gone. Hey, don't you want to watch me too? Akabane wanted to go back to sleep, but Tsunade and Osameru were simply bored. I'm sorry, my friend, I'm just too tired, good luck. Orochimaru suddenly approached Akabane and whispered. This is for your own sake, be careful of clan Uchiha. Akabane knew that the Uchiha clan was known for their curse of hatred. And for the longest time, the two clans have some bad blood with each other. At this time, Kagami Uchiha, who was their soon-to-be their leader, died in battle, and now the Uchiha clan has lacked a strong figure, and with that being said, it gives a lot of pressure to their youngster. Orochimaru was worried after Akabane defeats Ryuo. Someone from the Uchiha clan might get their revenge by planning something wicked. I have my whole clan backed me up. We wouldn't let them do anything without us noticing. Akabane answered confidently. Kurama clan currently still have their influence on Konoha village, and it would be almost impossible from such a clan to go down so easily. As for Orochimaru, he knew that a student as talented as Akabane wouldn't go unnoticed by the third Hokage. Thus Uchiha clan wouldn't be so reckless to do something to him. What are you worried about? After all of this, I don't think Uchiha's student dare to act snob again. Tsunade curled her mouth. Her expression was a bit worried, as she knew that the Senju clan is slowly disappeared by becoming one with the Konoha village as expected by the first Hokage. Since he thought of more of overall village development over their respective clan. But Uchiha clan still thought of this as Senju's supremacy over the Uchiha, since the first and second Hokage are from Senju. There might be some clash within the village, which includes Uchiha's grudge in the future. Back in the classroom, Orochimaru took out his book to self-study. Akabane lay down and get ready to take a nap. But as he about to close his eyes, Tsunade held his chin with her hand and talked to him close to his face. In a few days, everyone here will graduate and separate by groups. Don't you have things to do other than sleeping? Akabane looked dumbfounded and tried to look away from her, but Tsunade insists him to answer. What's wrong? Tsunade was very curious, doesn't realize that they are way too close. I just want to sleep, Tsunade. Akabane was cherries red, and his mood was so messed up. Come on, Akabane, start to draw your comic. With her roar, Akabane and Orochimaru both became sober. Okay, I'll draw. Akabane obeys her order helpless, and begin to continue his comic. He used an old leftover table from the warehouse since such an accident rarely happened. If Tsunade is annoyed by any chance, this table won't last for long. Akabane quickly formed hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. Here, help me finish my comic. Orochimaru and Tsunade were equally surprised. Shadow clone jutsu. Then they saw Akabane's shadow clone began to draw. Awesome. I never thought that you could use it doing this kind of thing. Tsunade sincerely in awe. Tsunade was also stunned. Shadow clone jutsu is B-level ninjutsu. Even she currently couldn't use it. But this ninjutsu was created by the second Hokage. As his descendant, she has heard Senju clan perform this ninjutsu. Its original purpose was at spying and reconnaissance, but no one thought that it could be used to draw. Besides, she noticed that the clone was swiftly drawing the comic. This shows, Akaba was always lazy. Tsunade was annoyed, but she couldn't get angry. The pages were easily finished. At first, she was not used to such a hard-working Akabane, but later she didn't bother anymore. After some time waiting, the volume has finished. While happily reading the comic, Tsunade said, Akabane is a unique person to create such a way to use this jutsu to his liking. Akabane lay on the table and answered with eyes closed. Thank you. This is the first time I've received your compliment. Even to Orochimaru, who had a much higher IQ than others, he still couldn't resist reading Akabane's comic. His personality was relatively cold. He rarely talks to others and spends most of his time reading books. Akabane didn't say a word to Orochimaru before crossing over to start working on his comics. Akabane suddenly missed his old life. My previous classmates would be jealous if they knew that my drawing was got a compliment by Tsunade and Orochimaru. He secretly said it in his heart. Tsunade watched Akabane's shadow clone drawing closely. His shadow clone has the same quality of drawing as Akabane had. However, after drawing a few pages, a lot of noise gradually came towards the class. Akabane immediately wakes up to release his clone. He didn't want other classmates to see him using a shadow clone to doing such a thing. It's probably Shikado. He must be tried to take a nap too since he was as lazy as Akabane. In an instant, Shikado, Sakumo, and Chuki, who had just returned, were surprised. It seems they overheard Tsunade. Even Shikado couldn't help being a little bit ashamed. The Nara clan is one of many clans of Konoha village. They are known for their ability to manipulate shadows. Shikado was also considered talented among his peers, and he hoped to take on the head position of the clan, but he was slowly given up because he was too lazy. By the way, Shikado, I remember that your family has a small store in Konoha, right? Akabane sorted out the sketches he had just completed and suddenly thought that there was a small store not far from their clan, which seemed to belong to Nara clan. Shikado sat down and thought, then asked, is that the small store near your house? Yes, that's it. Akabane had an idea to open his comic store. With that way, white light chakra saber could emit a streak of chakra upon a swing. Sakumo keeps explaining about his Tonto origin as Akabane paints continuously. To give something new, he drew one full-colored page of Kakashi Hatake. The chapter hasn't been finished yet, and suddenly Jiraiya also jumped over the table and leaned over it. After a few glances, he scratched his cheeks curiously. You drew someone so mysterious with a mask. Who is he? The rest of the fans gathered around, also curious about Akabane's answer. His persona is as mysterious as his mask. Everybody was a bit upset about the answer. All of them frowned. But it could also be a big buck tooth, or a crooked mouth, who knows? Akabane smirked. Sakumo said angrily, if it were my son, how could he buck teeth and croak on his mouth? Well, that is just a joke. No one really knew the face behind the mask. Tsunade smiled and spread the flames of rivalry as Shinichuk Sarutobi entered the class. Not long after coming back, Shinichuk looked dumbfounded and asked without knowing why, hey, draw my son too. Take it easy Shin-kun. Shikado put down the pages and smirk. What is Shinichuk's son looks like? What, didn't you bring the drawing? Draw it on the spot, and let me have a look. Instantly, the classroom becomes rowdy, and all around Akabane was buzzing like insects. He finally finished Kakashi's portrait. Seeing the enthusiasm of everyone, he said, don't worry, I will draw a painting of Shinichuk's son later. You can wait for my store to open and buy it from there. Well, the first 10 customers can get the full-colored portrait of Konohamaru that I drew myself. Shinichuk feels scam. He feels that he has to pay just to see his son. Damn, you. I'll negotiate my clan's store for you, but what are you planning after opening your store? Shikado also thought about it and said in a discussing tone. Akabane's eyes lit up. Ding! The membership system is the first thing that comes to his mind. You can see it in advance. You can add ads later. However, he needs to establish a fan base first before he can implement membership. Eureka! The more Akabane thought about it, the more he felt that he might be able to build a comic culture in Naruto's world. Come on, stop bothering him, let him focus. Tsunade waved away the masses onlookers. Ahaha, you don't say. Tsunade was the most annoying of all people. Anyway, she had read all his latest chapter, and Akabane had promised to send her his next chapter. The fierce Tsunadeheim drove everyone aside, and no one dares to interrupt her. Sakumo sat back and looked at Akabane from time to time, with strange eyes that made Akabane a little uncomfortable. After staring for a while, he leaned over and asked, Akaba, what is his name? Akabane touched his nose. The current ongoing story was exciting, but everyone seems to focused on Hatake Kakashi. Facing Sakumo's question, he answers directly with a giggle. Goju Hatake. Goju-you? What kind of name is that? Hearing the name, Sakumo exploded instantly. Ha ha ha, just kidding, I thought of him a good name, Kakashi Hatake. Sakumo was quite satisfied with the name. After all, that is his name given by himself in the future. Chapter 12 Character Resonance. Everything in the comic really evoked the story around his classmates' descendants. After determining his goal, Akabane felt that he should be more diligent. After the end of the Ninja Academy, the students are about to be separated into teams consisting of 3 students with 1 jounin as their teacher. He planned that the 5th and 6th chapters are the story based on Kakashi's bell test. In this story, a lot of new ninjutsu are being used. If the 6th episode is drawn as soon as possible, this ninjutsu can be available on his ninjutsu list. To unlock more ninjutsu, I have to work hard. It is just toys or basic needs. His father might be able to grant it, but buying a store is a bit too much of a request from a child. So Akabane's request made him startled at first, followed by the way to explain it. Son, you are about to become a ninja, and you'll have a lot of missions ahead of you. Maybe you don't have much time to draw in the future. Isn't it too much to open a comic store? Saki saw her husband's difficulties to explain their situation. Akabane knew that they shouldn't have much money, so he stated his true purpose. I'm sorry father, mother, I know my request is too much for our family. But since I have become the next successor of the clan, if we deliver this request to the patriarch they might agree to it. Akabane saw his father become more puzzled and lowered his voice. Is it still too much to ask? Both his parents hesitated. We will try to talk about it to the head clan. Since their change of status has just happened a few days before, they haven't adapted to that, and it feels a bit awkward to ask the clan such a request. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Akabane's system relied on his point from the comics. Thus this is essential for him. Chapter 13 The Most Favorable Clone. Son, you. His parents were shocked. This kind of request wasn't normal for someone his age. Forget it, when you grow up, you should have his own dreams. His father and mother weren't someone from high rank at Kurama clan. Therefore, in their hearts, Akabane's passion must be correlated with his awakened of Kekkei Genkai. Father, do you want to help me tell the patriarch? Akabane heard his tone, knowing that it was half-heart. His father nodded, touched Akabane's hair with concern in his mind, and said, I will talk with the clan after this. If the clan refuses your request, I still have my savings to spare. I believe that the clan would accept it. Akabane is very confident about this. The three of them slowly walked back home. As soon as he returned home, Akabane went back to his room to continue his comic. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He immediately cast seals to summon a clone. I'll work hard today. Akabane chuckled and started to coloring his pages from before. Oh, that's awesome. The shadow clone glanced at him and couldn't help but awe. As someone who graduated from arts and design major, coloring is a piece of cake. After finished his coloring pages, he got up and stretched. It's done, up to the next one. His clone was expressionless. He never thought that Akabane has such a talent. With your skill of drawing, then why to bother learned about shadow clone? You could finish it by yourself faster. Don't say that I can't work all day and night. I want to take some rest too. Akabane had really planned to rest for a while, but the cynicism made him feel bad to take a rest, so he changed his mind and sat cross-legged to restore his chakra. System. He took a look at the system panel. His points rose to more than 50 points before, but today, he only gained a slight point. Akabane thought for a while and used all the remaining 50 points to increase his physical. He needs to upgrade his physique to compensate for his chakra. Of course, the main reason is that chakra is way too expensive. Gradually, the point needs to increase 1 chakra equal to 50 points. What can he do with that little improvement? At his current 5 physiques, the effect was completely different. Not only the body, but even the recovery and the number of chakra seemed to have increased. Afterward, Akabane sat down and began to restore chakra. The shadow clone did not expect that Akabane didn't get tired. Even if he just sat there to recover chakra, he still feels lucky for now. He is the most interesting of all of Akabane's clones. He sighed slightly and then kept on working. Although, as a clone, he also wanted to rest, to have more pages to complete, he felt that he needed to work harder. At the very least, he needs to complete the 4th and 5th chapters so that he can print the first volume. Of course, with his physique now balancing his overwhelmed chakra, his chakra recovery is much faster than the most ninja. It didn't take long for him to summon another clone. Here is your new companion. I'm going to sleep now. Akabane lies on the bed to recharge his chakra. The 2 clones were tolling on his chakra. He is afraid that if he doesn't have enough chakra, he will pass out when he lifts his clones. Akabane laid down. The 2 shadow clones looked at each other, and then looked at Akabane on the bed. He's asleep. Sighed, and continued to work. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, Monkey King Inma came to make a report on today's exam. Hiruzen was listening one by one, but in fact, he saw more clearly than Inma. After all, there are many details his summoned cannot be seen clearly. Ryu will have to deal with his consequence. As for the other, they all passed. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Yes. Inma received the order and left the office. The 3rd Hokage takes out his smoking pipe and lit a smoke while thinking. On his desk was a list of names. Kurama Akabane, Heitake Sakumo, and Mitarashi Murasaki was in a row. The mentor's name in front was still blank and has not been filled in. In the end, he filled in a name. Shimura Danzo. Let Danzo come here. Before long, a figure knocked in, and it was Shimura Danzo. He picked up the list, took a look, and said, these 3 were the students you carefully selected. Right now, Danzo is the head of the Umbu. His root still belongs to the Umbu, and he is not completely independent. Yes, in the next year, you will be their team's mentor, but remember, do not influence them with your root or any other that related to Umbu. Hiruzen was very clear about this. There is no room for mistakes. You have nothing to worry about. Danzo picked up the list. They are all geniuses. 1 year is enough. Hiruzen said, as for a year from now, I have another plan for them. You can go back and get your Umbu N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. 1 year is the same for you. Danzo meant something that only those two knew. He turned and left the office. Chapter 14 Sudden Visit. Boom! When his last remaining chakra depleted, his shadow clones have vanished into thin air. Akabane, who was napping on the bed, woke up in surprise. Damn, I almost got a heart attack. He feels drowsy and half awake. Fortunately, I only summoned 2 clones. If they were more than that, I might pass out. Just as he lamented, he heard his father came from downstairs. He could hear his father greeted with a light-hearted tone. I'm home. Akabane got up and recast his shadow clone. You continue here first. I'll go down and greet my father. Although there is no point to set it to his clones, getting accompanied by the clones has become his habit. Yeah, just go. You're just an eyesore here. Akabane was speechless for a while. His clones have no sense of friendliness. After all, it is his character then implemented into the clones. He went downstairs and saw his father holding a piece of paper. This is the document for the store. Thus that store will belong to you from today. Akabane was a little surprised. He never thought that his request would be granted this fast. He walked over quickly and took over the documents. The address of the store was written on the top, and the Karama clan symbol was painted underneath. Thank you very much, father. Akabane still couldn't believe it true. He took a double-checked and confirmed that this was indeed Nara's store, and now it belongs to him. As someone who is the only one from his clan has awakened Kekkei Genkai, he will be the next clan successor for sure. Akabane was daydreaming, put aside the thoughts in his mind, and focused on what to do next. Father, can you inform everyone to help me decorate my store? I will draw out how it will look like. The store was originally a medicinal and pharmaceutical station for the Nara clan, so the interior design would need a renovation. Now that you have your own comic store, but son, I hope you can focus more on ninjutsu training and don't waste your talent. Understood, father, I will not let you down. Since no one knew that he could learn all that ninjutsu was because of his point from comics, he'll just agree to his father's terms. Telling everyone to read his comics is a time wasting. Opening this comic store could solve his problem, and he could get money from the sellings. It is like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Akabane returned upstairs, originally planning to sketch his comic store, but as soon as he picked up the pen, he heard a slight movement outside the window. Who's there? Akabane, his shadow clones, stood on guard at the same time, staring outside. Then the window was snapped, and a delicate voice came from outside the window. It's me, open the door. Tsunade. Akabane was shocked for a moment, got up, and opened the window. As soon as he opened the window, he saw Tsunade standing upside down on his roof. What are you? Spider-Man. He confusedly thought. Looking up from his angle, he can just see through the gap of her clothes. Get a close look at it. Where do you look at? Tsunade quickly jumped down and entered his room. Akabane was still speechless since he caught off guard. As for the current Tsunade, there is not much to see except her cuteness. You could say flat, but don't let her heard you said that, or else you will be dead in a second. It's like a taboo. Why come through the window if I have a front door? Akabane replied angrily, and then sat down, tried to calm himself. Tsunade smiled and said, did you not see me standing there? Oh, then you are really amazing. Akabane though that normal person would visit their friend through the front door. Is she want to show off her climbing skill? Ahaha yeah, so impressive Tsunade-sama. Akabane gave a sarcastic compliment, but she seemed didn't get it. Hey, don't you have any other things to do? I will play with you after you finish your comic. Tsunade patiently sat down with a big smile, glanced at the clones who devoted himself to drawing comics, then looked at the stack of comic pages beside her, and immediately lay down excitedly. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, you've finished a lot of pages. She has completely fallen in love with comics, and now she counts comic pages, like the way she counts money. It looks like you worked so hard today, and now you do some of the work by yourself. There are a lot of pages there, plus the completed ones the morning before. The Naruto 4th chapter has been successfully drawn. Of course, I am a hard-working person, Akabane said shamelessly, but he forgot that he was sitting next to his clone. As he finished speaking, the clone sneered, look who's talking, this was drawn by your clones before, you just being lazy. Ha ha ha, no wonder you could finish this many pages. Tsunade held the pages and sat on the floor to read it. Even if it still has a lot of revision, she seems to enjoy reading it. Akabane decided to ignore his clone and sat there and began coloring. Tsunade sat aside, quiet and cute. With a single stroke, it didn't take long for the general shape of the store to be outlined. While thinking about the decoration style, Akabane asked casually, you came here to show that you have completed your training. Of course not, am I that arrogant? Tsunade put down half of the pages and said, I just went to Uncle Hiruzen for a stroll. Guess what I saw? Assignment list. Akabane said lightly. Although the Senju family has faded out from governing Konoha village, Tsunade was called princess by all the Konoha villagers. It was because of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who was her grandfather, doted her since she was very young. It is not surprising that she is allowed to accompany Hiruzen. Tsunade was silent for a moment and then complained after a few seconds, so boring. You guessed it all. You and Shikado look like an old man. Akabane keeps coloring and answered at the same time. Well, I can't deny that, but you forgot to include Jiraiya. Speaking of Jiraiya, Tsunade complained again and turned a few pages of comics, suddenly reacted and said, every time you interrupted the topic, I just wanted to say, I saw your assignment. The list was up. Oh, is that so? Your mentor is very strong, but he is someone the opposite of Uncle Hiruzen. You should be mentally prepared. Tsunade's tone was somewhat concerned. Nov. L. B // JNN. Akabane paused his work. After watching her ponder for a while, he said, "Is it Danzo?" Tsunade nodded. Chapter 15 Akabane First Fan. Danzo has a different ideology from Uncle Hiruzen, but he is undoubtedly a strong ninja. Don't worry about that. Tsunade thought Akabane was disappointed and afraid, so she offered comfort. The main purpose of her coming here today was to talk about this, but she didn't know that Akabane was really thinking about it. However, as his mentor would be Danzo Shimura, he couldn't imagine how troublesome his future will be. Nah, forget it, it's not like I could choose either. Akabane sighed. When Danzo Shimura was young, he was not as immoral as his old age. Now he is a decent person. It's good if you have prepared in your heart. Anyway, the teacher's assignment can't be changed. Tsunade lay on the floor, treating it just like her home, completely disregarding his image. Akabane concentrated on his drawing and didn't get bothered, but after about half a minute, someone suddenly opened his door. Akaba. This is. It was her mother. As soon as he was about to talk, he saw Akabane who was drawing, and there was also a young girl lying while reading Akabane's comic excitedly. Tsunade blushed, quickly sat upright, threw the sketch aside, and respectfully greeted, "Hello auntie, I am Akabane's classmate, Tsunade." "Oh hello, Suna-chan. I'm sorry I didn't know that Akaba has a visitor. By the way, when did you get in? I didn't see anyone knocking before." "Ahaha, about that?" She laughs embarrassedly. Saki closed the door and left them alone. There was a burst of joy on her face. "I never thought that my son was affiliated with someone like Tsunade." Akabane didn't know what his mother was thinking, but judging from her expression, he somehow felt embarrassed. As for Tsunade, she awkwardly slumped on the floor. Regret to come in through the window. Akabane couldn't hold his laugh to see someone like Tsunade acted so tomboyish. "Arg. It is about the time for me to go home, but next time when your comics are published, I will come to play with you again." She might still felt awkward after she met with Akabane's mother, so she put down the comics and quickly ran out through downstairs. Halfway through the downstairs, Tsunade came back and told him, "By the way, I'm going to visit Grandma Mito soon, don't you want her to read your comics?" "Great, I've got one finished." As soon as Tsunade heard Akabane's words, she was carefully searching for the comic. "It was at my desk. That is all I can do with a short time. I can't say it's my best." Akabane pointed out the location. Tsunade saw the comic book with just a glance. It looks very compact but fell in love at first sight with the cover. The cover is not made from a hard paper, but it is framed delicately with colored drawings. It was the picture of Naruto Uzumaki running after vandalizing the Hokage statues by paints all over it. "Ah, such a lovely cover, is there any more?" Tsunade held the book, excited and a bit upset. "No, just this one." Akabane directly counters the possibility of her acting like a crybaby to make her another copy. "Is there only one?" Tsunade carefully packed the comic, and then scanned Akabane's room with gleaming eyes, trying to find other things worth taking, but only felt disappointed in the end that he doesn't have anything else worth her time. "If you like my comic, come and buy it the next time when my comic store opens. I can save one copy for you before I run out of it." "Really? Okay, don't lie to me, otherwise." Akabane immediately interrupts her. "Don't worry, how dare I lie to you? After all, Tsunade is his first fan, and she has never stopped chasing him since the beginning." She smiled upon hearing this and went downstairs with joy. Akabane heard her greeted his parents and said goodbye. "That girl is really easy to satisfy, and kinda cute." Akabane sighed slightly, and when she grew up, she would not be the cute little girl anymore. After all, she would be one of 3 legendary ninjas. But soon, he tried to get rid of such a thought. She will lose a lot of people that she loves along the way. Seeing Tsunade left, Akabane was still distracted, and the clone couldn't help but said, "Everyone is gone, you should take it seriously? How long has it been for a drawing? Hello, what's the hurry? I have done it." Akabane's thoughts were interrupted, and he had concentrate on his drawing. Nov. L. B // JNN. His first volume is almost done, but of course, he can't compare his knockoff comic to the real one. There are some mistakes here and there. He glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction. He felt exhausted and want to grab some drink, but as soon as he tried to get out of his room, her mother approached him casually. Akabane asked, "What's the matter, mother?" She said, Nothing important since I just think that you will have a holiday from tomorrow. We have arranged your chakra training. Genjutsu usage demands a lot of chakra, so training chakra control is inevitable for him. But tree climbing and water walk? I don't think this training is necessary," Akabane said immediately. "These things must be clearly explained to them. Otherwise, they will have to randomly arrange his training. This training we requested for your foundation, the greater your talent, the better your foundations must be strengthened." Kuremasaki saw Akabane somewhat disapproving and insisted. Knowing that nothing can be done by just talking, Akabane wondered for a moment and learned Tsunade to walk on the wall, and finally stood on the ceiling. "If you still need me to learn how to water walk too, I can now go to the bathroom to show it to you," Akabane yawned and said. Her mother was a little surprised, but also speechless. She couldn't believe that her son has been developing this much in such a short time. She thought that Akabane was only loafing around. remained speechless. She can only be assured by his talent. Nothing more. What a great boy, but there is still room for him to grow. Chapter 16. After her visit, Tsunade going back home while bringing along Akabane's comic. The Senju clan currently is small. Throughout the years, most of the family in the Senju clan have merged within Konoha's clan through marriage. Only the direct descendants of Hashirama Senju still use Senju's name, and the leader of the Senju clan is the Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki. In the afternoon, Uzumaki Mito's eyes narrowed slightly, and she was basking in the sun in the yard, but it didn't take long for a voice to come from outside. Grandma? Grandma. The sound rang, and a figure rushed from the roof not long away. Tsunade, what's the matter? Seeing her cute granddaughter, Mito smiled. The war has taken away many of her relatives. That makes Tsunade someone precious to her. Ever since her childhood, Tsunade has been causing a lot of ruckuses, then she will visit her grandma to settle. So, whenever she saw Tsunade come to visit, she immediately thought Tsunade was in trouble. Tsunade explained with pouting, No, I'm fine, I just want to give you something. Oh, what is it? Mito sat up straight, showing a curious look at her. Seeing that she took Mito's attention, Tsunade excitedly took out the comic book and gave it to her grandmother. Mito thought it was something else. She saw it was book cover portraying a naughty little boy with 6 marks on his cheeks, drawn with an unprecedented art style. What is this? She was puzzled. She took a look on the next page but saw that the page was full of drawings added with a bubble contain words. It feels easier to understand the content than any other book she ever read. This book, what is this? I've never seen such a book before. This is what we called comic, Grandma? Look, this person on the cover, his name is Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade pointed out the cover, looking excited. Naruto Uzumaki. Mito was confused for a moment, then continued to read the comic. Nine-tailed demon fox? The 4th Hokage? After reading it, she got even more confused. Is this what will happen at Konoha in the future? Who drew this? She is well aware of the nine-tailed beast must be referring to the nine-tailed demon fox within her body. It was one of my classmates, Akabane Kurama. Tsunade said. The Kurama clan? Was he that first awakened Kekkei Genkai that everyone talked about? Mito noticed his name. That's right. His genjutsu can be annoying sometimes, but he is a good person. Tsunade said honestly, as she was the victim of his genjutsu. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Ha ha ha, so my beloved granddaughter has finally acknowledged someone her equal. Mito tried to teasing Tsunade. Mito thought that all of this story came from a child's fiction since the history of Konoha village was easy to be found. With Naruto Uzumaki as the main character who holds the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox, this story, I'm afraid it has something to do with the status of Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, she continued to read. They couldn't help but smile. The first few pages were talking about how naughty Naruto as a child. He painted the Hokage statues, tried to anger the whole village. But because of this, Mito was more and more into the story. Pages by pages, she enjoyed how the story was written. She even gives a little laugh at the part that Naruto uses his sexy jutsu to Iruka until he got a nosebleed. The next pages tell how Naruto failed his 3rd exam while seeing everyone else passed it and celebrating with their parents. Naruto was the only one sitting outside, felt sorrow. She paused on this page for a moment. However, he is carrying the name of Uzumaki, as they have always had a good reputation in Konoha. Why would Naruto be treated like this? Mito only could felt upset about her grandson's wrong treatment, but then tried to remain calm. This is just a story. How could she think of it as her real family? However, the more she read the first chapter, her anger gradually became intensified. Seeing Mizuki tell the truth behind his misfortune that he is indeed a Jinchuriki and let him know why everyone blamed the catastrophe that happened on Naruto, she almost spilled a trace of chakra. But she can't deny that the story was fascinating, and even a person like her who has experienced many vicissitudes of life was moved. Uzumaki Mito sighed slightly after read half the chapter. She stopped. Huh? Grandma, what's wrong? Tsunade asked plainly. I'm a little tired after reading this. Can you meet me with the author of this book? I want to see the kid in person. Mito said. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then said, well, but it's already late today, I will invite him over tomorrow. Mito nodded, took the comic, and walked inside the house. She said, let me hold the book first. I'll read it again later. Okay, Grandma. Tsunade was a little lost. She wanted to ask a lot of detail in the comic and might have a chance to get the comic herself, but she never thought that Mito was in so much distress after reading it. But why did Grandma need to meet with Akabane? She was puzzled for a while and then stopped thinking about it. After showing his capability, his mother immediately went to find the patriarch to discuss his training more. The mother's matter is just a small episode. Akabane didn't take it to heart afterward. The manga room is his first task now. Soon he will have to pass the test from Danzo. It might not be the same bell test that Kakashi gives to Team 7, thus, he needs to prepare. To secure his position, Akabane must at least be on Danzo's good side. His other task is to finish his comic store drawing, then start to renovate it. At this time, Konoha hasn't successfully adapted the wood release from Hashirama Senju as the latest user. So renovating his comic store would take at least 3 or 4 days. This is still relatively fast. It may take a month or 2 for an ordinary person, but even after his store done, Akabane has a bigger task. How can he promote his comic store to the whole village? This has been a long day for me, and I am exhausted. Lying on the bed, Akabane's thoughts spread, and remember the comic book that he had given to Tsunade earlier. It would be about time that she should have to give the comic to Uzumaki Mito. I wonder how many points that he obtained. System. Points equals 60. Holy crap. Akabane was shocked. How many times that Mito Uzumaki had read my comic? This point is just too much from a single person. But he was guessing that since Mito Uzumaki is a Jinchuriki, it might be the reason for all these points. Chapter 17. Almost reaching his limit, the shadow clones disappeared instantly. The exhaustion of using the shadow clone jutsu over and over again made his head hurt. How strong was Naruto? He is continuously practicing with 3 shadow clones at the same time. If it was me, I would be hospitalized immediately. Akabane felt more depressed that he can only summon 2 clones for a short period. Tried to let go of the thought, he turned his attention his points again. 60 points huh? Maybe Mito Uzumaki hasn't finished reading it. Akabane comforted himself. He woke up and cleaned up his work. Even if he can't maintain both of his clones for a long time, they had finished the 5th chapter in only a few hours. Well done. This means that he can prepare his first volume to be released. Another thing was Akabane noticed that there was a few more ninjutsu in his exchange list. Camouflage jutsu, basic ninjutsu, 5 points required substitution jutsu, D-level ninjutsu, 5 points required leaf village secret finger jutsu, 1000 years of death, 0 points required. No points required. Akabane was speechless. Isn't 1000 year of death just poking someone's butthole with tiger seal pose? No wonder you don't need points. Although he still seems confused, come to think again. It's free. Let's exchange it. I do have a feeling it would be useful in the future. Akabane shamelessly convinced himself, so he chose to exchange it anyway. Ding! 0 point reduction exchange successful. Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu, 1000 years of death has been learned. The system notifies his exchange. The next seconds after learning it, Akabane immediately regretting his choice. Ahaha, how in the earth that I would consider this ninjutsu useful. The system was mentioned on how to use it, and also mentioning the damage that it's done. What the hell? Why do I need this kind of information? Akabane regretted it and quickly exchanged the other 2 ninjutsu to cleanse his sins. They were all very useful. Jutsu. Camouflage jutsu can be used alongside shadow clones to maximize its potential. Substitution jutsu, if used properly, it can defend and counterattack within the short window. Akabane thought that there might be better ninjutsu to offer, but felt satisfied enough from this list. Nov. L. B // JNN. This jutsu that he just learned contains many practical usages if one's master it. I just don't know if Mito Uzumaki has finished or not. This bugged me. He wants to ask Tsunade as soon as possible on how far Mito has read. The following morning, Akabane almost couldn't sleep last night. Akabane, you got up so early today. Is there something that happened? His parents were shocked. This is the first time Akabane got up so early. Akabane coughed awkwardly and said, I have to go somewhere today. Eat your breakfast before going out. His father was just about to ask the detail, but Akabane had already left. Akabane is really want to understand how his system pointing works. Akabane went straight to the Senja's household. Their house is not as big as people might think. Only Mito and a few family members are staying here. Before he knocks, Akabane heard the sound of many people exercising and see several figures training at the front yard. One of them was Tsunade. At this time, she was wearing a silk white martial arts uniform, with her long blonde hair fluttering. She looked heroic. Seeing this, Akabane couldn't help but sighed. I should be ashamed of myself. Even if they the Senju clan, they still have to work very hard. He was very fortunate that he had a system, and he was from the Kurama clan. Otherwise, he would get up early every morning for training. It could drive him insane. In the Kurama clan, Akabane, who used to has the weakest physique, can already beat his peers, and who would dare to force Akabane to get up and train every day? Not long after, Tsunade took notice of Akabane. She paused her training and quickly ran towards Akabane, with a bit of joy on her face. This is the first time you get up so early, right? Tsunade was a little happy. After looking around, she asked in a lower voice, why do you come here in the morning? What's the matter? I want to ask, has your grandma finished read my comic book? Akabane directly asks his objective. Tsunade couldn't hide her upset expression, then took a deep breath to ease her emotions. Then she said, no. Yesterday she said that she was tired after reading a few pages, and she also said that she would meet you in person. I was going to meet you again this afternoon. Oh, is that so? Akabane breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and felt confident that all the 60 points belonged to Uzumaki Mito. That's it. Yes, after all, I do admire you, Grandma. Well, then, please wait a little longer. I'll finish my training soon. Still felt dissatisfaction, Tsunade said with a curled lips, I thought you come for another reason. She could be unpredicted all the time, and sometimes she is aggressive, but sometimes. Was she angry with me? Akabane wondered. When he wants to ask more, Tsunade had already returned to continue training. He didn't catch up fast enough but was slightly startled and lost in thought. Forget it. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Akabane shook his head slightly. The ancestors said it well, a woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets. Chapter 18. After completing her training, Tsunade runs approaching Akabane. Grandma is having breakfast right now. I will take you to a stroll around our house while waiting for her. She said it while holding a half-eaten rice ball. Akabane was confused and muttered, actually, I can just wait from he. But obvious, Tsunade didn't listen and straight grab his hand to strolling around her house. But either way, Akabane can only keep up. Both of them walked along the path side by side. Our clan's house is huge. I hope you don't feel overwhelmed. Tsunade said with a smile. Although Akabane wants to say no, she just cut him to explain about her clan's history and so on. Well, as you see earlier, we didn't have a lot of members in the clan. Our goal now is to maintain Konoha's concord while live side by side. Akabane decided to remain silent and listen to her chit-chat. The biggest one over there is my grandma's yard. I usually live there, but in fact, I have my own space, look this one. Tsunade pointed out for him one by one, basically explaining everything that they've passed. However, Akabane noticed although the Senju clan is small, the house was put hidden behind, and the Uzumaki clan's symbols were often seen in some inconspicuous places. Akabane was secretly thinking. Compared to the Kurama clan, their physical prowess might be compared to a beast, but they haven't any ninjutsu to pass on. It's no wonder that the awakening rate of their Kekkei Genkai is getting declining from time to time. Nothing is interesting here to look. We can only just stroll around while we are waiting for my grandma. In a few words, Tsunade has already said about the current situation of the Senju clan. Akabane was slightly overjoyed upon hearing this, and said, well then, let's find a place to take a re. Nope. We can rest later. You need to strengthen those weak muscles. Tsunade pouted and refused. I can do nothing, can't I? Akabane has just accepted his fate since he is the visitor here. The two were wandering around for half an hour. Tsunade-sama, Uzumaki-sama is ready to welcome her visitor, said a member of the clan. In the yard, Akabane sees an elegant figure sitting on a chair. She is slowly reading a small colored book. Uzumaki Mito was known to possess a unique chakra. This gives her the power to seal the nine-tailed fox within her, thus granted her the name Jinchuriki, which means the power of human sacrifice. At this time, she just looks like an ordinary beautiful young woman in her 30s. You must be Tsunade's friend, Akabane. Please have a seat. Uzumaki Mito arranged 2 chairs earlier, one near her and the other slightly away. Akabane respectfully sat on the chair away from her. Tsunade was about to walk over to sit on another chair, but Mito looked up and said, my child, why are you sitting there? Come and sit next to me. I'm sorry. Akabane felt a little bad. Mito smiled gently at him and then said to Tsunade, I want to know more about Akabane. Tsunade, please change with him. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and her expression was a bit upset, which was different from what I thought. Is she jealous? Akabane sighed inwardly. Since Mito is the first Jinchuriki and the heir of the Uzumaki clan, sitting next to someone that extraordinary makes him nervous. Therefore, after changing seats, both of them showed a confused expression. My child, is the book that you wrote is about the future? Uzumaki Mito asked while reading. No, it's just my fantasy story. Akabane has said this many times, and now he has reached the point where he even believes it himself. After all, there is no way someone would believe if he's telling the truth. It's been a long time I never see a story this engaging. I thought about it last night. A lot of things from your story make me feeling something familiar. That's why I asked Tsunade to invite you here. Uzumaki Mito smiled gently at Akabane. For example, in the first chapter, your description of the nine-tailed fox. Akabane suddenly feels waves of chakra fluctuated from Mito. The feel is unspeakable. But before long, she stroked her belly, and the fluctuation disappeared. That must be Kyuubi. Akabane secretly thought. Akabane was sure that feels were from Kyuubi. From what I've searched and added, Jinchuriki is someone who sealed the tailed beasts. Akabane took the initiative to answer before Mito take other words. Ha ha ha, I'll just say, you thought well, but the real Kyuubi is gentler than this. Mito said. Afterward, she pointed to the Hokage's mountain that looks vaguely in the distance and asked, is the 4th Hokage as the same as what you imagined? N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Yes, ma'am, but I was taking the appearance from someone at my class as a reference. I see. Shinichuk Sarutobi had a son named Konohamaru. Akabane was a little nervous at first, thinking that Uzumaki Mito was testing the authenticity of the characters within his comic. But after a few questions and answers about how the story progressing, he thought about it less. Isn't this just a fan seeking spoilers? Tsunade felt jealousy at first, but later she listened carefully to Akabane's spoilers, looking curious and excited. By the way, will Naruto become Hokage? Or? Uzumaki Mito didn't say the second half, but don't guess the meaning. After thinking about it, where could Akabane answer honestly, cough lightly, and said, Uzumaki-sama, this involves the subsequent plot, I can't give you the answer. It's okay, you can just tell me alone. Uzumaki Mito was taken aback and said while glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade immediately became anxious when she heard that and said in a very direct tone, Grandma, I want to know it too. Uzumaki-sama, if I tell you the story now, it would be less interesting. Chapter 19. Akabane doesn't want to spoiler the story. This must be done as he wants to be a famous cartoonist even if the one who asked it is none other than Mito Uzumaki herself. Akabane's stand was firm and unwavering. Mito sighed with regret and did not press any further questions. In the small courtyard, Mito continued to read the comic all over again. At this time, Akabane noticed that she hadn't finished the first volume yet. In other words, 60 points before were only from a few pages. Points, 88. What? Akabane moved for a moment, as he finally understands how his system works. Kyubai's chakra was always surging while Mito was reading his comic, which only means that Kyubai also read it too. That's twofold of points from one of the strongest chakra in the village. After that, Akabane paid more attention to Mito. This is undoubtedly his best customer. Ha ha ha, Konohamaru is so funny. Mito couldn't help but laugh a few times while reading the second chapter. Naughty boy, where did you learn sexy jutsu? A young boy like you shouldn't know such a thing. Cough. Akabane was caught red-handed. But, sexy jutsu plays an important role in Naruto, right? He can't just skip it. There is no choice but to bravely put in on the story it. She stops to read it after the second chapter. Grandma, what's the matter? Akabane asked curiously. Oh, since you don't want to spoil the plot, if I read it all at once, there is nothing for me to read tomorrow. Mito put away the comic and put it in her clothes preciously. For someone like her who has been through a lot of hard times and couldn't go far from home, Akabane's comic is the only thing that accompanied her to get rid of boredom. This precious treatment from her almost makes Akabane to tears. Even if he isn't the original author of Naruto, all his effort recreating it seems to be paid. Akabane thinks that he might get a good rest tonight. Tsunade saw this with the same mixed mood. Seeing how her grandmother cherished a child's comic book, and jealous how Akabane wouldn't give her another copy. Grandma Mito, don't worry. My comics store will soon open. Then I will send you another copy plus a special hand-drawn poster of Naruto. The gift of copy and poster was for a token of gratitude. But at the same time, he makes an advertisement for his comic store. Mito Uzumaki is the most famous person in Konoha. If she becomes a fan, she might carry other significant figures to recommend his comic. But when he finished speaking, Tsunade said with a smile menacingly, "You'll make another poster for me, right? Right. Yes, of course, how could I forget you haha." Akabane didn't dare to reject it. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave safely. Of course you are. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Uzumaki Mito is also very satisfied. Then she offers him some help. Our clan has acquaintances that work on printings. If you ever need help, feel free to ask. Well, thank you, Grandma. Since I've finished the first volume, I am in need of mass printing for my grand launch. Akabane gladly agreed. It is the right call to come here early. The Senju clan no longer interferes in Konoha's internal affairs, but their reputation in Konoha is unparalleled. If he can secure relations with the Senju clan, opening the comic store is a piece of cake. Mito nodded, with a faint smile on his beautiful face, then give him a token saying, "This token represents my identity. You can use this token to ask for help on the industry under the Senju clan. They will help you. Thank you Grandma Mito. Nov. L. B /JNN. Akabane smiled very sweetly, almost want to hug her. Mito gives some advice while patting Akabane's head. Okay, but don't forget that you are still a kid, don't overwork yourself. You have a fragile physique, don't you? This is a holiday. After all, enjoy it while you can. Looking at her face, Akabane felt that these words came from her experiences. What Uzumaki Mito said to Akabane was right. He took it differently since Mito is a Jinchuriki. She must have trained her body to control Kyubai's chakra, then he needs to do the same thing. I think there is nothing more to discuss Grandma, please take a rest now. I'll accompany Akabane to play outside. Tsunade motioned Akabane to get up. Grandma Mito, I'll see you later. Akabane held the token in his hand, bowed to Mito, then leave the courtyard. Well, what polite little ones. Mito delightfully narrowed her eyes and smiled. The two of them left the Senju clan and returned to the town. When they got to the street, Tsunade looked around suspiciously, and suddenly walked to an alley. Akabane actually wants to straight back home, but as Tsunade walked, he felt something was wrong. These sides of the street. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a store to appear in front of them. 777 Lock Casino. Tsunade, we are not supposed to be here. Akabane immediately stopped her. I want to test my luck. Tsunade took out the money from her wallet and smiled triumphantly. You want to waste your money on gambling? Akabane's face became more annoyed. Tsunade's habit of gambling will put the Senju clan in a tough economic position. Needless to say, the money must have been scammed from the comics sent by Akabane. No, I can win this. Tsunade is full of confidence, I have mastered the gambling skill. After that, she cast hand seals and instantly changed into the appearance of a young lady, ready to swagger into the casino. Akabane was speechless. How could a little girl like her love gambling? That's right. This trait was inherited by her grandfather, Hashirama Senju himself. Akabane felt helpless, thought for a moment, and threatened her, if you go inside, I won't give you my poster, not the comic. What? That's not fair. Tsunade's small face was full of anger. She really loves you as her granddaughter, but you gamble like this behind her. I'll snitch you to her. Akabane put some sense to Tsunade. No, that's not what I want to do. Tsunade hurriedly denied it, but it was the turmoil on his face that confirmed Akabane's guess. She is afraid of nothing other than Grandma Mito. How about it? You still want to go inside? Okay, I give up. Tsunade took a step away and looked back, her passion still boiled inside, but after Akabane took a few steps, she suddenly paused, followed by a swift cast of hand seals to create a clone, and quickly rushed into the gambling house. With the same reflex, Akabane managed to catch Tsunade with the substitution jutsu. What? But how are you so fast? Tsunade was surprised and upset. She thought as long as Akabane finds out later, she will be able to take a gamble off the table, and even if she is caught by then, she will be satisfied. Which is like now she is one step inside the casino. Chapter 20. First, your reaction time is too slow, and second, I already knew you wouldn't listen to me. It's easy to see your flaws. Akabane grabbed her hand and left without saying a word. No, just one time. Tsunade arched and pleaded for his mercy, but her cat face won't work on him. He has built a wall of resistance to such a cuteness. The problem is, she was too strong, and Akabane couldn't move an inch. Fine, just get inside and gamble, but don't hope about getting you comic anytime soon. Akabane let go of her hand, turned his head, and left her on the front door alone. Tsunade almost cried, and her heart is confused to decide between losing her chance to gamble or losing her chance to get a comic. It's a tough choice. She struggled in pain. That is too much of a burden for a child like her to choose. Akabane walked a few steps and felt relieved after hearing Tsunade's footsteps approaching him. As expected from his first fan, Akabane just wants her to change the bad habit. Gambling wouldn't lead her anywhere. I promise you that I won't gamble from now on. Now you're obligated to give me a reward. Tsunade said it while sobbing from her loss. Haha, aren't you shameless? Akabane sighed lightly. Humph, I'm not like Jiraiya. Tsunade pouted. After the quarrel, they arrived at his house. From a distance, Jiraiya saw them and looks puzzled. What are they doing together? Come to think of it, I've always seen them together since from the academy. Jiraiya secretly thought. Why would Akabane be that close to someone that brute? Is he charmed by her? How on the earth? Jiraiya thought of Tsunade as a cute angel even though she punched him a lot. So basically, he is jealous of their relationship. In terms of handsomeness, talent, and ability, I am no worse than Akabane. Well, it must be because Akabane can draw comics? To change Tsunade's impression of me, I also want to learn comics. Jiraiya suddenly became fiery. Akabane, who just had a long morning, didn't notice of Jiraiya. He was so busy now dealing with Tsunade. Tsunade, can you take me to your clan's printing factory? Of course, but you have to lend me the original poster. Tsunade was pointing at Akabane's posters looking sharply. No, can't do, I still need it. Akabane refused without hesitation. No, they are mine. Since when? And they continued the quarrel. After a while, Akabane became tired of her. Tsunade was born with an enormous pool of stamina. She could babble all day. Akabane finally gave up and tries to negotiate. Well, you can choose 3 of these posters, but that's all. 5 posters. 2. Akabane made a counterattack. Fine, I'll take 3. Tsunade muttered, choose her reward and lead their way to the printing. Akabane sighed lightly, not because he was stingy, but he wants his posters to be the door prize for his store's grand opening. He would need to draw 3 posters again to fill up the quota. Since he doesn't want to waste too much energy. They've been walking for some times. Akabane suddenly reacted. I haven't asked Grandma Mito for how far the printing factory is. Tsunade, are we close yet? Akabane caught up and asked. Yeah, just a little further. Tsunade said nonchalantly. At first, Akabane believed her words, but later, he regretted believing Tsunade's nonsense. They've far away from the village and finally reached the factory in a small village under the mountain. Aha, you called his a little further. Akabane was tried to catch his breath. This was the first time he traveled such a long distance. Yes, I used to jog farther than this every morning. Tsunade said with an innocent look. You don't say. As someone who has a weak physique, he was speechless and felt scammed. But I thought that you couldn't walk this far, so always came late to class because of your physique is just an excuse. Aren't you the same as Jiraiya? Huh. Tsunade catches him red-handed. Akabane was stunned for a while, not knowing how to reply. Seeing his expression, Tsunade feels more satisfied. What's your excuse now? No, it's just. I just want to, don't compare me to Jiraiya. Akabane sighed as he couldn't explain his laziness. They like to compare each other bad habits and correlated it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya is the lazy one, not me. After sighing slightly, he shook his head and found that Tsunade left him a few steps away. Wait for me. Akabane runs immediately. After catching up with Tsunade, Akabane slowed his pace and observed the surroundings. It is very quiet here, and a small factory can be seen under the mountain not far away. This factory doesn't belong to our clan, but we have a good relationship with each other. As long as you show the token, they will gladly help. Tsunade pointed at the factory and say, you might want to deepen your relationship with them for your mutual benefit. Akabane speeds up and heads to the factory. Tsunade, follow him slowly since her responsibility was to lead him here, and there is nothing to do with her. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Entering the factory, Akabane found that this was not just a printing factory. While holding Mito's token, he immediately saw a lot of kunao, shuriken, and many other weapons were being made. Therefore, this factory seems to not only responsible for printing but to produce weaponry. This is not only a printing factory, this is an arsenal. Would they accept to print my comics? Akabane looks back at Tsunade, felt a bit overwhelmed. What's the problem? It's okay, you don't have to worry about your comic content leaking. Tsunade took it normally but instead thought Akabane acting strangely. Akabane was startled for a moment, then nodded and said, "No, I was wrong. This factory is the best. Yes, who would dare to steal comics in such a factory?" Then he glanced at the token in the palm of his hand and thinking inside, Mito Uzumaki recommended him to come here for a reason, right? Let's just do it. Akabane shook his head, no longer thinking about meaningless things. He only needs to know how he is going to talk to the owner. Chapter 21. Clank, clank. Akabane could hear the echo of forging iron from the factory. Not long after, a man hurriedly over. It looks like he is the man in charge here. He notices Tsunade, then suddenly put a guard. By the look of it, Tsunade has a great reputation here, and it's probably negative. Akabane took the initiative, he handing him the token while saying, "Excuse me sir, my name is Kurama Akabane. I have some business here." The Kurama clan. He thought, what a little kid from Kurama clan was doing here. Then he reached out his hand to take the token from Akabane and closely examine it. After a while, he introduced himself. "Well kid, my name is Izumi Yamano. I am the director here. Yamano-san, I came here to ask for your help to mass print my comics." Akabane took out his comic book and handed it to Yamano. "Izumi, are you the one who made this?" Yamano was even more suspicious, then took a look at the comic book. Different from the rough hand-painted version before, this fixed version has more delicate touch here and there, which can be said to be Akabane's best works. At first glance, he's surprisingly in awe of the work. "What were you called it again?" "A comic book." He found it incredible than different from any other book. It has drawn pages with a bubble text narrating the story from the character's perspective. "Hey, Uncle Yamano, you heard right, this is called comic." Tsunade reached out and clarified. "Comic." Yamano turned the first page to look at the next one. Time has passed for a few minutes. He didn't realize he read it too long. Then he closed the comic book with excitement and regret. Yamano Izumi is just an ordinary blacksmith who is proficient in iron forging. But after reading Akabane's comic, he suddenly remembers his childhood dream to become a Hokage. I remember when I was a kid like you, I used to play acting like a ninja, such a nostalgic. It's a shame that I can't qualify to become one." Yamano looked upset and sighed. Akabane smiled lightly and secretly called up the system interface. "System. Point increase by 1. It's up by 1 point. In other words, even ordinary people will give points from reading it." Akabane thought excitedly. Although Yamano gave 1 point even after reading a few pages, the point is still a point. Imagine if 100 peoples read it at once. Such a shame. Sorry. So, Kurama-san, is this the comic you want to print?" Yamano asked. Akabane could saw his eyes teary. "Yes, but not just this one. I'll publish my volume from time to time, so I would like to make a cooperative agreement with you Yamano-san." Akabane said seriously. He knows that it must be weird such a request was made from a mere child, and it is true that he has nothing to offer as an assurance. He can only try to convince Yamano with his works. If Yamano hadn't read the comic before, maybe he would sneer, but now he has to think deeply about the agreement that Akabane mentioned. What benefits from a comic could bring me? Yamano was very clear that the market for selling comics is narrow, and the benefits are trouble with the printing. It's their representative that comes to him in person, not a group of angry workers. After a while, Yamano came back, brought someone with him, who seemed to be the person in charge and workers from the printing division. "Yamano-san, is there a problem?" Akabane was shocked a little. He didn't expect that he would deal with this many people. Yamano looked behind him with some embarrassment, and said, "This man is Noda Ichiro, he is the chief from the printing division, and these men are his worker. Hello Kurama-san, I am very grateful for giving us this opportunity. But unfortunately, we couldn't agree with your options, can we negotiate it again?" Noda Ichiro was a little bit cautious about his gains and losses. He has read the comics and knows the value better, otherwise, he won't be so excited, and the workers behind him should also understand. "Of course, let's make another negotiation, for there will be less trouble in the future," Akabane said inwardly. After negotiating a while, they both agreed to the same terms. 6 for there will be a stable salary and loyalty on every month from the selling income. With this way, we agreed that I could pay you the salary and share some of my profit. The specific numbers can be discussed in detail later. Akabane explained the terms. "Great, thank you for your generosity." Noda Ichiro kept bowing. He looked very excited. At the same time, the worker was suddenly noisy. "Great, we have a business. I can finally buy my kids new clothes. I can't thank you enough, Kurama-san." "Thank you." Although Akabane was still young, he just got the respect from the worker and Noda Ichiro himself. The respect is mutual. He felt much better, knowing that his deal would help other people that he never think of. Akabane was satisfied, but also a little surprised. From their reaction, it seems that the printing division was desperate for the time being. This agreement could help them more than Akabane thought. It's a win-win solution after all. There are a lot of things to do. Chapter 22 Jiraiya's talent. Tsunade was silent and looked a bit upset. Akabane took notice of it. It just felt weird how she became silent all of a sudden. Akabane couldn't hold it anymore and glanced back at her. "What happened to my sassy friend? Annoying." Tsunade came back to her normal self, then sighed softly. The way Akabane handled things from the factory before was just like how her grandpa and father acted. She was bothered by some thought and suddenly asked, "Akaba, Have you ever dreamed of becoming a Hokage one day? Hokage? I've never thought about that, but I know that becoming Hokage is a tiring task, especially someone weak like me. All I want is a peaceful life while I run my comic store. How Akabane explained, his dream was not the expected words that came from a child. Ha ha ha, you sounded just like an old man, but I can imagine such a life from you. The tender and cheerful laughter resounded through the woods. Akabane felt a bit embarrassed. At this time, Tsunade's younger brother had not been born yet, and she hasn't known the tragedy that she has to suffer from. But Akabane knew it well. He could only enjoy her laugh for now. Akabane lightly smiled a little. When we go back, where should we go next? Tsunade regains her good mood. She immediately became chatty again. This is enough for me today. This past 2 days, I haven't taken a good rest, and I still need to redraw other posters that you just took from me before. Akabane refused with a hint of annoyed. When they left, the factory had started printing his comics. Once he comes back home, he could finish his decoration sketch and headed straight to the preparation. What? Akabane became a hard worker. She said that with a teasing tone. Yeah, whatever. Akabane sighed helplessly. His comic store needs to sell not only the comic book but also various posters and merch, so he must work harder than before. His flaws, but when he looked up, he found that Jiraiya had already run a dozen steps away triumphantly. Well, after all, he is the one who wrote the legendary series of the Makeout. Akabane stayed for a while, then sighed and sat down the grass. Jiraiya is somewhat a talented author, but there is a lot to polish. Fortunately, his ninjutsu is at least relatively normal. Yeah, normal for the current time. Akabane was startled for a moment. Soon enough, he will come to learn about the seduction ninjutsu, and it wouldn't be the same again. Gosh, what did I do? I should have not daydreaming while having a lot to do. I'm sorry, Jiraiya. Akabane sighed and continued his work. If Jiraiya wants to learn to make comics, but he needs to practice from now, or else it would be a waste of talent. But then, after all, Jiraiya would release his book and became the 3 legendary ninjas. But there's a catch. What if Jiraiya was too addicted to comics and the whole history of the Child of Prophecy will change? Chapter 23 The First Costumer. Yes, place it right there. Be careful, please, place it symmetrical on both sides. Akabane was busy ordering his workers to decorate his store. It looks like your hands are full? How long will it take to finish? Just when Akabane was busily ordering, a voice came from above him. He looked up and saw Tsunade in her training uniform stand on the ceiling. I'm occupied right now. Akabane swept his temples. Akabane had been started to renovating his store for a few days now. He had to use shadow clone jutsu at least 3 times a day to reduce the workloads. For these past 2 days, he had used more than 100 points to increase his chakra by 1 point and his physique by 5 points. I'm here to see your progress. By the way, has Jiraiya visited you recently? Tsunade's disdainful expression was somewhat worried. She hasn't seen Jiraiya for 2 days since she last hit him after he showed her his comic. Jiraiya. Akabane was startled slightly, and she also misunderstood what he said last time when she parted and left with a look of excitement. Did her feelings just disappear? Tsunade noticed that Akabane's expression was slightly different, and immediately asked him again, have you seen him? Yes, I've seen him. He showed me his drawing of 2 pages, and I tried to explain that he still has a lot to learn, but it looks like he misunderstood my words. Akabane pondered for a moment and decided to tell his guess, I want to find him. You might as well check every woman's bathhouse in Konoha. Women's bathhouses. Tsunade was stunned for a few seconds. After thinking about it for a moment, she clenched her fist and said angrily, that pervert? I must teach him some sense. Then she left angrily. Akabane was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that Jiraiya would be so enthusiastic after heard his comment. Forget it. I have other things to handle right now. Akabane thought for a while and decided to ignore it. He was already full at hands. Why bother thinking about anything else? Besides, Jiraiya would still fine even if he got caught, right? After a few hours of renovating, the store gradually became tidier and slowly getting closer to what he had planned. Akabane, there is a cart waiting outside that brought hundreds of your comic books. It looks like it wasn't sent from our clan. Akabane's father notified him about his comic book shipment. Oh, it finally arrived. Thanks, father. Would you help them to put the stuff inside please? Akabane looked overjoyed. The printing factory delivered his order in time, which excites him a little. He wants to open the boxes immediately. After a while, Ichiro Noda from the printing factory greeted Akabane personally while brought boxes of books behind him. Noda Ichiro bowed and greeted Akabane sincerely. Nice to meet you again, Kurama-san. I've brought your order as we agreed upon. Where do you want us to put this? The feels is mutual, Ichiro-san. Please arrange them accordingly at the cabinet over there. Akabane talked as he pointed out the cabinets. The word draw was written on the cabinets. My greatest knowledge that I brought from my world was this draw method. This allows the costumers to spend their money more than they should have. Understood, please let me and my workers do the unload, and you can rest assured. Noda Ichiro nodded again, and the other workers started actively unloading his comics to the cabinets. Akabane took a moment to observe their works. They have unloaded the boxes swiftly. After all, they are the printing agent that Grandma Mido herself recommending. Only by looking at how delicately they worked, Akabane felt relieved. Otherwise, it would take him more time if he does it himself. Once they've finished unloading, Akabane has just finished arranged various rewards for the lottery. It will take a while for so many people to help. Once the comic books are full of shelves, Akabane has just finished the various prizes in the lottery. At this time, his comic store has fully decorated and ready to open. Akabane once more checked his list, when he saw a figure slowly appeared in front of his door. It's Shikado? As he approached, he looked up and saw Akabane holding a wooden sign. Akabane's comic store, huh? It seems that I'm your first customer then. Shikado then greeted him. Yo Shikado, why are you so well-timed? Akabane wondered why Shikado always came at the right time. Yeah, I saw your store yesterday and decided to take a look. Shikado answered honestly that when Akabane put up the sign, he walked into the store, picked up a comic from the shelf, then brought it to the cashier. The total is 100 ryo, and there is a prize of a poster as you're my first customer, and you'll get one shot at the draw to get a chance for another prize. Akabane explained the detail as he thought of what poster Shikado get as his first customer prize. Then he found a rolled-up poster of Shikamaru Nara, which he thought would be the most suitable for Shikado. Shikado just came to the store to check how is Akabane doing and buy a copy of his comic. He didn't expect that there was another prize, so he took it by surprise, and then saw Akabane took out a box with draw written on it. Should I take something from inside? Akabane replied with nodded. He froze for a moment and then reached for the lottery box. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Since he didn't really hope much, he just takes the first thing that his hand touches and take it out. It was a piece of paper. Shikado curiously opened the paper, and there's a letter written on it said, "Thank you for your patronage." The letter doesn't satisfy his curiosity. He glanced at the text on the side of Akabane's cardboard box. Percent probability, thank you for your patronage. Percent probability, a small poster. Percent probability, a medium poster. Percent probability, a special poster. In other words, there is a 50% probability that I wouldn't get anything. Shikado felt somewhat upset and helplessly put away the note, then took out his first customer prize and spread it out. It was a young boy with dreadlocks and a lazy face, and his appearance somehow resembles him. Who is this? Shikado was a little surprised. This looks like someone from my clan, but I never knew him. Ah, I created that character based on your look. Thus I thought that you might want it as your prize. Akabane pointed to the lower right corner of the poster. Here, the name of the character Shikamaru Nara is written. Shikamaru, huh? Well, thanks, I guess. Then Shikado carefully rolled up and thanked Akabane. After that, he turned and walked away slowly, as he hurriedly opens the first page and read it while walking home. To be honest, Akabane did not expect that Shikado would be his first costume because he has someone else as soon as he opens the store. Sure enough, it might be nice to have a teammate like Shikado. Akabane sighed slightly, and then he cast his seals to summon the clone. I'll leave it to you. I want to take some rest. I don't have a choice, don't I? The clone helplessly accepted the order. Although there were other staff in the store, they didn't know how to use the lottery. Anyway, this was only the first day. The clone sighed slightly and sat down and waited for the next customer. There was a good chance of big waves of the customer will come very soon. Chapter 24. Postponed rematch. Oh, Shikado, where are you from? And what are you reading? Chuki met Shikado on the streets. It felt a little weird that Shikado would go outside during the holidays instead of staying home. Oi Chuki, I just visited Akabane's comic store and went to buy his comic. Surprisingly I got a poster as a reward for his first customer or something like that. Shikado showed his poster while reading a book called Ika Paradise. On the lower right, there was his name. Kakashi Heitake. This is awesome. In an instant, his eyes widened. Orochimaru, let us see yours. Chuki looked at Orochimaru. Nope, I'll go back and open it alone. Orochimaru kept the poster unopened and shook his head. Heard this, everyone else was felt disappointed, including Ryuo, who couldn't help but felt disappointed too. Chapter 25 Meaningless Fight. Orochimaru didn't affect by their curiosity. He knew how to endure the urge to open it. Although the others were upset, they couldn't force him. Akabane's clone smiled faintly and tried to lighten up the mood. The first 100 costumers got a chance to win another prize at the lottery. Orochimaru saw the text on the box and understood quickly. I wish you good luck. He doesn't know what his poster is, but the portrait of the painted person has aroused his heartstrings. I wonder who is in his poster. Ryuo was secretly curious, but didn't dare to ask. He hadn't read Akabane's comic because he was too busy underestimated him until he realized he was the one who took the loss. But after seeing the poster of Kakashi Heitake, he suddenly forgot his revenge and got carried away by the situation. Orochimaru reached in and took out a piece of paper quickly from the box. Third prize, small poster. Akabane's clone congratulated him. He took out a small-size poster from the shelf and handed it to Orochimaru. This time it was a truly random selection, without prior thought. I could help but took a look. Orochimaru saw a fairly handsome male. He had jet black hair and red blood eyes. He wears a symbol of a red fan with a white handle. Orochimaru searched for his name. Itaki Uchiha. The clone glanced at it and looked confused. Among many other posters, Orochimaru got him by pure chance? What happened? Orochimaru found that Akabane's face was different, and thought there was something wrong with this poster, so he took the drawing of Uchiha Itaki and looked at it carefully, but couldn't see why. Nothing, this is a picture of Itaki Uchiha. Itaki Uchiha? The name catches Ryuu's attention, but he tried so hard not to get bothered. Otherwise they would know that he took an interest in comics. Shameful? Well, I like it a lot, thank you. Orochimaru bowed politely. Got excited by Orochimaru's poster, Sakumo also took out his lottery expecting to get something, but unfortunately, it wrote, "Thank you for your patronage." I'm sorry, Sakumo, and thank you for your patronage. Sakumo took out his comic, and the door prize poster then steps aside. He still looked jealous of Orochimaru, but he was very satisfied with the door prize. Then, it was Ryuu's turn. He struggled for a long time, there is a clash in his heart. Look, why was I here again? I didn't come to buy a comic, and now I felt stupid. Look, I'll read it first. If I'm not satisfied, I won't pay for it. Ryuu said with arrogance. He took a copy from the shelf and turned the first page. Nine-tailed fox? Nine-tailed fox? Isn't this the strongest tailed beast in the legend? Ryuu was baffled and couldn't help but keep reading. On the second page, there was the third Hokage. Is this an imaginary character? Looked uncanny? The third Hokage looked aged on the comic. How did he do that? Ryuu easily absorbed by the story, and he continued for a few pages, didn't bother by his surrounding. Ryuu-kun, could you first pay for that? The clone asked with a smile. Absolutely. Ryuu responded subconsciously and then tried to maintain his calm. After a bit relaxes, he said, remember, I came here to challenge you. Well, then, Ryuu-kun, you can still draw a lottery, do you want to use it? Akabane's clone pointed to the box. Ryuu picked up his comic and posters silently, nodded thanks, turned around, and hurriedly left the store. From the very beginning, Akabane had already cast his genjutsu. That's why he accepted the match lightly. Akaba-kun, when did you learn hell viewing jutsu? Orochimaru was baffled. I just learned it. Akabane didn't tell a lie. He just finished chapter 6, and they exchange his points for hell viewing jutsu. Chapter 26 The 100th Customer. How did he become this talented? Everyone secretly said in their hearts. Akaba-kun, you are a prodigy. Orochimaru sighed lightly. He used to be the most talented student among his peers, but now he acknowledges someone equal or even above him. It was Akabane Kurama. That's why he needs to work harder. Hey, let's go back. After the rematch, Shikato and Murasaka prepared to leave. Akabane turned around and was about to went back to sleep, but he heard a cough, cough, did you forget? I haven't drawn a lottery yet. Yoriko Gecko, a petite kid, was dressed in black because she doesn't speak much, and she is easily forgotten. Haha, sorry about that, come and take a draw. Akabane's clone awkwardly took out the box and let her took her chance. Yoriko grabbed a paper and read it with a disappointed tone. Thank you for your patronage. Well, if you are willing to buy another copy, I can give you another chance. The clone shamelessly tried to persuade her to buy another copy. Huh? Really? Yep. He nodded. He is not certain of her luck, but that's the purpose of his lottery, to let people buy comics more than once. Yoriko hesitated for a moment, then took out another 100 taels. The clone handed the box again, and she got another one. Thank you for your patronage. Yoriko looked over him, her eyes full of sorrow. She almost about to cry. This. I tell you what, if you buy another copy, I'll give you a small poster as the compensation. The clone said awkwardly. Her luck must be at the rock bottom. Why do I need more comic? Yoriko sighed. There was a segment within her tone. Akabane, who was helping to load the goods, heard this with a look of approval. However, after her third chance, she finally won the third prize. Yay, this means I get 2 posters, right? Cough. Akabane handed her poster himself. After taking a look at her posters, she cheerfully smiles. Thank you, Akaba. I'm leaving too. Holding the posters, she turned to catch up with the others. One of his staff, who was loading the goods on the side, looked at them. He hesitated for a while but then asked, Akabane-san, why did she want to buy more than one copy? Of course, one comic is enough for her, but after seeing her friends got another prize from the lottery, she couldn't help but felt jealous at them. It's just human nature. Akabane knew it well. Every game that he played in his previous life had this kind of marketing strategy to let people spend their money more than they should have. Besides, 100 ryo per copy was already a low price for a comic. Before long, many customers came to buy his comics, and soon there was only a few more space left for the 100th first customer. Until one last place, Akabane was there. He looked sleepy, almost fell asleep, but he heard footsteps coming at him. The last customer? Want to greet the person? Akabane slowly saw the person from the bottom to the top. He saw a pair of wooden clog that worn by a black coat man. Slowly moved up, it was a man, his face was stiff and firm. Who is this? Akabane felt familiar, but couldn't remember who he was. I want one. His tone was indifferent. Akabane immediately picked out a book and handed it to him, hoping that he would leave soon, but unfortunately, the man didn't intend to leave, so he took the book and stood by the door quietly reading it. After reading a few pages, he closed the comic. Is this telling about Naruto Uzumaki or yourself? Of course, it is about Naruto Uzumaki, and I am not a Jinchuriki, Akabane answered with a smile. But the bottom of his heart, he became more and more certain that this man is a bad person. Not really, there is history about the Kurama clan having a monster of their own. He replied aggressively. Akabane suddenly felt a terrifying chakra rushing toward him, making him unable to move. Is this a murderous intent? My clan's monster. Yes, I'm aware that you knew about it. The men's eyes became firmer. I looked at you, and knowing that you're not a hard-working person, why did you spend your time on such a useless thing as drawing comic? How can it be useless? This is a form of culture and moreover, Akabane finally understood the identity of the men whom he talked to and dare not to open his mouth again. You need a strong physique and mind to control your chakra, Akabane Kurama. Why are you slacking like this? He sharpened his eyes and scolded Akabane. At this current time, there is only one person on Konoha who was this stiff and blood-curdling, the founder and the leader of Roots and notorious as the darkness of the shinobi, Danzo Shimura. Of course. At this period, Danzo hasn't gained such a reputation as the darkness of the shinobi, but his characters were always the same, cold and stiff. To be honest, I just have a passion for drawing and storytelling. If you want to make a scene, I already wasted my stamina on the previous one. Knowing that he was talking to Danzo, he could uncover any layer of his heart, so it was better to just tell the truth. You are smarter than I thought. Danzo nodded approvingly. Then, he dropped 100 ryo, took the comics, and left the store. Danzo did not reveal his identity, nor did he say everything, but he seemed certain that Akabane would notice to whom he talked to. Not that I have a genius friends, now I have a genius mentor. I just want to live at ease, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Akabane lamented in his heart. Now that he had seen Danzo in person, he must agree that the rumor was precise, and the name of the darkness of the shinobi for him was well deserved. But Danzo didn't come for his comic. He just wants to saw his new student. Forget it, take one step at a time. You want to do something to me, don't blame me if I take it personally, Akabane said secretly. His idea is very simple. Just for the sake of having a peaceful life, whoever tried to cause him trouble, he'll take it seriously. That comic would be the 100th sale today, Tsunade. I'm afraid you won't be able to get your prize. Akabane glanced at the lottery box. But yeah, I forgot I promised her one extra lottery. There was only one lottery left, which was specially left for Tsunade. This would only mean cheating. But after all, she wouldn't care. However, the longer Tsunade left, the more worried he was for Jiraiya. If he did according to what he guessed, Akabane must soon visit him at the hospital. Poor Jiraiya. As Akabane was about to sigh, suddenly, there was a figure in green clothes leaping down from above. Gya! Tsunade jumped in front of Akabane and gave him a little heart attack. Judging from the bloodstains on the corners of her clothes, Jiraiya must have been sent to the emergency room. Akabane didn't dare to ask the detail, but smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured. I left one for you. It's your turn to draw." Really? Yep, you happen to be the 100th, because the last person didn't take his lottery. And it's true that there was one last lottery. She took her lottery aggressively. Akabane almost drops the box. At first glance, she couldn't help exclaiming, only one last poster left. But when she saw the prize, wow, you are really lucky. Congratulations on your first prize. In an exaggerated tone, Akabane gave her his biggest poster that was stored on a paper tube looking fancy. Whoa! She just stared at the rolled up poster for a while. Just by looking at the size of it she knew that the poster was special. She spread it out, and her eyes were gleaming in excitement. This is Chapter 27. The True Thousand Hands. The poster was huge. She spread it out all over the tabletop. It was a gigantic 1,000 hands of the wooden statue, covering almost all the poster portion. It looks even more terrifying against the mountains. Underneath the statue stands the god of shinobi proudly, Hashirama Senju. The title, Sage Art, would release, True Thousand Hands. I heard that the first Hokage had this jutsu as his distinctive features, so according to my research, I drew this. I hope you like it. Akabane certainly was a fan of Hashirama Senju. It showed on how he delicately drew the poster. Tsunade retracted her poster with excitement. Akaba-kun, thank you, this means a lot to me. It's just your lucky day today. This is your comic book. Akabane gave her the comic. Tsunade took it but remained speechless. The poster was made only for her, so the lottery was just Akabane's idea to hide his purpose. After all, Tsunade was his first fan and was the one who accompanied him from time to time. Thus it just felt right to give her something like gratitude. She held the poster and remained silent long enough for Akabane felt a bit awkward. Since childhood, Hashirama Senju has been her favorite ninja and a beloved grandfather. Tsunade thought that her grandpa would always stand tall on the ninja world. However, one day, the hero fell. Since I was a child, I haven't seen my grandpa on the battlefield, so I don't know if his ninjutsu would look like this, but I'll ask Grandma Mito. With such a gift from her friend, Tsunade will be forever grateful for his kindness. Well, bring another copy for Grandma Mito. Akabane handed over another copy, take it as my thanks to her. You sure are a grateful person. After being moved for a while, Tsunade returned to her original nature, loaded the comic, and the posters then leave happily. Kazumi, the lottery is over, so I just need to collect the money. Well, if some children come to want to buy the comic but didn't have the money, just give them some copy for free. It just 100 ryo, I've sold enough for today. Akabane stood up and explained, ready to get back some sleep. It has been a long day for him. Yes, Akabane-san. Kazumi Kurama nodded and knew how to serve customers. Moreover, as Akabane said, even if they're giving some comics for free, it's only just 100 ryo. In the past few days, Akabane was indeed tired. These are the few days he has worked hardest in Naruto's world, comparable to the previous exam period. He would pass out anytime soon. At the Senju's courtyard. This day should be the opening day for his comic store. Why hasn't he sent me his comic? Did he forgot or something? Uzumaki Mito reclining her chair as she bored to waited for Akabane to send her his comic. Even though she patiently waiting, she had already finished reading the first 3 chapters within 3 days. Grandma, look what I brought you. Hearing her granddaughter voice from outside, before Tsunade entered the door, Mito got up and snatched everything on Tsunade's hands with her ninjutsu, and sat back to again in a blink of an eye. Grandma, that's mine? How are you stealing from your granddaughter? Tsunade got anxious and rushed in to take back her belonging. They both shamelessly fight for the comic and poster. Tsunade? Grandma just wants to take a peek. Woo 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 woo. Tsunade wanted to talk, but she was hit by Mito's sealing jutsu, and she couldn't talk properly or use her chakra. Uzumaki Mito ignored her granddaughter, muttered, and continued to read the comic pages by pages. Then she carefully opened the poster tube. A roll of posters came from the tube. Oh, there is a poster inside this. I'll gladly accept the gift. Uzumaki Mito deliberately teases Tsunade. Tsunade was still struggling to open her mouth, but the seal was too strong even for her. Without Tsunade noticing, the sealing jutsu has been lifted. But when she witnessing her grandma looking at the poster with appreciation, she no longer wants to vent her anger. He used this jutsu in the Veil of the End, exactly like this. Her voice was slightly sad. Now that Hashirama Senjo has gone, leaving only a lingering memory of his glory days, no one on Konoha understood about him more than his beloved wife, Mito Uzumaki. And she knew that his jutsu, the wood-release jutsu, was only possessed by him and no one else. At that time, Grandpa was at his peak of handsomeness. Tsunade said it as she wants to lighten the mood. And Mito couldn't help but giggle. After a moment, she rolled it up and stuffed it back to the tube, then handed it to Tsunade. Please take it. I'm afraid I can't keep it myself. Tsunade took the poster happily. Uzumaki Mito picked up the comic and read it all over again from the beginning. Reading is just a regular thing on her weekdays, but Akabane's comic was felt something special and personal for her. It's different for Tsunade. This is Akabane's gift. Grab the bell. Tisk, it's an old trick, but Akabane knew this trick. By the way, who is Kakashi Hatake? When Uzumaki Mito reached the 4th chapter, suddenly asked. He is the son of Sakumo Hatake. Sakumo? Isn't that the boy from your class? Mito laughed. As expected, he used the character's appearance based on his classmates. For her, this comic is just to kill the boredom. This kind of fun she rarely experienced after the death of her husband. By the way, I heard that you put a classmate into the hospital today. When Mito saw Naruto being beaten, she saw comic store opening and a rematch against Ryu Uchiha. Akabane just wants to slack for the time being and doesn't want to fight anyone. Besides, I am going back to the academy today to get assigned to a new team, so it's impossible to draw chapter 7 today. Rather than waiting for the next chapter, he exchanged it for stats instead. Successfully exchange. Chakra has increased 12 points. Physique has increased 4 points. Akabane spent all his points at once. Physique, 24 chakra, 63. Wow, I didn't notice it. My chakra level already surpasses a Chuyunin at an average of 50. Akabane got up early, and after eating breakfast, he went out to the academy. On his way to the academy, he met Shikado on the side of the street. Hello, Shikado. Akabane greeted him, and they both walking together to the academy. As always, Shikado never late, even on the last day. Shikado glanced at Akabane and asked, Akaba, have you finished your next chapter? Not yet, maybe next week. Akabane had finished the 6th chapter, but since he wants to sell per volume that consisted of 5 chapters each, he doesn't want to spoil the plot. Even Tsunade hasn't read the 6th chapter. That's it. I'll give you a suggestion. Next time, don't cut the story halfway, it's bothering me now. Shikado said angrily. The story of chapter 5 ended where Kakashi handled Naruto and Sakura, and faced one by one with Sasuke, so people normally couldn't help but wonder what happened next. But the reason was to let the reader get excited and made them buy the next volume. It seems that Shikado did not sleep well last night. Akabane whispered secretly, even though he said that he had planning to change it. The two walked slowly towards the academy. When they got to the class, they saw the class had already started, and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on the podium looked at them with an angrily look. How dare you came late on the last day? Akabane was taken aback for a moment and then remembered. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Shikado was in a bad mood and had poor sleep quality last night. I'm afraid that I miscalculation the time. How long are you two want to stand there? Hurry up. On their last day at the academy, Hiruzen doesn't want to be harsh but seeing some students were still late, he couldn't help but sigh. As a ninja, punctuality is very important. Akabane bowed slightly, and then quickly ran to his seat with Tsunade sitting next to him, and Jiraiya also came to class sat in front of him. He looked miserable that his arm was in plaster, and the part of his face was wrapped as well. Everyone has officially graduated today. This is your headband. Now I will announce the team. The first team, Shikado Nara, Chuki Akimichi. Second team. The list goes on until the 6th team. The sixth team, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and lead by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen paused when he said that, and there was a commotion in the class. What? Sarutobi-sensei turned out to be. This is too much. Many students are shocked, and many others are envy and jealous. A good teacher can give open the full potential of his students. For now, the strongest teacher is undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, he was the current Hokage of Konoha. What an honor it is! Everyone couldn't help but look at Shikado and Akabane. They are also amongst the genius in the class, but unfortunately, they didn't get the chance as the third Hokage students. The seventh team, Sakumo Hatake, Murasaki Mitarashi, Akabane Karema, lead by Danzo Shimura. As Hiruzen continued to assign, there was silence in the class. Danzo Shimura is another big boss. No wonder they got a genius mentor, but many people looked at Jiraiya with jealousy. Among the 6 people, only Jiraiya was the one that everyone thought he didn't deserve his place. Jiraiya was also overheard this and felt bad for himself and wanted to throw a tantrum. Someone from behind punched him on the head, causing him to cry in pain. Don't act recklessly. You flat chest, I'll beat you 10,000 times after I am becoming stronger, just you wait. Jiraiya cursed Tsunade with a low voice. All because of Tsunade that he got hospitalized and failed to take a peek on the bathhouse. Akabane knew from Tsunade's prior information that his mentor would be Danzo, so it doesn't surprise him. Sakumo and Murasaki will soon to be his teammates, with a strong ninja like them wouldn't need him to take the fight hand to hand, and just stay back with his genjutsu. This is not bad at all. Thinking about it, Akabane felt that being a disciple of Shimura Danzo wasn't so bad. At least Danzo was a ninja with high capability, although he has a dark philosophy for now. When Akabane was paying attention to his teammates, Shikado and Murasaki looked at him at the same time. Team 1, follow me. Team 2. Several teams were called by their teacher of briefing. In a short time, most of the classmates had walked out with their teams, leaving only a few teams left, the 6th and the 7th. Speaking of which, why should I be on the same team as the flat-chest Tsunade? Jiraiya also sighed helplessly. Come on, Jiraiya, do you want to be beaten again? Orochimaru put down the book and stretched. It is normal for Jiraiya to be selected. As far as the ability to get beaten, no one in the class is better than him. Akabane joked lightly and said, for example, what happens if you get a few punches from Tsunade? Hearing these words, everyone glanced at Tsunade. I looked at her face, then at her hands, and finally shook their heads together with a terrified expression. The strength that the Senju clan inherited couldn't be bared by someone ordinary. You must be dead by now if you took the same damage as Jiraiya, but he survived, barely. I am indeed impressed by his will of living, ahaha. Even Tsunade herself couldn't help but agree that no one could handle her punch better than Jiraiya. Chapter 29 Team 7. Gather up, Team 7. Danzo Shimura walked to the class and yelled briefly. Sure enough, it was the angry man who bought my comic yesterday. Akabane sighed lightly, feeling sad for the days to come. Come, hurry up. Murasaki got up and walked out first. Danzo didn't wait. He had disappeared at the end of the corridor when he got out of the class. Where he could be. Akabane sighed helplessly. This must be our test. We need to pass this test if we want to be in this team. Murasaki said in a deep voice. Let's take a look ahead, there will be clues. Akabane said calmly. Danzo can't leave unsolvable problems, because this was just the way to test their teamwork, rather than deliberately rejecting them. When they reached the top stairs, Murasaki glanced around and quickly fixed his eyes on a corner, saying, here look. This must be our clue. There's a piece of cloth here, obviously left deliberately. Sakumo bit his finger, and then with both hands, he pressed on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Puff. A cloud of fog came out, followed by a dog in front of everyone. Although it was still very young, it was indeed a dog. Kenma, help us find the owner of this cloth. Wow. The little dog was swiftly searching for the owner of the cloth. Akabane felt relieved about how reliable his teammates are. Now he felt less worried about finding Danzo's trances. He could rely on them for now. Going to the second floor, Kenma stopped. Hold on. There is probably a trap set here. Please be careful. Murasaki put up his guard, and immediately Kenma got up again and went upstairs. It seems to be an illusion. Let me handle this. Seeing his capable teammates, Akabane volunteered himself. He took one step into the trap, then in an instant, dozens of shuriken flew up towards him. Genjutsu cancel. Akabane's powerful chakra was easily cancelled the genjutsu. Let's move on. The academy consisted of 5 floors, and they estimated that there would be 1 clue each floor. If they can solve it all, they can find Danzo and pass the test. The 3rd and 4th floors are all traps, and everyone passed it easily. The 3rd floor is the shuriken trap. The 4th floor is genjutsu. The traps gradually increase in difficulty. We must be prepared on the 5th floor might be more dangerous. Murasaki explained the possibility of calmly. The first 4 floors are not difficult with our current strength and teamwork. But the 5th floor might be the real deal. How strong Danzo Shimura is. During the First Shinobi World War, Danzo and Hiruzen were side by side, fought in the same team and still survived despite all the horrible things that happened there. Then he became the leader of Umbu, the secret operative ninja of Konoha. That should tell on how strong he is. Akabane seemed lazy, but in fact, he was extremely vigilant. When they got to the 5th floor, which was the rooftop, they only saw one man carrying his kunai. No traps or genjutsu saw around. My test is very simple, those who can survive to fight against me will pass the test, Danzo said in the end. His tone was cold and murderous. With terrifying killing intent, the three of them are like thorns on their backs, and countless fears are born in their hearts. Now, Murasaki shot several shurikens instantly, it flew towards Danzo. However, Nov, L, B /JNN. Wind release, vacuum blade. Suddenly Danzo turned into three and parried all the shuriken. Smoke bomb? Akabane and his two teammates threw smoke bombs simultaneously. Then the rooftop was covered by a thick cloud of smoke. Silly. Danzo's voice came from outside the smoke. Such smoke may be able to obscure the sight of ordinary ninjas, but for someone like him, such a smoke bomb was too simple and can't hide his vision. He could sense that a figure was moving upward. However, on the ground, there are still presences of three people. Shadow clone? Only one of the three would use the shadow clone. Danzo knew what was going on, but didn't flinch at all. Akabane's genjutsu was indeed strong, but that doesn't mean he can't be found, but Danzo had a better plan. He didn't target Akabane first. Slowly the smoke disappeared. There were three figures stood in the middle and another one was hiding in the dark, not sure which one is real or clone. Your ninjutsu usage was commendable. There was laughter, but in an instant became a fierce killing intent. Danzo was observing his surround. Those kids might already set one or two traps, but as their teacher, I can't hold back, can I? Kunao strikes like lightning. He was targeting his three students. He has a good chance to kill more than one person by a single kunao thrown. He intended to kill them all, there are no lies about it. But at the moment when the kunao was thrown, Akabane cast Hand Seal's demonic illusion, Hell Viewing Jutsu, the ninjutsu hitting Danzo in an instant, and pushed the other two to make their moves. Now, when the kunao fell, the shadow clone that was replaced turned into dust. At the same time, Sakumo unsheathes his saber, and he attacks toward Danzo with flashy lighting. Murasaki was stunned for a moment, before making a move without any hesitation, making seals on both hands. Fire release, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Sakumo's saber, Murasaki's fire dragon, and Akabane's genjutsu attacked Danzo at the same time, wishing that he could take slight damage to prove their strength. But for Danzo, he has been through hundreds of life and death battle. This fight was only a small matter. Wind release, Great Breach. Although only sea-level ninjutsu, it was like a terrifying tornado from Danzo's mouth, with a wind that cut like a blade. Swept everything, unstoppable. Sakumo and Murasaki managed to dodge, but it was too late. Akabane was using his genjutsu and unable to move. Although it was released in time, suddenly, a kunao was directly pointed to his throat. Just when the three of them were facing a life-threatening crisis, all this disappeared in an instant. All of you passed the test. The clone disappeared, and the wind release that was cast by Danzo also disappeared. Sakumo and Murasaki stood speechless. Madman? Akabane's forehead was sweating coldly. At the moment when the kunao was on his throat, he could feel the coldness on the knife and the killing intent. Thank you, sensei. Murasaki bowed respectfully to Danzo. Akabane appeared from the dark, standing in a row with his teammates. Just now was my first lesson. Never believe the rules the enemy said because they can overthrow the rules at any time. Danzo said lightly. The rules are determined by the upper rank. Sakumo learned something from their fight. I can go back to the rules and make the second and third moves, but I cannot kill you because I am under Konoha's rules. Danzo continued. Akabane nodded gladly and said that he understood that Danzo at this time was indeed different. He still had the will of fire in his heart and the bottom line, instead of the dark and unscrupulous person in the later period. Take your rest today. We'll start the mission tomorrow. It ended unexpectedly for Akabane. Unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo's teaching was simple and ruthless, which impressed him. Chapter 30, The First Mission. It seems I need to train more when I get back. Murasaki sighed lightly. Just one lesson was enough to tell them their level differences and see that their teacher was not like any other, dreadful and ruthless. Sakumo was speechless. He felt he tremble on his grip, obviously wasn't satisfied with his current power. I have to go back to rest and draw comics. I'm beat. Akabane yawned and said lightly. Don't you two want to take a rest too? His other teammates were speechless for a while. Akabane's shadow clone wasn't a secret anymore within Konoha because the third Hokage had told the other clans beforehand. Not only his jutsu but his physique and chakra as well are strong, otherwise, he couldn't withstand using his clones for a long time. Even Murasaki and Sakumo felt jealous of his talent. Back home, Akabane's clone working on Chapter 7, while Akabane laying on his bed, almost closes his eyes. If it was a real fight, I should be dead by now. The Naruto world is dangerous. Akabane sighed lightly. At this moment, he closed his eyes with the knife. This is the real battle. Usually, those competitions are small fights. What I'm facing before was just a clone but could beat the three of us. I need to become stronger. He made up his mind secretly. Akabane imagined his future that he will be one of the legendary shinobi like Hashirama or Madara. Stop daydreaming? Let's draw some posters. Akabane struggled to sit up and helped draw a few posters with a pen. Today is the second day after the opening of the comics house, but Kazumi has been helping to sell comics, so today, there are more than 300 points earned. As long as Chapter 7 finished today, he can exchange the points for 2 new ninjutsu Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu and Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. The next day, in front of the Hokage building, Murasaki and Sakumo arrived there earlier, but Akabane hasn't come yet. It was only until half an hour later that they saw Akabane's figure in the street in the distance. Today is our first day, and you were late again. Murasaki was a little helpless. Practicing ninjutsu last night was too tiring, I got up a little late. Akabane yawned and said. Liar. Sakumo sneered, obviously not convinced. It is true. Akabane was helplessly explained his late since he was well known to everyone as always late, no one would buy his words. Yesterday until late night, he cooperated with the clone to complete Chapter 7. With the points added yesterday, he has now exchanged Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu and Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. The extra points are all exchanged for Chakra. Name, Akabane Karama rank, Genin Physique, 24, plus, Chakra, 70, plus, Chakra attributes, Yin, Fire, Earth Equipment, Drawing Pen, Drawing Board Ninjutsu, 1, 5 Senses Control, 2, 3 Body Jutsu, 3, Substitution Jutsu, 4, Shadow Clone Jutsu, 5, Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Jutsu, 6, Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu, 7, Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. Points, 7. Once he learned 2 new ninjutsu, Akabane automatically gained a lot of information and learned the 2 chakra attributes of fire and earth. The fire release is extremely destructive, and each type of fire release ninjutsu has extremely powerful destructive power. At this stage, 5 sense of control alone is enough to complete most of the attacks. But the more ninjutsu he possessed, the greater his chance of surviving the mission. So, everyone has gathered up. This is your first mission, go to the location I order. Beat everyone that you see there. Danzo walked to their meeting place, dropped a note, and then left with the substitution jutsu. Murasaki took it, and a coordinate was drawn on it, showing a certain location. Akabane knew that his teammates would be able to handle it, and he was too lazy to pick a fight. Sakumo took note and watched carefully. After a moment, he said, Forest of Death. Off we go. Murasaki swiftly went to the Forest of Death. What the hell is this, our first mission? Akabane was helpless, and on the first day, he had a mission inexplicably. Sakumo kept up and followed the route to the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya sat on the ground, waiting boredly. Jiraiya couldn't help but said, could the old man be late today too? The bell test is a tradition in the teacher's line, and it is probably unavoidable today. Tsunade lay on the grass while entertaining herself out of boredom. Orochimaru was the least to get bored, read a book quietly, and said, not really? Huh? What do you mean? Jiraiya immediately got up and looked curiously at Orochimaru, who was the most talented student amongst them. Explain it to you. It would only waste my time. Orochimaru did not look at him, but said to Tsunade, Team 7 had completed the test yesterday. The teacher hasn't been here yet, so there might be a chance that we need to fight them as our test. A few unrelated words, but Tsunade understood clearly. That being said, we are likely to meet them soon, I've wanted to fight them for a long time. The will of fire was flowing in her body, Tsunade can't wait to test her strength. I just hope that this pervert wouldn't cause us more trouble. Orochimaru put away the book and sighed softly, I was just guessing before, but now I'm sure that they are here. I'm not troublesome? Look at me. I will defeat them. Jiraiya said angrily. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared in thin air. This idiot. Tsunade froze for a moment, then couldn't help but yell. You look for Sakumo, I look for Akabane, be careful. Orochimaru's face was solemn, and immediately got up and ran towards the sound. Sakumo, I must teach him some lesson. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she made the decision. Although she was reluctant, she has to admit that she has no way to counter Akabane's genjutsu, and perhaps Orochimaru was better at this field. On the other side, Akabane and the other two entered the Forest of Death boundary together. Be careful. I feel a hint of chakra. Akabane notified his teammates. His perception of his surround has increased since he improved his chakra. The other two nodded to express their understanding, and after a few steps forward, Murasaki also felt something. This dumbass. Sakumo's voice was indifferent and made an accurate evaluation of Jiraiya's actions. He didn't try to hide his chakra and want to attack us up front. Akabane covered his face and felt ashamed for Jiraiya. For a shinobi, he has many other options to launch an attack but instead conspicuously attack them up front. We handle him first. Murasaki's tone was cold and merciless. They are all our old classmates, don't you have mercy? We put our mission first. Sakumo also agreed with Murasaki's words, making Akabane helpless, and he seemed to be out of option. Fine. The three were on a par and were not prepared to divide their forces. Of course, and Sakumo also stopped and listened to his warning. The ground below us must be full of traps. Who knows how many traps there are here? In the academy, Orochimaru scores perfectly in all subjects. Thus his knowledge and ability on traps can't be underestimated. I go first. Without hesitation, Sakumo approached forward. I'll follow Sakumo from behind. You can support us, depending on the situation. Murasaki said calmly. After their test against Danzo yesterday, they've grown better teamwork with each other. Sakumo is flexible, swift, and has a great offensive prowess. He is suited for reconnaissance. Murasaki is versatile and a jack of all trades. Akabane, on the other hand, is sluggish and slacker, but has the strongest ninjutsu and a great tactician. Okay, I'm fine with that. Akabane responded, secretly happy. This position is his favorite, as long as he stays in the back and doesn't need for head-to-head combat. It's the best position for someone slacker like him. Sakumo ran between the trees, looking for the traces of Orochimaru and Tsunade. After a while, he stopped, looked around with keen eyes. Summoning jutsu. Poof. Kenma, help me scan the surrounding. Kenma is still young, but he has been specially trained since he was a child and had considerable abilities. Kenma started to sniffing around for scent and quickly found something. Woof, woof, that direction? Thank you. Sakumo sent Kenma back, carefully held his tanto, he went to the direction. Akabane yawned, his eyes drenched slightly, instinctively feeling someone was coming at him. Come on to me. Before Akabane managed to finish his words, Orochimaru suddenly appeared using substitution jutsu and tried to give him a surprise attack. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. Damn. Orochimaru didn't expect Akabane has learned it and felt that he was one step behind. He escapes with substitution jutsu. What a fast reaction. Akabane was shocked by the Orochimaru reaction. But even if he got a surprise attack, Akabane managed to inject chakra into Orochimaru's body. Normally to cast a genjutsu he didn't need to use it, but since Orochimaru wasn't an ordinary person he needs to add insurance for his genjutsu to work. Genjutsu, 5 sense control. Orochimaru fell within his genjutsu in an instant, but he had an experience of breaking away from the illusion, and beside him was a clone waiting to drag him to a safe position first. Shadow clone. Before he took the shot, he had planned an escape. You're indeed a strong opponent, knowing how to break my genjutsu in one try. Akabane rubbed his temples, really didn't want to hit it again. However, since Orochimaru attacked him, Akabane used his clones to block the escape route. Don't chase after him, we need you to handle Tsunade. Murasaki had gone of steps away but found that Akabane had gone after Orochimaru. Ah well, change of plan, me and Sakumo will handle Tsunade. Murasaki fastly adapted to their situation and continued to hunt Tsunade. You can learn the shadow clone in a few days. You are indeed a talented person. Akabane said with emotion. That goes the same for you. Orochimaru smiled bitterly. He thought that although Akabane was good at genjutsu, he would lack on his physique and other ninjutsu, but Akabane had improved tremendously within a few days. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud noise, a tree in the distance trembled 3 times and almost fell. Tsunade is also in trouble. Orochimaru licked his lips, fighting eagerly. It seems that I must settle with Akabane first. Keep fighting with you has wasted my chakra a little too much. Akabane sighed lightly, and then said, but if I go to Tsunade, you will save Jiraiya. Even if Jiraiya is an airhead, his physique and earth release would be troublesome if he managed to escape. Go on. Orochimaru dispatched his clone instantly, holding Kunao with an intention to kill. Here he comes? Akabane was not so mindless. Something felt wrong. After a few steps, Orochimaru noticed something was wrong and immediately jumped back. However, suddenly, 2 figures shot out from his side. Why is Murasaki here? He should have to fight Tsunade right now. Hell viewing jutsu. Orochimaru instantly breaks the genjutsu. But nothing was changed, those Akabane's teammates didn't stop and continued to run towards him. Substitute jutsu. Within the tight window, Orochimaru managed to avoid the attack, but the next second he saw the 2 of them ran past his substitute. He landed a hit on Sakumo, who's tried to attack. Poof. Still a clone. Orochimaru thought to himself, but when he rubbed his eyes, he realized that it was not. This is real? Substitution jutsu? Smoke bomb? Combining ninjutsu and smoke bombs, Orochimaru panted and fled away from his original position. I don't know which one is real or not. Orochimaru was hiding with cold sweat on his face. He knew that Akabane had combined his shadow clone jutsu and his genjutsu to attack him, but all he can do was received it without fighting back. Genjutsu is to produce an illusion, while the Kurama clan could amplify its effect using their 5 senses control, which turns the illusion into reality. When facing Akabane, it is too difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Orochimaru thought hard about his next move. Tsunade was caught. No, this must be an illusion. He immediately reacted. Is this an illusion or a reality? Chapter 32. Lesson to learn. Akabane's understanding of genjutsu is beyond my imagination. On the Hokage's office, Hiruzen watched the test using his crystal ball, while holding his pipe. At first, he was confident enough with his team's skill, even if he knew that Jiraiya would be captured, Orochimaru and Tsunade must have another way to plan a counterattack. But with this current situation, it would seem impossible for them to turn the table. The basic usage of genjutsu was too deceiving. Using genjutsu combined with shadow clone and Kekkei Genkai at the same was really unnecessary. Danzo had a very subtle expression of admiration on his face, and then he sighed lightly. It's a pity. Maybe after more experience, he will change. Hiruzen said lightly. In their view, Akabane's laziness was his biggest enemy. At this time, the battle situation they saw in the crystal ball changed again, and the unmoving Orochimaru in the image finally took action, but he was facing a different enemy. Murasaki? Is he real or not? Orochimaru snaps out of his mind. He doesn't have much time to think and must react with his instinct. Murasaki launched towards him swiftly. Following his instinct, he flew out a shuriken, and the shuriken shuttled past Murasaki. Clone. Orochimaru got up and wanted to escape to a better spot, but another Murasaki appeared, stopping his plan. What is it now? There was a continual perception bending of which one was real and which one was not, without the slightest room for respite. Wind release, great breach. A strong wind came from his mouth. However, Murasaki, whom he thought was a clone, jumped up to the branches and prepared to cast a hand seals. Damn, that one's real. Orochimaru panicked. Suddenly he felt a presence below his feet. Earth release, head hunting jutsu. Earth release? No wonder Akabane managed to follow me closely. Substitution Ju. Before Orochimaru managed to use his substitution jutsu, he was dragged down to the ground, leaving only his head outside. Poof! It was a shadow clone all along? AHH. I lost badly. The one figure that he thought was Murasaki was actually only a shadow clone, that's why it managed to avoid his ninjutsu, and the real and only opponent he had has always been Akabane, who lurked underground. Hello there, my friend. Akabane smoothly greeted at Orochimaru, who was stuck halfway in the ground. Orochimaru hasn't learned any earth release ninjutsu, thus he could only stay there and wait. He looked up as if he was thinking deeply, then sighed and said, the choice I made to fight with you was a mistake. If I prioritize saving Jiraiya first, we won't necessarily lose this test. You do underestimate our Team 7, but I've almost depleted all my chakra. If you could hold on the fight a little longer, maybe it will be my loss. Akabane smiled lightly. Orochimaru closed his eyes. There was a lot to learn from this battle. In that short period of time, Akabane had used 2 shadow clones, 2 genjutsu, 2 Kekkei Genkai, demonic illusion, and finished it with earth release. That amount of chakra used has far exceeded the scope of an ordinary genin. He is indeed a prodigy. As for Tsunade, she gave up her chance of attacking to save Jiraiya, but her strength alone couldn't pass Murasaki and Sakamo easily, and she will eventually run out of stamina. Don't think too much about it. It will be very troublesome for you to run away. It would be better for everyone to stay still. Akabane glanced at Orochimaru, not wanting him to escape. Orochimaru is still very immature now, but he will have a high probability of trying to escape. Akaba-kun, you are a tough one to fight. It's lucky that we're from the same village. Orochimaru sighed lightly. Same goes with you. The praise from someone who would be the 3 legendary shinobi made Akabane a sense of satisfaction, but that was it. A compliment is completely out of proportion to the hard work they have done today. Let me come out. I won't try to escape. Orochimaru's head moved. It's uncomfortable to stay here any longer, and I can't read my book. Wait a minute. Akabane got up, looked at the sky, then waved his hand, and said, Sarutobi-sensei, are you seeing us? I've made Orochimaru admitted defeat. I'll get him out, okay. After saying this, he pulled Orochimaru out of the ground. Orochimaru looked up in surprise, then asked, is Sarutobi-sensei here? Not here, but he can see us. Akabane sat down and explained. Through the telescope jutsu? I thought it was the ninjutsu you made up. Orochimaru only has seen the jutsu from Akabane's comic, so he thought it wasn't real. Then Orochimaru sat down and started to read seriously. Why are you studying every day? Akabane was a little curious. He glanced at Orochimaru's book, but he immediately avoided it, staggering his eyes, as if he didn't want him to see the title and content of the book. It's just some knowledge of ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes were a little flustered, but his voice was still calm. Okay, fine. Akabane does not need to continue to dig deeper. After all, he was just simply curious. One reads a book, and the other one was resting. They wait quietly to get called. I don't know how long it takes. Orochimaru, Akabane, come here. The sound of Hiruzen Sarutobi spread throughout the forest, and the final battle seemed to have ended. Then again, being shinobi is a troublesome profession. After finally had time to rest, he was called up again. Come on, Akabane. Orochimaru put away his books and went out to search for Hiruzen, which was where they gathered the first time. Akabane followed Orochimaru slowly from behind. Give it to me. I haven't got a breakfast. Tsunade, you flat chest. Before they arrived, Akabane heard Jiraiya's voice from afar. Orochimaru left the forest and saw that Jiraiya was tied to a wooden stake, while Tsunade was eating a boxed lunch, teasing Jiraiya while eating. Orochimaru, this is yours. Tsunade pointed her finger to a lunch box lying on the ground. Beside her, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura had already been waiting for them. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Hiruzen did not speak a word, but Danzo smiled coldly and said, do you think you are qualified to eat? I'm sorry, I'm not. Orochimaru said with a shame expression. Ha 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 ha, the mighty Orochimaru seems to scare with Danzo. Jiraiya laughed wildly, and then struggled on the stake, so give me the box lunch, I'm so hungry. Oh, why should I? Hiruzen asked curiously. Orochimaru didn't expect that Hiruzen would question that because, according to the rules, people tied to a tree would be sent back to the academy. The box of lunch represents not only a meal but also an apprenticeship. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya but hesitated again. I will speak on his behalf. Simply put, he thinks that Jiraiya is so stupid that it is understandable, and he cannot be forgiven for being defeated carelessly. Akabane explaining for Orochimaru. What? Jiraiya confused for a moment and glanced at Orochimaru, his face undoubtedly agreed. That being said, so was I. After all, I was defeated. Tsunade hesitated for a moment. The mission is over. Team 7 can go back and self-train. Danzo turned and left coldly. Well, let's go back. Murasaki understood that this was the internal affair of Team 6 and had nothing to do with them. Akabane was so happy that it finally finished, and he could take some rest. The rest of it was beyond him. Chapter 33. One after another. How did you manage to defeat Orochimaru? I'm intrigued. Back at the village, Murasaki couldn't help but ask this question. Well, tell us, I'm also curious. Sakumo also wants to know the story. Everyone has been in a class together since they were young, and they are fully aware of Orochimaru's capability. For several years, he has been at the top ranks of the various subjects. Although academic performance is not necessarily equal to combat prowess, as someone who got chosen to become the third Hokage students, his combat prowess must be above average. Just because I'm a slacker and only thinking about drawing comic does that makes me someone weak for you to doubting? Akabane answered lightly and leave his teammates a few steps ahead. Hey, don't shift the question. Murasaki caught up, but he found that Akabane was walking faster, and finally used the substitution jutsu to swiftly leave them two alone. The two left behind looked at each other and were speechless for a while. It seems that he got angry. Murasaki tilted his head, seemingly guessing. He just too lazy to explain it all. Sakumo sighed and based on his understanding of Akabane, he was just simply lazy. If you want to know the story, you can probably ask Orochimaru for the detail. Hey Akaba, I know that we haven't been able to talk lately, so how's your mission? Seeing Akabane came back early, Akabane's father was a little surprised. Akabane told his father, yeah, my mission was fine. Our clan is proud of you, my son, to become the student of Danzo, you will definitely become a great shinobi in the future. Kayaki Kurama was happily praising his son. Danzo was the man who found Root and the head of Umbu, his reputation on Konoha was well known. Nov. L.B//JNN. Yes father. Akabane nodded slightly. It is the dream of every parent to have a son like Akabane. Kayaki Kurama and Saki Kurama were only an ordinary family. Having Akabane was their biggest gift from God. Let Akabane take some rest, darling, he finally has a free time for himself. Akabane's mother nagged. Akabane felt lucky enough to have a harmonious family who cared for him dearly. What a life. Akabane sighed for a while and felt that his shinobi life would be harder from now on. If he could, he didn't want, but since now he is the part of Team 7 lead by Danzo, he was afraid that he would be recruited into the route one day. Finally, I can take a rest again. Lying on the bed, he didn't want to move an inch. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He called out his loyal worker. Then the clone starts to work on the comic while Akabane was lazily lying on the bed. I have no human rights? The clone sighed from the bottom of his heart while drawing a panel. Don't take it like that. I just had the time to take a rest after 2 whole long days, okay. Akabane reluctantly sat, crossing leg, and began to regenerate his chakra. After a while, Akabane had restored half of his chakra pool, then laying on his bed again. Suddenly a sound came to form his window. Tuk tuk tuk. Who is that again? Heya Akaba-kun. Jiraiya? Akabane saw Jiraiya was outside his window, waiting to let him in, so he got up and opened the window. Okay wait a sec dash. Wait. Boom. With a sound, Akabane stuck his head out of the window and looked down. He saw Jiraiya was lifelessly laying on the ground. After a moment on the ground, Jiraiya climbed back from below. Can't everyone visited me by a knock on my front door instead of my window? Akabane was helpless. Ouch, this is the way of shinobi. Jiraiya denied it while holding on his back. Yeah whatever, what are you doing here? Akabane actually can guess his intention. He simply wants Akabane to teach him to become better at using his ninjutsu. Jiraiya didn't have many friends to ask for this kind of request. He glanced at Akabane's clone, who was busy drawing and asked, you have a good understanding of Shadow Clone Akaba-kun, can you teach me some tricks? If Sarutobi-sensei said that you have potential, then he will surely teach you. Akabane rejected kindly. Am I worthy enough to be the disciple of someone like Sarutobi-sensei? Jiraiya was crossing his leg on the floor with a dejected look. The result of today's test hit him so hard that it made someone optimistic and carefree like Jiraiya became depressed. Akabane wasn't good at choosing words, but seeing someone came to him to confide, he had no other way than to consolate his friend. Jiraiya will eventually go to Mount Mayaboku and discovered his talent to become a sage. But no matter how you look at it now, he only a naughty boy who enjoyed peeking on the bathhouse and not worth becoming the third Hokage's disciple. If he was defeated by his teacher, he wouldn't be so frustrated, but his team got beaten up one-sided by another team, gave a quite severe blow to his pride. After thinking about it, Akabane said, Jiraiya, Orochimaru is a genius, but you are the one who took the attention of Sarutobi-sensei. Naturally, you have your advantages. Oh, is that so, Akaba-kun? Jiraiya was easily convinced by Akabane's words. And he said, you mean, I'll be a genius if I train harder tomorrow? Akabane didn't know how to answer for a while, and now Jiraiya was a little too excited. Akabane's clone helped him to put up his words, don't get us wrong, you can't be a genius, but you could train harder than everyone every single day to be a better shinobi. Ah, I see, what are you trying to say was hardworking is the key, right? Yeah, something like that, then maybe someday you can reach the level of Orochimaru and Tsunade. However, seeing how his confidence was restored again, Akabane and the clone couldn't bear to say any more. Otherwise, he would get it over his head. Thank you, Akaba-kun. Yeah, it's nothing. I'm going to continue my comic. I'll see you later. Jiraiya got out of the window excitedly. Boom! With a sound, Jiraiya fell again. Not again. Akabane sighed lightly. Not long after he thought that he could rest, there was another rustling sound from the window, followed by a hand. Here we go again. This time a white hand, then showed a long black hair. In the next second, Orochimaru jumped into the room. He was undoubtedly more adept than Jiraiya. Should I just nail down my window? Akabane was helpless and a bit annoyed. Well, what is the point of a door if a shinobi thought that they could just enter through someone's window? Orochimaru was a little dumbfounded, and after a long pause, he said, Jiraiya said that you only talk to him when he enters through the window. Why would you believe words that came from Jiraiya? Are you really Orochimaru? Akabane was shocked by the fact that Orochimaru would buy Jiraiya's words. This time, Orochimaru didn't hesitate and said directly, I've analyzed your character, and it might be true that you will ignore me if I came from the front door. Alas. Ha 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 ha. Akabane's clone couldn't help but laugh wildly, and the room was filled with a cheerful mood. Chapter 34. The Benefit of Doubt. So what's your business to come here? I don't have much time. Akabane didn't want to waste much time. After his store opening and became a member of Team 7, he rarely got free time nowadays. Orochimaru hesitated, a little difficult to speak. Looking embarrassed, he said his intention, I want Akabane-kun to teach me how to use genjutsu. Genjutsu? My genjutsu is fairly simple. I just used it as multiple deceptions. Akabane said lightly. But how do you projected what you want into what I saw? Orochimaru wasn't proficient in genjutsu yet but has studied these subjects. The main foundation of genjutsu is to disturb chakra and mind, so the target can see their most feared imagination. Then how could Akabane precisely project what he wants them to see? Well, through predicting your opponent's move. Intuition. Orochimaru fell into deep in his thought. Back then when my mission started, what I'm worried the most was that my teammates fell into your bluff and you with Tsunade would attack me first, but it seems that you two were confident enough to face us separately, and I've calculated my teammates' capability and guessed that they could beat Tsunade. With that condition in mind, I could accurately execute my strategy without being bothered by other things. The key to my genjutsu was because I could predict the outcome, and my Kekkei Genkai took the biggest role. Akabane explained. The Kurama's Kekkei Genkai? The 5 sense of control. Orochimaru felt his biggest downsides. When it comes to Kekkei Genkai, it's a unique trait of ninjutsu that only can be passed down between generations of certain clans. Even among the Kurama clan, only Akabane, who has been seen to awaken his Kekkei Genkai. Sorry, I can only help you with that explanation. Akabane politely apologized. It's me who should say thanks, Akabane-kun, farewell then. Orochimaru was a little lost, got up and bowed. After that, he climbed out of the window and jumped out. Akabane was silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly, lay down, and closed his eyes. It can be seen that Orochimaru also took a severe loss. His clone said lightly. Akabane felt it that Orochimaru took his defeat harder than his teammates since he was always the top student on the academy, and none has ever reached his level. This will be a great piece of information about him in my comic. Akabane then stood up. Speaking of which, we'd better hurry up to reach the Lands of Waves escort mission plot. There was a lot of ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai being used, which could give me tons of new ninjutsu to exchange. Nov. L. B //JNN. Akabane said excitedly. If you are that impatient, shouldn't you help me finish this? Nice suggestion, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Akabane summoned another clone to help finish his comic faster. Then he sat down, leg crossed to recover his chakra. In the room, the two clones looked at each other, speechless. Orochimaru left the Kurama clan and walked past the woods. Suddenly he saw Jiraiya was holding a drawing board in one hand and a pen in the other, trying to draw comics. Jiraiya also started to draw comics. Is this thing more important than his training? Ridiculous. Orochimaru sneered and was about to taunt Jiraiya. However, if drawing comic is an idiot, what is he who lost to Akabane? He froze, then turned and left. Orochimaru has always been smart and assertive since he was young. He always knew what he wanted, but now he has felt his first loss. He wouldn't hate Akabane for this, but can he fight equally with Akabane in the future? Not sure. Orochimaru walked aimlessly while looking to the sky. Naruto, huh? At this time, many workers were working on the third Hokage statue. Intuition. Orochimaru wondered. This is it? Maybe I should try to. What's it like to draw comics? He thought to himself. To understand the way of someone's mind, you must first learn to figure out their desires. As for understanding Akabane, he must learn the reason of Akabane. This is your mission, assist the patrolling on the border. Danzo said lightly. What? Isn't Genin was usually help at a small task within the village? Akabane was shocked. This mission was too much for them. It's just a sea-level mission. I've seen your capability, and it's enough to take on this mission. Danzo didn't bother by Akabane's compliant. After read his comic, he knew that Akabane was smart and deceitful. The only drawback is his laziness. He still got room to grow. I only need to give him a little force. Danzo walked slowly, heading out of the village. As the one who maintained security on Konoha, Danzo always travels outside the village, this behavior of him attracting lots of unwanted attention along the way. Walking to the gate, Danzo took out his pass permit and the mission scroll. Shimura-san, you want to participate in the border patrolling? Yes. Danzo nodded coldly, then glanced at his disciples behind him. The gatekeeper, who was a Chuyunin, looked at Danzo's disciples, wrote down their names one by one on the travel list, and then allowed them to pass. You can take your leave, Shimura-san. By handing in the pass, it means that they can leave Konoha. Danzo nodded slightly, and with Team 7 they walked toward outside the village. I've never left the village, so this is my first time, Murasaka said with emotion. Murasaka wasn't someone talented like Orochimaru or Akabane, but he can reach his current level through constant training since young, and it can be said that Murasaka hasn't recovered much from yesterday's battle. They are still children after all, except this one. Danzo observed his disciples secretly, except for Akabane. Everyone was very curious about the outside world. Even Sakumo wondered curiously like a lost child, kept staring at him, but Akabane looks like it doesn't bother at all. Nov. L.B//JNN. I'm not curious about the outside world. After all, I once was an adult. Sensei, where are we going? They have been walking for a few hours now. Akabane just couldn't help to ask, since he was already felt stiff on his legs. See for yourself. Danzo did not answer but threw a map. Akabane took it silently because he knew Danzo would not answer. He will let his disciples experience it themselves. He looked at it. The map of this era was roughly made, almost ancient, but fortunately, it was similar to the one he knew from the real comic. He carefully identified and finally found their current location. How come we travel to Uzumaki village? Akabane was shocked, and his face turned pale when he knew where they were heading. Only God knows how long it will take to get from here to the Uzumaki village. Danzo is an absolute madman? How can he allow his disciples to travel that far within their third day of becoming a ninja? What's wrong? Murasaka leaned over curiously, looked at the map, and said in surprise, Uzumaki village. What's the matter with your surprised look? Akabane was constipated, and it was not a good thing to look at it at all. There is a big mystery that roams around the village. Sakumo simply explained. Mysterious ghost. Danzo always explained too little to understand, almost vague. This made Akabane impatient. He is just a newly graduated ninja, and Danzo is the head of the Umbu. It will take days for them to go to Uzumaki village from Konoha. Even a Chuyunin wouldn't bother going there. Danzo seemed to be slow, but in fact, he was fast and swift. At first, Akabane could catch up, but Danzo gradually accelerated. Danzo wants to test my physique. Akabane thought to himself, maintaining the current speed, and after waiting for a long time, he slowly kept up with the pace. At this time, his teacher and teammates had already left him behind, waiting for him in the woods ahead. Come on. You need to keep up. Danzo's eyes were cold as if seeing through Akabane's thoughts. This is psychological warfare. His physique has never been exposed, even Danzo doesn't know what level he has reached in the physique. To be precise, Akabane himself doesn't know the limit of his 24 points of the physique. After another toss, Danzo found that Akabane really couldn't catch up, so he gave up. He slows down a bit, let Akabane catch up. Danzo took us to the vicinity of the Uzumaki village, just for a mission. It will never be that simple, he thought to himself, knowing the nature of Danzo. Could it be that he wants to risk our lives? Akabane was surprised and even more shocked. Danzo hasn't yet created the roots, but the root squad already exists. According to his training method, if his strength reaches a certain level, they could be ordered to do the assassination. Ninja, who was a cold-blooded, was truly an asset. But Akabane doesn't want trouble, let alone killing. Chapter 36. Darkest Night. It's because you're all too slow that we arrived here at night. When they arrived, the sun had already set. Danzo scolded them for being sluggish and then pointed to one of the hills. Find me some place to sleep. I don't want to sleep in the wild, so, there is a bandit camp over there. I want you to kill them all. What? Murasaka was shocked. Kill? Sakumo gripped his saber's hilt tightly, a little nervous and a little lost, but fearless. His clan was meant to be the best assassin among the ninja, and he has been prepared for it since he was a child. Kill all of them. Akabane still couldn't believe what he heard. Yes, men, women, and children, kill them all. After he said it, he looked at them with cold eyes. I don't intend to help you do your mission, so you have to do it yourself. This is too much. Murasaka was frightened, and his hands trembled. He can bear with killing men, but women and their children were too much for him. Got it, sensei. Sakumo nerved himself and took out his saber, got up, and went to the campsite in the blink of an eye. No matter how cruel the bandits are, they are just ordinary people, and all three of them are a ninja of Konoha. They have no chance to survive. Blood was sprayed everywhere, followed by corpses fell to the ground. Run away, they are a ninja. Run away. Go, go. We will stall them. Guide the children through the forest. The bandits were in chaos. They didn't expect to be attacked. Shit. He is too fast. Fire release jutsu. The flame sprayed, and countless small fireballs flew from outside and danced in the camps. All of a sudden, lots of bandits came out from the camps. They were burned and screamed horribly. Run, run. In the middle of the screams, silhouettes of people shuttled through the fire. However, in a blink of an eye, their neck was cut swiftly by Sakumo. Akabane was sitting in the middle of the road, in the back of the hill. Mother, why are we leaving? Because we were being attacked by a ninja. For ordinary people, the ninja is their companion, but for the bandits, it's their Grim Reaper. Who is sitting there? The bandit who leads the way stopped, his eyes wary. Who are you? Ninja, he. The forehead guard on his head is Konoha's ninja. Nov. L. B //JNN. Someone yelled in shock. We are not bandits. We just want to escape from Uzumaki village. Another woman knelt to her face, begging, we just want to live, please have mercy. Sorry, I'm just doing my mission. Akabane looked around, and none of the people present were red hair, as the traits of Uzumaki village were their red hair. So he didn't hesitate. He finished his drawing. Genjutsu, 5 sense control. Everyone entered his drawing and got killed inside. A silent and painless death, that is my mercy. Akabane used his Kekkei Genkai to wipe out all their pain, allowing them to end their lives one by one in their dream. These are all ordinary people, and it doesn't take much effort. After that, the scroll was torn apart. Everyone fell to the ground, and there was frostbite on everyone as if they were frozen to death. Akabane looked at the mess and remained silent for a long time. He had killed someone. Killing without blood was more terrifying than seeing blood because Akabane couldn't even feel any remorse in his heart, as if it had only erased a piece of the picture on his scroll, instead of stabbing someone on their throat. Uzumaki village. That's how it is. Danzo has come here after he senses the crisis in Uzumaki village. Akabane is not stupid and understands everything instantly. The destruction of Uzumaki village has long been planned by someone. Akabane, it looks like you understand something. A voice came from behind. Danzo Shimura? Akabane turned around, then bowed slightly, thinking for a moment, and said, Sensei, they are all from the Uzumaki village, but they are treated as bandits after fleeing the village. What's your point? Speak boldly. Danzo scolding. It almost looks like the daimyo does not want Uzumaki village to exist. Akabane said his conclusion based on the current situation and his understanding of history. What? Danzo chuckled, his suddenly made hand seals, followed by a violent wind from his mouth. The wind swept across the ground like blades, and a big hole appeared in a short time. It's done now. What is it? Corpses that can be used as evidence. Akabane just stood speechless. If he wants to live a simple and stable life like before, he mustn't ask too much. Then what do you think we should do next? Danzo said lightly. A question seems to ask for suggestions, but in fact, it is more of a test. Akabane pondered for a moment and said, the same as what you did. Ha ha ha, yes, I commend you for that. Danzo slowly went up to the camp. Akabane buried the remaining corpse before rejoining his team. Sensei, it seems that I'll sleep in the forest tonight. There is no way I could sleep on that camp. Akabane wandered around. The camp was full of mess, corpses, and blood everywhere. And it was obvious that everyone except them had already died. Yeah, I don't mind. Danzo randomly found a tent to sleep in. Murasaki and Sakumo hesitated for a moment and then stayed in the room where they had killed people next door. Akabane followed up and saw the two of them looked pale. The corpses have been buried, but the rooms were still full of blood, plus they just killed someone. How can they sleep well tonight? Akabane, they don't even have knives, only hose, kitchen knives, people like this. Not a bandit at all. Murasaki was in pain, with fear and guilt on his face. At the same time, Sakumo beside him became even more silent. We have no other choice. From the beginning, Akabane knew that he had no other choice. If he has a choice, he would rather stay in Konoha and draw his comics at ease without leaving his house. We must endure it for now. Akabane means something vague. At this time, the blood in the tent had coagulated, giving off a more unpleasant smell. Chapter 37. The tide has changed. Did you sleep well last night? The next day, Danzo got up early and exercised outside. Seeing Murasaki and Sakumo went out from their tent, he looked back. His indifferent face suddenly put on a smile. Not bad. Thank you for asking, Sensei. We slept well. Sakumo replied. For what I saw, Akabane slept well. Murasaki sighed lightly, a little bit envious. It is hard for him to imagine that in such a bloody tent, someone not only sleeps peacefully but also slept on the bed. What? Ha ha ha. Danzo couldn't help laughing. For a slacker like Akabane, it's impressive after their long travel. He must be worn out both physically and mentally. Call him up. We're going to start patrolling the border. Danzo said lightly. Huh? Do you want to patrol? Akabane's shocked voice came from the room. It's not a good thing to be too smart, because he will think simple things too complicated. Danzo left a sentence, come out quickly, otherwise, I wouldn't accompany you. Akabane's eyes lit up and said, right away, Sensei. Murasaki, Sakumo, you two go together. Akabane, you'll be with me. Danzo said and went down the hill. Akabane's face was pale. He didn't expect this. Wait, can we just stick together? Before Akabane could say his opinion, but Sakumo and Murasaki had gone all the way, while Danzo was heading the other way. I want to be with Murasaki. Forget it, Danzo wouldn't listen to his whining. Akabane, there are some merchants ahead, go and protect them. From the hill along the border to the north, when they reached a commercial road, Danzo stopped and pointed to the direction of Uzumaki village. Got it. Don't be too surprised if you'll encounter something you guessed before. Akabane walked along the road and reached the border. In the distance, several carts and a group of people yelled and fled towards the land of fire. Looking at the emblem that they held, this group of caravans was from Uzumaki village, but this is Grandma Mito's emblem. Akabane's eyes flickered, and he noticed the subtle mark on the lower right corner of the caravan flag. It was the Uzumaki clan emblem. Come on. We need to reach the border. Don't worry about goods. Our lives are more important. The leader of the caravan didn't even care about their belonging and rushed to the border in a hurry. Suddenly there were silhouettes in the rear moving swiftly between the woods, almost ghost-like. Ninja? Akabane became more cautious. Akabane hasn't experienced fighting to the death with the real ninja, and he also wasn't sure about their fighting prowess. Are they targeting Danzo? I don't have much time to think. What's their objective? In the real battle, he has no time to hesitate. With only a slight window of chance, he stained his pen with dye and drew a background. The trail and the woods were completed in a few breaths, and then a little black ink fell on it. The lines were finely trimmed, and he finished drew a human. We make it? We finally make it. The moment they crossed the borderline, many people were already exhausted and collapsed directly. However, in the next second, black shadows flew from the forest in the distance. The group of ninja threw their shuriken to the caravans, even if they've fled to the border. What? Run, get some cover. Screams were scattered. The leader looked back and was shocked to find that the ninja hasn't stopped chasing them. At this time, the drawing in Akabane's hands was completed. 5 sense control. In his drawing, the leaves turn into sharp blades, slicing over the throats of several ninjas. Arg. There is no time to scream. The sharp pain given by the blades overwhelmed they are conscious, some of them were bleeding intensely from their throats, and in a few seconds, they fell to the ground, lifeless. What just happened? It's the help from Konoha's ninja. After swiftly killed several ninjas single-handedly, the leader of the caravans felt relieved. Konoha must have sent their aides. Akabane thought for a moment, then cast a transformation jutsu to disguise him as Konoha's umbu before jumping off the tree. Are you a caravan of an Uzumaki village? These people obviously recognized the umbu dress. We are the caravan responsible for the trade between Uzumaki village and Konohagakure. This is our pass token. They showed their token. Akabane took it over and closely examined it. This token is not much different from what Mito gave him. The only difference is that the other side's token is engraved with the marks of Uzumaki and Senju, while Akabane's hand is a personal mark belonging to Uzumaki Mito. Suddenly, at this moment, from the direction of Uzumaki village, several lines of kunao flew from a distance, with exploding charms hanging on their tails. In the forest, Akabane saw a pair of lurking eyes. Another ninja? He immediately escaped with a substitute jutsu, and then he cast a hand seal. Demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Since Akabane had surpassed the chakra of a Chuunin, his genjutsu was super effective against them. Wind release, great breach. Simple C-rank ninjutsu, but in the hands of Danzo, it is terrifying. A violent wind swept through all kunao, blowing them back, and at the same time, Danzo's figure disappeared. That was too strong for an ordinary ninja? This is bad. Nov, L, B // JNN. The Jounin immediately planned his retreat, but suddenly they sensed a breath quickly approaching. Clash? With one accurate shot, blood splattered around the forest. The next second, Danzo appeared. There was no blood on his body, but his blade has been dyed red. Sensei. Akabane breathed a sigh of relief. They even bothered to send a Jounin. This situation has got much worse. Danzo's eyes were full of bloodlust. The daimyo really held a grudge against Uzumaki village. But there were people with Senju's emblem. This was not just a problem between the two villages, but also involves Konoha's reputation. Some of the merchants on the ground have fainted, but fortunately, there were rest assured by Danzo's presence. Sensei, who are they? Akabane swiped his temples, using his jutsu has consumed chakra more than he predicted. The Hidden Mist Village. Danzo was silent for a moment, shaking his hand to shake off the blood on the blade, and then sheath it cleanly. Akabane was startled slightly and immediately understood. Uzumaki village was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and the Hidden Mist village was just across their sea. Sure enough, if they manage to kill all the witnesses, there will be no evidence left. Akabane smiled bitterly. These people from the Hidden Mist village really understood how to leave no trace of murder. They are the most proficient at it. Fall back first, Akabane, and rejoining with your other teammates. Danzo's face becomes tense. He just killed one Jounin and several Chuunin. It is most unlikely they would launch another attack on this site. His concern was about Murasaki and Sakumo on the other side. Since a Jounin has appeared, the tide has turned drastically. He wouldn't want to lose his disciples too young too soon. He was really worried. Those are 2 Konoha's new generation successors. They must be kept alive. Chapter 38. Sharing experiences. When they came back, they found that Murasaki and Sakumo had also returned. Those 2 were seriously injured, especially Murasaki, who was carried by Danzo's clone. When Danzo's clone saw his master, he bowed slightly and then disappeared. Instantly Danzo understood what was happened to them. They fought the same ninja from the Hidden Mist village, but they were outnumbered by their number. Have you encountered the enemy? Akabane just wants to make sure that they fought the same enemy. Yes. A group of ninja from the Hidden Mist village, and one of them was a Jounin. Sakumo was out of breath. Akabane wasn't surprised. He was just attacked by the same composition of the enemy before. If it weren't for Danzo, he might not manage to survive. Treat your wound first. Danzo handed them 2 bottles of medicine. Akabane took a closer look, and these drugs were just for Murasaki's injury alone. As for Sakumo, he just had a minor injury, and it would naturally heal after resting. We are going back. Danzo's face was solemn. A higher level ninja had appeared, and we must report this back to the village. His task was only to patrol the border when it comes to bigger problems. He can't take action alone. That being said, go back, we are. Akabane said with a hint of joy. Returning to the village earlier was the thing he had waited for. I'll go find the caravan's leader first. I'll leave my clone to guide you, Danzo said. If it was only to deal with some bandits who settle camps on the border, he could still follow the mission, but now it escalates quickly into bigger problems between Konoha and Uzumaki village. To intervene, Konoha must act quickly and can't waste any minutes. As soon as the voice fell, he cast a shadow clone, and Danzo quickly disappeared. Let's take a rest before we go back. Akabane sat down on the rock and added, it's not that I am lazy this time, but you need to recover. Fair point. Sakumo nodded and joined him. Murasaki's injury was far more serious than they expected, and any reckless movement will cause him more trouble. Danzo's clone carefully guarding their surroundings, but Akabane could feel that he was indeed. Akaba, you have also met the enemy. Sakumo was silent for a while, then asked. Yes. Akabane nodded. He could guess what Sakumo was asking, and he was hesitant to explain. Then why, you didn't get any injury? Sakumo became more and more curious. Their side was badly outplayed, but Akabane came back without any injuries, which made him felt strange. We met several Chuunin, and I managed to kill them with Genjutsu, but suddenly a Jounin appeared and almost killed me. Akabane explained the details. That a Jounin had joined their force, but he managed to escape. He was merely saved by Danzo when he almost got at the explosion. That's why he was left without any injuries. However, the fact that he managed to kill some Chuunin shocked Sakumo and Murasaki. Several Chuunin killed by Genjutsu, huh? This is enough to show that Danzo trusts Akabane's capability until the Jounin showed up. Sakumo held his saber with a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Although he knew that Akabane was gifted by his Kekkei Genkai, he realized that their gap had grown farther. How was the Jounin? Sakumo asked while clenched his hand. He wasn't jealous of Akabane but hated himself for being too weak. The Jounin was a pro. I'm a few hundred meters away from him, but his eyes still gave me chills. Akabane was serious. Speaking of which, we are less likely to be targeted by them again by now. So Akabane, was you managed to cast your Genjutsu on him? Murasaki asked. They expected that Akabane was succeeded in trapping the Jounin on his Genjutsu. However, Akabane shook his head. The Jounin was beyond my limit. To kill him, we need to cooperate. 5 sense of control is not an invincible jutsu. If the opponent has more experience, they could break the illusion. Based on this combat experience, Akabane guessed that his current upper limit would at most on a certain degree of Jounin. How about my sword skill? Can I deal with a Jounin? N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Sakumo's has an outstanding combat prowess more than Akabane. All he need was a chance to land one hit on the enemy, clean and deadly. I think you can take him. Everyone has their pros and cons. Don't underestimate yourself, my friend. Akabane nodded. Akabane was just telling the truth from his analysis, and that would let his teammates assured with their strength. At least, he thought so. Indeed, but if their Murasaki wasn't fought with me, I might have died there. Sakumo said with emotion. My pleasure. Murasaki said gratefully. He knew it well that Akabane and Sakumo were better than him, but he still couldn't bear their big gap. Akabane can fight with several Chuunin and win. Sakumo has his excellent sword skill, but he can only be a punching bag. The gap was too big, so big that it discouraged Murasaki. I've been used to it since I was a kid, but you are right, I also have my use, and fortunately, my attribute is fire. Murasaki chuckled softly, but immediately pulled his wounds after felt a sharp pain. The fire attribute chakra has strong offensive prowess, which makes Murasaki had his role. Otherwise, he has to consider changing careers. It's a pity that you have a bad relationship with Uchiha. Otherwise, if you can learn how to train your attribute to a new whole level. Seeing that his mood improved, Akabane talked about other topics. Konoha's strongest fire release user was undoubtedly possessed by Uchiha clan, including Murasaki's dragon fire jutsu was indeed Uchiha's specialty. Chapter 39. One after another. We finally came back. Luckily on their way back, no one ambushes them. It seems the trouble only happened on the border with Ninja from the hidden mist. At the moment he saw the gate, Akabane burst into tears. The past few days for him were almost felt like hell, and he finally returned to Konoha safely. He thought that he had to take a vacation after this. With the Karema clan's trait of having a weak physique, he might succeed in getting a day off. Now that you have safely come back to Konoha, Team 7 will disband for the time being. After Danzo's shadow clone said that, he disappeared instantly. The three of them looked at each other confusedly. There's an instant joy on their faces. Even the calmest person like Sakumo had a slightly moved on his expression. I finally can take my holiday. Nov. L. B/JNN. As Akabane was talking, he was interrupted by Murasaki in the middle. No, in our best interest, I think you should start working on your comic again, Akaba-kun. Murasaki was serious and didn't give Akabane a chance to finish his sentence. That's right. I want to say the next chapter. Sakumo also wanted to urge the next chapter as he wants to see his future son. Ugh, please, I need to rest. But, you can also use your clone to do the work, right? Murasaki shrugged, then waved goodbye. Just don't forget your comic. After experience killing for the first time, Sakumo had a sudden change of composure, which made Akabane shudder. Hey, my clone consumed a lot of my chakra too. Akabane was helpless, and no one believed this. After all, he just told them that he had killed a group of elite ninja single-handedly. After parting ways, Akabane sought Tsunade at a corner of the street. She just ran over, her expression was perturbed. The moment she saw Akabane, she tried to hide her expressions and remain calm. Oh, have you just come back from your mission? I haven't seen you for a few days. Tsunade, your good manner was terrible. Akabane murmured silently in his heart, but considering that Tsunade was his friend, he replied kindly, well, I just returned from my mission. I envy you. My team was only doing chores for these 3 days. Tsunade sighed, feeling very disappointed. She thought that she would immediately take a tough mission on the first day, fighting with some evil ninja from some hidden village, but the reality was she hasn't even taken the sea-level mission yet, let alone leaving the village. Don't mention it. Running back and forth was exhausting, but you are free to take my place anytime. Akabane was expressionless, and he was angry when he talked about Danzo. The other team started from the low-level mission, but they had to kill children and women on their third day. Ruthless? I'll think about it again. Tsunade was obviously understood about Danzo's nature and definitely didn't want an exchange place with him. Even in this period, Danzo was well known with a bad reputation. Akabane didn't hate Danzo, but his philosophy didn't match with him after spending a few days under his wing. He looked a little gloomy, and he walked down the street to his house. Tsunade followed behind, as if she had no other thing to do. The way Danzo trained his disciples was way too cruel, which makes Akabane more depressed. By the way, when will you release the next volume? It has been 5 days by now, and you haven't released any new volume. Tsunade remembered that her main purpose wasn't yet stated. Akabane felt more and more depressed. Also, don't forget to leave me a free chapter. Seeing Akabane didn't respond and just kept walking, Tsunade shouted from behind. He waved his hand weakly and left her behind. Anyway, Akabane needs to finish the next volume as soon as possible. Otherwise, the fans will non-stop asking him. Not to mention, Mito alone is enough to put him on the edge. The Hokage's office. Groups of ninja suddenly appeared in Uzumaki village. They destroyed all our business and chased after us even after we passed the border. The caravan's leader was brought to Konoha by Danzo, slowly explaining the current situation, while there was the third Hokage, Danzo, Koharu Yudiden, and Homura Mitokato. This is Konoha's current highest rank of leadership. Where do these invaders come from? Didn't the village took any action? Homura's face was solemn, and at the same time, very puzzled. Uzumaki village has always been Konoha's main ally, and they knew how powerful the Uzumaki clan is. This is a village of people who has extremely high talents. A small scale of invaders can't destroy it. There were too many of them? I didn't know their origin. There are too many invaders, and they can't tell the origin. Even after the village mobilized their army, it's still not enough, they were outnumbered. The caravan's leader smiled bitterly. He got seriously injured and was treated by Konoha, otherwise, he wouldn't survive. So, you asking us for aid? The third Hokage wants to clarify his intention. He said it while breath a cloud of smoke from his pipe. Yes, please help us, Hokage-sama, help the Uzumaki village get rid of the invaders. The caravan's leader knelt and pleaded bitterly. Does this request came on behalf of Uzumaki village? Danzo said coldly. This is, of course, for the sake of our village. The caravan's leader had cold sweat on his forehead and looked anxious. He must have hid something? Danzo easily read his mind. The third Hokage smoked a few cigarettes speechless. Then, Homura had to speak. Kazuma-san, we don't want to hear lies, please answer honestly. The 4 of them knew that this man hides something from them, and they wouldn't be deceived easily. Homura-san, I still won't tell the truth. Danzo opened his eyes and burst out a murderous aura. Danzo, don't treat our guests like that. The third Hokage stopped immediately and then smiled gently and said, Kazuma-san, I think this request didn't come from Uzumaki village themselves but instead from you, right? Kazuma looked pale and frightened, his legs trembled. Since this wasn't coming from Uzumaki village themselves, we can't help, I'm sorry. Homura shook his head with regret. Wait, but, Kazuma-san, since you just got here, feel free to stay here for the time being, but there is no way we can take your request officially. The third Hokage apologized. Kazuma had an ugly face, nodded hard, and left the office. The remaining 4 people sat back again, remained silent. If it is not an official request, we can't risk our ninja to aid them. But, Homura said half a word, then hesitated to finish the sentence. It would be a suicide mission to send their ninja there, but they knew that Uzumaki village is their most important ally. Let's observe him for now. There might be another plan to settle this. The third Hokage got up, sighed lightly, and left. Chapter 40. The Right Solution. Today, I'll finish Chapter 10. Back at home, Akabane summoned his shadow clone and set a goal for him. Then, ignoring the angry look of the clone, he lay down and rested. This was the first time in the last few days that he had come into contact with the real bed. That day, he was too tired and fell asleep in the tent, even if it was messy as hell. Hey, your goal is too much for me. I can't finish this alone. A complaint came from his clone. Rest assured, I'll summon another one later. Now I'm too tired. If I pass out now, you will disappear as well. Akabane looked tired, but was it the real situation for him? I haven't done anything in the past few days. At most, I just ran back and forth. He just wants to slack. His clone knew that and secretly still complained. The comic slowly progressed, but the workload for his clone was too much. However, Akabane wasn't sadistic like his teacher, and after a short rest, he summoned a second clone to assisted him. Should I visit Grandma Mito? Maybe later, I still need to finish this deadline first. Anyway, things that happened in the Uzumaki village have nothing to do with me, no matter what. Akabane was still thinking about going to Uzumaki Mito to discuss the problem that he encountered on his mission before. As soon as he put his head on the pillow, he instantly forgot other things. Too tired to go out, and his bed felt like won't let go of him anytime soon. At the Senju clan's household, Kazuma came here after he spoke with the third Hokage while bringing his caravan's token. Excuse me, please help pass this token. I'm Kazuma from Uzumaki village, asked to see the princess. Kazuma respectfully handed the token the guard in front of the house with a sincere expression. Are you looking for Mito-sama? Wait a minute. The guard glanced at him in amazement. He recognized the identity of Kazuma, and then quickly disappeared with the token. After a few seconds, he appeared again. Mito-sama is resting, and I will meet you with her in a few minutes, he said lightly. Yes, thank you. Kazuma was full of respect. He didn't dare to make trouble. Mito Uzumaki was the princess of Uzumaki village, and also the strongest Uzumaki in existence today. However, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. As a Jinchuriki, she was destined to stay only in Konoha. Once she stepped out of Konoha, it would cause a lot of trouble, because she contained the terrifying chakra that someone can possess. In the courtyard, Mito sat quietly with Tsunade. The brat came back from his mission, didn't he say he was coming to visit me? Mito snorted coldly. He went straight home, looking tired as always. He wouldn't come out anytime soon. Tsunade pondered for a while, but she didn't think Akabane would visit here after his mission. Huh, is that so? Mito sneered, and then she looked with suspicion. But how did that kid come early last time? Grandma, I don't know that. Tsunade shook her head. She was also shocked that day. It's rare to see Akabane got up early on his vacation before. Ahaha, let's stop bad-mouthing him after all. His comic entertained me more than anything nowadays. Suna-chan doesn't forget to buy his next volume the first time it comes out. I want to read it as soon as possible. Mito smiled gently. But, I wonder, who visit me at this time? As soon as the token was handed over to her, she immediately noticed it. It was from the caravan who responsible for the transaction between the Senju clan and the Uzumaki village. Mito leaned back on the chair, closing his eyes and rested. She thought deeply and suddenly remembered something. Suna-chan, please get me the comic. Tsunade was confused when she heard it. She had read it 3 times now, why did she need it again? But this was a request from her beloved grandma, and she responded at once and then ran into the house to take out the comic. After receiving it, Mito turned to the first page. Nine-tailed demon fox, Naruto Uzumaki. Well, the Uzumaki clan has fallen to the point where its descendant doesn't understand what it takes to be a Jinchuriki. Mito opened the first page with a chuckle, but her expression became more solemn. If this is true, Tsunade, please invite our guest to come here. She closed the comic and sat upright, thoughtful. If this is true, then not only the Uzumaki clan but the entire Uzumaki village will suffer a terrible blow. Before long, Tsunade took Kazuma in and arrived in the courtyard. Seeing Mito, Kazuma was shocked at first, followed by a face full of surprise. After a few seconds, he noticed that he was being rude and knelt and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, Mito-sama, but I was stunned knowing that the princess of the Uzumaki clan is prettier than I thought. It's okay. I'm not a princess anymore now. Mito said lightly, get up first, and please have a seat. Yes, thank you, princess. Kazuma found that Mito's appearance was not aging at all, and he didn't dare to be rude. Are you the caravan's leader from Uzumaki village and Konoha? Mito held the token on her hand and asked. Yes, we are responsible for trading goods between Uzumaki village and Konoha. Kazuma explained. So, what urges you to come to me? Mito put down the token. If it's just for normal business, the token of the Senju clan was enough for them to settle down in Konoha temporarily, and there is no need to find her. This time, I'm asking you to lend your help to the Uzumaki village. Kazuma directly explained his intention and knelt on the ground. Oh, Mito was narrowing her eyes. The Uzumaki village is now in chaos because of the rebels from other villages. Some of them are deliberately sent by the enemy, while others know that the Uzumaki village is in chaos and deliberately seek refuge here. The ninja from Uzumaki village were outnumbered, and gradually losing control of the village. There were 3 Chuyunin guarded us before, but they were all killed on our way here. Kazuma cried out. Hunt by a ninja traumatized him even until now. Mito-kan saw him begged while trembled, looked pitiful. Yes, but I do remember that caravans were supposed to be guarded by a Jounin. Mito looked puzzled. Yes, but the Jounin has parted from our caravan to stall the rebels. Kazuma explained. But he didn't think that one Jim for long. After all, the opponent also has a group of 5 Chuyunin and lead by a Jounin. No matter how you look at it, their attack was well planned. Uzumaki Mito holds the comic, turn the pages back and forth. After a long time, she sat upright and said, the Senju clan has no jurisdiction within Konoha's rank now. I'm afraid that I couldn't intervene further on this matter. Kazuma was completely desperate when he heard it. He looks like he was struck by lightning. But you can take this comic to the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and he might understand what I mean. Another piece of advice. You'd better ask for some protection from here. Otherwise, I don't think you can return to Uzumaki village alive, Mito said plainly. Kazuma will leave the Konoha soon, this information might already be leaked to the enemy, and he might encounter them as soon as he steps out of Konoha's gate. He was startled for a moment, then turned to the first page of the comic. Originally, Kazuma thought it was a strategic war book, but when he opened it, he found that it was only a book compiled in the form of drawing. Where all the patterns were connected carefully, it seemed to be telling a story. But, what does this mean? He never saw anything like that, not a novel but not painting either. So he was curious about what happens when he shows it to the patriarch. If there is no other thing you want to say, you can go down. That's all I can help, Mito said helplessly. The Senju clan is naturally not helpless, but this matter will escalate involving the tailed beasts and all the countries. It needs to be carefully planned. How can one clan and one village be the enemy of the world? Yes, thank you, princess. Kazuma left with a sigh and slowly retreated away. He might not get the right answer, but he wasn't going back empty-handed. If you were still alive now, what would you do, my dear? Mito sighed sadly. Chapter 41. Joint Operation. Why do you have to do the mission again today? I only had a rest yesterday. Akaba, this is our third day of vacation. Murasaki was a little embarrassed that his friend's laziness was a bit unbearable. Sakamo stood next to Murasaki, resting his arm on his saber. Akabane took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and then said, "Is there any good news?" "Yes, I saw the caravan's leader that we saved before bought a card of your comics today." Murasaki said the good news very honestly. "Kazuma-san, wasn't it? Why would he bought that much I wonder?" Akabane was puzzled. He wouldn't believe that his comic will be sent to another village this fast. By the way, there is another news. Sakamo interrupted and said, "This time, we will go on a mission together with Team 6. Okay, so." Akabane looked at Sakamo with a puzzled look. Seeing his reaction, Sakamo was at a loss, and asked, "We are talking about Tsunade, you two are close friends, right?" "Oh, shoot. I should felt happy when I see her, right?" Akabane's sarcastic tone left his teammates with nothing to say. Where did they think that I had some feelings for her? Murasaki was speechless for a while. Suddenly, a sound came from behind. "Ah, and one more, I can't participate in this mission. Is that good news for you, Danzo?" Akabane had a mini heart attack. "Sensei, you wouldn't accompany us to the Uzumaki village?" Murasaki was surprised. "I, as the leader of Umbu and the third Hokage, decided to combine our team and split the task. He will lead your mission for today, and I will stay in Konoha." "Well then, that's all." Danzo sneered and disappeared. "So, the third Hokage will lead the team this time." Sakamo himself was baffled. The third Hokage personally led the team to the Uzumaki village. What an honor? But why should I go? Akabane didn't think it was right. Hiruzen will leading the team, and 6 ninja in one team is more than enough. Beat it. We will understand the details after meeting Sarutobi-sensei. Murasaki pulled the reluctant Akabane from his house to Konoha's gate. Within a week, Akabane had come to this gate the second time. They were welcomed by Tsunade, Orikimura, and Jiraiya, who had been there waiting for them, and when Akabane and the others arrived, Hiruzen came with the caravan's leader, Kazuma. The rest of the caravan followed behind them. "You are Akabane Karema. Thank you for saving my life before, on the border." Kazuma glanced with his eyes, and then immediately noticed the most unwilling one among the children. Hiruzen previously told him that Akabane must be the most reluctant to come. "Old man, I was kind enough to save you, but you want to take me on your business trip," Akabane said grumpily. Kazuma scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to reply. "Akaba, if you have any complaint, give it to me. I'm the one who planned this." Hiruzen said it lightly while smoking on his pipe. "Ugh, Sarutobi-sensei, I just came back. Kazuma-san has bought a card of your comic to deliver it to his village. Wouldn't you as the author at least thank him for his patronage by not complaining about the mission? n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om." Without waiting for Akabane to finish complaining, Hiruzen was directly interrupted. He didn't want to waste any more time. All right, but I've experienced how long I traveled from here to the Uzumaki village, and I can't bear another travel to there again. Let me have a ride." Akabane made his proposal. Fair enough. Because of the Karema's weak physique, his request was tolerable for Hiruzen, and no one seemed to disagree, except Jiraiya, who looked jealous. At least now, he is willing to do the mission. I still need him on the team. Fortunately, Kazuma supplemented some idle carriage, which was meant for the third Hokage. Once they've got the same ground, the group of caravans guarded by the Team 6 and 7 set off to the Uzumaki village. While on the carriage, Akabane summoned his clone to resume the comic. Akabane separated the shadow clone and continued to paint, while he sat on his seat peacefully, looking down at the walking companions around him. "Run faster. This is good for warming up. Why I can't be like Akabane? This is not fair." Jiraiya repeatedly complained along the way. "Akabane has defeated you before, and you dare to complain? If you don't practice anymore, you will be dead before we got there." Hiruzen said angrily. Yes sensei, I was wrong." Jiraiya looked somber after being scolded by his teacher. Speaking of which, I don't know how far Jiraiya has learned. Hearing Jiraiya's wailing, Akabane couldn't help but wonder about his progress. Of course. At this time, Jiraiya is still a 9-year-old, who is no one special among his other teammates, even underwhelming. Besides, he suddenly wants to become a cartoonist while his drawing skill was mediocre. The group was moving slowly, thus Akabane able to drawing while watching the scenery. More than that, when they arrived at the border, Akabane had already completed Chapter 11. What productivity? In Chapter 11 has a very powerful new exchange item, Half-Immortal Body Constitution. Half-Immortal Body Constitution, the strength that is inherited from the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, possessing multiple abilities, which require 4,000 points to exchange. Yes, an astounding 4,000 points. This is the biggest points required on his exchange list. But it is not surprising when compared with its usage. But to his surprise, this specific trait can be exchanged. Uzumaki clan were well known for their 4 traits: vitality, chakra, perception, and healing. In Chapter 11, Naruto is forced to injure his hand to remove the poison within him, and miraculously his hand recovers in an instant. This shown the embodiment of strong vitality. This trait was important for Akabane, which can guarantee his survival. However, even if it's on his exchange list, he gained points much slower these days, and can only wait until the second volume to be released. The second volume has been sent to the printing factory, and the Karema clan is solely responsible for the subsequent distribution. When it's ready to be released, there would be enough points for him to exchange it. But here comes the problem. In Chapter 12, there will be many other useful ninjutsu to be available. He worried that the points by then wouldn't be enough. I hope that bring my comic to the Uzumaki village will contribute some more points, otherwise, I am afraid that I will have to work overtime, and release the third volume back to back. Akabane sighed lightly, feeling very helpless. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem like a bad thing that he took this mission. After all, Kazuma has too little knowledge of comics, and he definitely couldn't endorse the comic well enough. I just hope that when the time comes, the third Hokage won't give him any harder task. Chapter 42. Ambush? What lies ahead of us is Uzumaki village. We met those ninjas before here. Kazuma had a nostalgic feeling about the accident when he and his caravans on the verge of the death being chased by the rebels. Hiruzen carefully observed their surroundings and said, Akabane, did you bury the corpses after killing those ninjas? What? Akabane had killed someone. Jiraiya jumped in shock, even Orochimaru looked surprised and looked over to the carriage. I don't have the time for that, sensei. No. Akabane lay in the carriage, too lazy to look out the window. If Sarutobi-sensei asked that, it is certain that the body has been cleaned up. Thinking of that, he pulled the curtain open. With an unhappy expression on her face, Tsunade stood in front of the carriage. Get down here. Ugh. I haven't fully recovered. Before Akabane finished speaking, Tsunade was ready with her fist. You come down here right now, or I smash that carriage into pieces. Ugh. This is bad. Tsunade threatened with a fist. Murasaka tried to hold his laugh, obviously knew that this will happen. Akabane, come here, I want to know the details about that day. Hiruzen tried to persuade with a smile. Akabane had no other option. He got out of the carriage and left his clone inside to continue drawing. 5 ninjas were killed by my genjutsu here. The Jounin died in this spot. Akabane threw out the shuriken, marking the positions of his victim. 5 ninjas. Tsunade clenched her fists and secretly compared her strength with him. Can I handle 5 ninjas alone? Not a chance. What? You killed 5 of them. The gap between us has grown that far in a short time? Jiraiya was equally shocked and stunned for a while. And Akabane saw that Orochimaru must felt much worse. However, he also felt the dread at that time. It was almost impossible to fight 5 Chunin alone. Luckily his surprise attack worked, and killed them all with one shot. Yeah, I killed some of them, but it thanks to Danzo-sensei that I'm still alive now. They were well prepared with kunao, shuriken, and even explosion talismans. Akabane followed behind and explained. I guess that the corpses were collected by the Hidden Mist Village ninja. Hiruzen had reached the spot. Although someone had dealt with the scene in the past 2 days, there were still some clues left behind. So, those are ninja from Hidden Mist Village. Akabane thought to himself. Ninja from Hidden Mist Village attacked Uzumaki village. Jiraiya was so excited that his eyes lit up. Everyone disguised yourself with transformation jutsu. Kazuma-san, please come here. Hiruzen got up, then motioned to the caravan next to Kazuma to follow him. They rarely used transformation jutsu before, but the ninjutsu has been learned well in the academy. Akabane transformed into a middle-aged worker and sat lazily on the edge of a cart. Everyone have disguised themselves except Hiruzen. No one dares to attack him anyway. After all, this is the 3rd Hokage, and thus, they moved toward the Uzumaki village. Once they entered the border of Uzumaki village, it didn't take long for them to understand how bad the situation was. There were burned fields, ruins which used to be houses scattered around, and no one seemed to live there anymore. This is horrible. Uzumaki village, this is the first time I have come here since I was little. Tsunade was very excited at first, but after seeing the situation with her own eyes, her heart filled with sadness. This is grandma's homeland, but... Akabane sighed in his heart, but he was helpless. Tailed beasts are the greatest asset that a village could possess. It can be compared to nuclear bombs. Thus no one dares to attack a village with a Jinchuriki in it. But Uzumaki village was the nemesis of tailed beasts. That alone is enough to make them vulnerable to being attacked from every direction. Further ahead is an intersection of Uzumaki village's commercial roads, and there is usually rebels post guarding there. Kazuma was very nervous, and sweat came out of his forehead. Akabane took his tools and began to draw a background in advance. the caravan slowly moved forward, and some ordinary guards began to get close to the cart full of comics as if this was a very important cargo. At this time, they need to be careful. If they make any unneeded scenes, the life of the whole group will be taken the risk. Although Murasaki and Sakumo were nervous, they blended perfectly like an ordinary guard, for Tsunade and Orochimaru posture were different. As for Akabane, he was sitting on the edge of the cart, holding pen and board. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of leaves moving from the forest. Hold! Orochimaru shouted, and then immediately saw several shurikens flying out of the forest. Jiraiya immediately got up and shot the shurikens off with kunao, while Tsunade rushed directly to the forest. Be careful! Sakumo's expression changed, his immediately charged Tsunade down to the ground before a sound came. Boom! Explosion. Tsunade was too attached to the enemy, forgetting the possibility of traps. After the explosion, Tsunade and Sakumo were dumbfounded by the impact, tried to bring back their senses. It turned out to be a few kids. Are they a genin who just graduated? I don't know who your teacher is, but he is dumb enough to bring you here. Hidden mist jutsu. Whoosh! A cloud of thick fog suddenly filled their vision, unable to say anything. Hidden mist jutsu? This is a ninja from Hidden Mist? Akabane's heart pumped harder. If his vision was blocked, he couldn't execute his genjutsu from drawing. In this situation, his genjutsu is almost useless. No, there is another way. I couldn't see, but hearing the sound is enough to counter their attack. Akabane holds his breath vigilantly. There, suddenly, a slight sound of wind came from a direction. In an instant, he cast hand seals. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. His escape was near missed. The Hidden Mist's Chuyunin had no time to react before he was dragged to the ground and then pierced his throat by a kunao. You can use the earth release that well at that age. Behind him, there was an indifferent voice. They are killing intent. Akabane was sweating all over his body. He felt a blade approaching him and instantly reacted. Substitution jutsu? He changed his position quietly, but he knew the attacker could saw him in the fog. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Oh shit. Akabane has already cursed in his heart. He would die at any second by now if he failed to make a move. At this life and death moment, he suddenly remembered something. Akabane quickly opened his exchange list and redeemed something from it. Silent killing jutsu has successfully exchanged. Great. Akabane was ecstatic. After they attacked him, he remembered that his clone has finished chapter 12 and there, silent killing jutsu was being used. In an instant, the sounds and breaths around him were clear as day. Behind him, he sensed a Hidden Mist's Jounin wielding a kunao. At the same time, he can sense Orochimaru and the others were fighting with some Chuyunin not far away. The worst was Jiraiya, who looked like he took some damage that can be heard from his hard breathing. However, he found something very strange. Although the Hidden Mist's ninja was holding a kunao, he didn't seem to be moving. Could it be that my silent killing jutsu is not advanced enough? After all, it was just a second ago he learned it. Akabane needs more time to adapt to his sharpened senses but got less time to took action. Akabane quickly analyzed his situation. The only logical explanation was that the Jounin had no intention to join the fight. I need to take action right now. He reacted quickly, then swiftly ran toward the presences of Orochimaru and the others were. He tried to deal with some Chuyunin on his way there and successfully killing one with a blow. However, after that kill, Akabane stops moving and remains on his position where he was hard to detect, followed by planning his next move. Boy, don't you afraid to die. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, swiftly waving his blade. Akabane reacted by lowering his head and said, Sarutobi-sensei, what are you doing? Heh, you are indeed very clever, you've predicted that attack. Hiruzen whispered. Yes, I used silent killing jutsu, don't test me in this kind of situation, okay? Akabane complained calmly. Of course. If he hadn't Chapter 43. The Interrogation. Akabane's reaction didn't surprise Hiruzen. He knew that this boy was smart even if he was a slacker. Therefore, Akabane only reacted when he senses a threat. Hey, at least pay more respect to me, I'm much more senior than you. Hiruzen simply sat down and chatted, do you know why I did this? Akabane sat down and said while lowering his voice, the possibility of encountering the enemy in this fog is high. Sarutobi-sensei want me to pay more attention to my surrounding, right? Well, but whom we were fighting right now is not Shadow Clone. They are all real. You've beat them. Akabane looked a little surprised. He thought that the Jounin presences before was Hiruzen, but he didn't expect that it was the real enemy. I've handled them all. Hiruzen finally shocked Akabane once more, said it while looking slightly proud. Akabane was shocked. The third Hokage isn't just a title? Okay, basically, we have defeated the enemy. Let's clear up this fog first. Hiruzen hands were performing hand seals to clear the thick fog. Whoosh! Finally, everyone able to saw their surrounding. What? There are so many ninjas lying on the ground. Murasaki was baffled, then he saw Akabane and Hiruzen stood near the body. Wait, there were two other ninjas that were pulled into the ground, that must be Akabane doing. Orochimaru's mood became more and more complicated, and he quickly understood what was going on. The third Hokage had killed all the enemy and then disguised as the enemy as a test. Undoubtedly, this test is not for them, because the five of them were struggling enough just to deal with a few Chuyunin, unlike Akabane, who was able to overcome their number and quickly killed two Chuyunin. More than that, Orochimaru looked at the corpses and found that they were fatally wounded. Of course. Compared with Jiraiya and Tsunade, his results still above average. Now, let's interrogate this Jounin. Nov. L. B //JNN. Hiruzen walked into the forest, everyone else followed him behind. The Jounin was badly injured but still breathing. Akabane squatted down and took a closer look. Hidden Mist's attire and the sword that Hiruzen-sensei hold must belong to him. But it was just an ordinary sword, not a chakra weapon. Then it wasn't one of the 7 swords of the mist. He is a renegade. Tsunade saw the scratches on his headband and said, it seems that even if he is alive, Hidden Mist wouldn't admit their mistake. That's for sure, and Orochimaru raised his head and looked around. Something is coming. Hidden Mist's back up? Whoosh! With a sound, a rain of kunao flew toward them, but they've managed to dodge it all. Akabane focusing his eyes on the direction of the kunao were thrown. He saw a figure appearing behind the branches. Just a small group. Huh? I'll handle all of you? The figure talked to Akabane and his teammates. How many of your rebels in Uzumaki village? Akabane asked. I have no obligation to answer your question. The leader said calmly. Then we have nothing left to discuss. Akabane drew a stroke on his board, then the figure shook and fell to the ground. Arg. Normally someone like him could dodge the fall, but Akabane cast his genjutsu to make him fell asleep for a second to let him fall without resistance. Akabane. Hiruzen didn't expect that Akabane would make the first move, and at the same time, he was impressed. By the look of it, he was an umbu and can't be underestimated, but Akabane able to immobilize him easily. Without a doubt, Akabane possessed great potential even without his gift. His tactical skill and observation on the battlefield were outstanding. Arg? Damn you! The umbu awakened, and just by looking at his expression, they knew that he endured tremendous pain from his broken legs. Hiruzen said lightly, what is your mission on this village? I just came to chase the escapee. He gritted his teeth. So, you expected that I just surrender and let you kill us all? Akabane got up and stretched, and sneered slightly. Her release. The umbu was tried to escape using his ninjutsu, but Hiruzen slashed through his throat nonchalantly, and the blood scattered to the ground. As an umbu, he couldn't give us more information than this. There is no point in asking him anymore. What should we do with him? Tsunade asked. Bring it back to the village and let our expert examine it. Hiruzen then summoned a clone, then sealed the Hidden Mist's umbu corpse with sealing jutsu. Then he gave an order to Murasaki and Sakumo. You two and my clone will go back to the Konoha, then hand the body to your sensei. Got it. Sakumo brought the sealed scroll, while Murasaki carried the body on his back, and they separated with the party to go to Konoha. Tsunade watched them leave and then said in amazement, I thought you were going to beg to join them. I'm amazed, Akaba. Impossible, Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't listen either. Akabane got up. The Uzumaki village indeed a dangerous place right now, but it gave him an opportunity. He can be witnessing his eyes about what truly happened there. Moreover, Akabane wanted to confirm a guess. It only took 30 points to awaken the 5 senses of control, and 4,000 point for the Uzumaki's vitality, so it must be around 500-2000 points to acquired Sharingan. The strength level of Sharingan mustn't be far from the 5 senses of control. It means it wouldn't cost too much of points. Kazuma-san, shall we continue? Hiruzen has seen everything that happened in the Uzumaki village, and that made him more determined to protect the village, at least to keep the good relationship between the two villages. However, none of the official requests were sent by the Uzumaki village. Thus Konoha can't directly send their troops to help Uzumaki village, or else it would start another war. Chapter 44. The Uzumaki village. Sensei, can I have that sword? Jiraiya had a good look at the sword. His gleaming eyes told that he wants to have it. That sword doesn't belong to us, it might not be safe, use it carefully. Akabane couldn't help but reminded. Although this is just an ordinary sword, he noticed that the sword has a custom marks on it. You idiot, Sensei took it because it's useful, an idiot like you couldn't use it properly. Tsunade scolded Jiraiya. If she didn't care about Jiraiya's injury, she would have punched him without hesitation. Hiruzen only replied to his disciple request with a gentle smile, as what Tsunade said, the sword is still useful for the time being. As for its usefulness, Akabane has some guesses. One of them is to let Hiruzen use it as an authentic prop to disguise his identity and find more invaders. Moreover, it is a good addition to combat power. Kurama-san. Kazuma suddenly called him with a formal tone. Akabane shuddered. Even now, no one has called him San, so he turned his head to see. Oh, it's you, what's the matter? Akabane didn't like Kazuma. The 2 first hardest mission that he got were related to him, and he was unhappy about it, but still, keep a good manner. We almost arrive at the front gate of Uzumaki village. How do I promote your comic when we got there? Kazuma asked respectfully. When buying the comic, he asked around to the Konoha residents about Akabane, then he inquired many details from Tsunade, and he was sure that Akabane was indeed a business genius. Akabane couldn't help but glance at Tsunade. If the old man asked this question, Tsunade must have told him something. Arg? Never mind that, this is for my points. After taking a deep breath, Akabane said with a calm tone, since Uzumaki village is different than Konoha, if we want to promote it, we must first let the consumer know that the story was good. Please teach me more, Kurama-san. Kazuma bowed deeply, with a very humble attitude. Nov. L. B //JNN. We will show this comic to the higher up of the Uzumaki village and let them get it for free. After that, we will tell the villagers that their leader had bought the comic, and they like it. That is how the comic fame will gradually rising. Akabane explained his strategy while sitting on the cart, swinging his legs back and forth. Kazuma was confused at the beginning, but his face was somewhat surprised and worried. What's the matter again? Weren't my explanation clear enough? Kurama-san, if it's true that this comic is that important, will the higher-up allowing us to sell it publicly? Kazuma was quite business-minded, but this question was so stupid that Akabane didn't bother to answer it, and pointed at the third Hokage. Oh, now that the cage of Konoha had traveled to aid the Uzumaki village, they wouldn't dare to prohibit them from selling the comic, right? Besides, Kazuma had read the first volume, and there wasn't any classified information from there. Kazuma thought that only such a person like Uzumaki Mito could understand the meaning of the comic. This discussion has lightened up their mood. Kurama-san, when we arrived at the Uzumaki village, please continue to hand your aid. Yeah, not a problem. Kazuma left excitedly and ran to the front. Tsunade glared at Akabane until he willingly jumped out of the cart. He had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, they were not far from the village, and it didn't take long for them to see the outskirt of the Uzumaki village. The village here is far from what they saw earlier on the border. On both sides of the fields, dozens of villagers are busy farming, and they seem to live in peace. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the gap between inside here and outside before would be so dramatic, and all this all because of war. Tsunade clenched her hands tightly, her eyes cold. This is unfair. Hiruzen touched his temple, feeling full of emotions. This is all because of the war. The winner will be a gift with prosperity, but the loser will carry all the burden. Jiraiya was looking upset. He always cares about Tsunade the most. Sensei, we will help Uzumaki village, right? Tsunade asked while tried to hold her tears. This is her grandma's hometown, but now that she saw it was treated unfairly on the amidst of war, she must do something to fix this situation on her grandma's behalf. Even though she is a tough girl, when it comes to someone she cares, she couldn't just stay still. Yes, we will help Uzumaki village. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then replied. The war is troublesome. Akabane sat back again on the cart and only watched from behind. Saving Uzumaki village? Don't be naive. With such a great conspiration including many villages to exterminate Uzumaki village, even a dearest ally like Konoha can't help much. Even if Konoha declare their official move, we could only help some of the members of Uzumaki village and must sacrifice the others. But it doesn't matter right now. Akabane is only afraid that this thought could bother the group and clouded their mind. I'll just continue to draw the comic first. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clone appeared, glanced at Akabane silently, and then consciously stepped into the carriage. The group continued on their way, and it didn't take long to see the gate of Uzumaki village. In the comics, Uzumaki village has never appeared before. The curiosity of a Naruto fan like Akabane can't help but kick in. At a glance, he felt a familiar scene. Hey, Akabane, the ornament here is very similar to Grandma's yard. Tsunade shouted in surprise. Akabane suddenly appeared. It turns out that the yard was built with this place as references. Heard what Tsunade said, Orochimaru looked over Akabane with a strange expression and asked. Akaba-kun, you have met with Mito-sama. Yes, for some reason, I've met her a few times. Akabane gave a light cough without giving a specific reason. After all, with such popularity that Mito Uzumaki had, a lot of people will be surprised. Is it about the comic? Yes, Grandma read the comic and came to enjoy it. Tsunade proudly showed off. That's nice. Orochimaru sincerely envy. Uzumaki Mito is a legend. He has always wanted to meet her, but unfortunately, since the Senju clan evacuated from the center of power in the past 2 years, she has been out of sight. However, after a brief moment of envy, a thought came to his mind. Could it be that Sensei came to Uzumaki village because of the few pages in the Akabane's comic? Well, about that. Among Akabane's content, is there any item worthy of everyone's attention? Tsunade was fascinated and filled her thoughts with curiosity. Akabane was only a 9-year-old boy who wrote about the Jinchuriki and the nine-tailed beast based on his imagination, which not everyone knew the existence. Orochimaru, why are you so fussy? They already left you behind. Oh. After thinking about it for a long time, Orochimaru couldn't come up with a reason, and Jiraiya also called out and immediately ran to chase. When passing by Akabane, Orochimaru glared at him a few seconds. At that moment, even Orochimaru didn't know what feeling he felt. It was like, maybe in the future, this person in front of him will be his opponent. Chapter 45. The Future of the Uzumaki Clan. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. So, this is the Uzumaki village. Wow, look. They are all redheads. Stop acting like an idiot, of course. The Uzumaki clan are all redheads. As a result of his stubbornness, Jiraiya got a punch on his stomach. Akabane was also a bit shocked. He never saw this much redhead. After observing his surroundings, he found that the caravans didn't enter the village with them, but instead turned to another direction. I've never seen this much Uzumaki member before. He was shocked that the whole village was full of the Uzumaki clan, and those outside were foreigners. Welcome to Uzumaki village, my honor guests. I will take you to see the patriarch now. Kazuma introduced the village with a bitter smile. Then he stepped forward to lead the way. This is the Uzumaki village. If there was no Senju same, the fate of Konoha must be close to this village. Hiruzen sighed. Although it is not stated explicitly, the name of the Senju clan was terrifying before, thus that name alone, the whole Konoha, was protected from outsiders who wouldn't dare to cause trouble. I think it's because of the first Hokage's relation with the Uchiha clan that protected us, Akabane added. Ha, you are right. Hiruzen couldn't agree more. Senju, Uchiha, and the other clan cooperated to form a stable situation to Konoha after the war. Times makes heroes. Orochimaru thoughtfully. If you want peace, you must prepare for war. It makes sense. Tsunade is smart, but most of the time, she doesn't think about it. She only thinks about gambling and fighting. As for Jiraiya, he is dedicated to art, and he is even less interested in these matters. There is the Patriarch's office. Not long after, Kazuma left and pointed forward. Akabane looked up and immediately saw a building with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. A figure waited inside the office. Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to come in person with these situations that happened. Although Hiruzen used the transformation jutsu, the person could see him. Ha ha ha, Shikai. I haven't seen you for many years. I heard that Kazuma-san arrived at Konoha, so I volunteered to guard him back here. Hiruzen lifted his transformation jutsu and greeted his old friend kindly. Is he the patriarch? Akabane observed calmly. His age was not much different from the third Hokage, and he was a tall person. His strength must be near the third Hokage's level. As my dearest guests, I'll take you all to look around. Shikai Uzumaki is very enthusiastic, but it looks like that his enthusiasm is mixed with concern. Since I've done guarding the caravans, let's talk about business first. Hiruzen rejected the invitation. With the current situation, he has no mood to strolling around the village. Alright, let's talk while we walk. Shikai was just chit-chatting before, so it's best to get into the real subject quickly. Then Kazuma walked to his side to reporting his situation along the way, including being chased by assassins, then being rescued by Akabane, and had a conversation with Mito Uzumaki. You mean, this book? Oh no, comic. Shikai looked at the book, and then at Akabane, with a puzzled look on his face. What could be implied from this kid's book? That's what the princess said. Kazuma respectfully explained. Okay. After listening, Shikai opened the first page. Nine-tailed demon fox? Isn't this Konoha's tailed beast? Immediately, he thought of Konoha's Jinchuriki. Isn't it Mito Uzumaki? But above. The nine-tailed demon fox turned rampage, and the Jinchuriki's successor turned out to be an idiot who couldn't even master the clone jutsu. No matter how far my clan has fallen, it won't come to this. When Shikai saw this, he almost tore the comic with anger. Seeing the anger on his face, Akabane was calm and replied without nervousness, Oh, do you think so? The Uzumaki village is indeed experiencing difficulties right now, but they can't exterminate our clan. Shikai is very confident. Every ninja in their clan possesses enormous strength, and it can be said that it is almost impossible that their clan would go extinct. Hiruzen didn't interrupt and calmly smoked and the two debatings, while Akabane laughed and shook his head without saying a word. Why are you laughing? Shikai sneered and said, I'm not talking big. If the Hidden Mist village wants to destroy our land, they can do it in their next life. What if it's not just the Hidden Mist? The Uzumaki village has been on the corner for too long, so long that you became ignorant. Akabane was merciless. He was just a child anyway. Being scolded by a child was shameful, but it has to be done. The leader of Uzumaki village must know their future fate. If other villages want to attack us, first they must go through the Land of Fire. Since when the Land of Fire has become your allies? Before he could finish speaking, Orochimaru interrupted. Shikai was pointing at Hiruzen, but suddenly realized. They were allied with Konoha but not the entire nation? Ah, Shikai, it's a pep talk, don't be too bothered by it. Hiruzen jumped out to cut the debate since it was too one-sided. He felt bad for his friend. As the leader of a clan, it's shameful to be angry with children. Then he continued to read the book. After reading it for a few pages, Shikai felt the plot was more and more realistic. His village was destroyed alongside the whole clan, only left with some member were able to take a refugee on the certain village. He took a deep breath and sat down weakly. If the Land of Fire wants to attack them, can the Uzumaki village defend it? Impossible? Even if they have Konoha as an ally, but they would still be outnumbered and slowly will be defeat. Oh, no wonder you're the only one coming. Shikai opened the comic again, and after reading another page, he closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, he understood everything. Why did Konoha learn about their ally situation but only sent a few shinobi to aid them? Even their original mission was only escorting the caravans. Shikai, it is not too late to understand that you can preserve your clan's future to the greatest extent. Hiruzen said to his old friend. And then what? Where can we go after we survive? The daimyo of the Land of Fire must have plotted carefully with their allies how to overthrow Uzumaki village, and they wouldn't trust the Konoha that much, or else what's the point to create the 12 guardian ninja on the first place? I'm afraid that Uzumaki village will take aid on Konoha only. After the Shikai analyzed everything, his heart grew more and more fear. Is it that serious? Tsunade was dumbfounded. She thought it was just a normal problem, but now it sounded like the extermination of a race. Jinchuriki. Shikai couldn't explain it in a word. He knew their problem was not their position or strength, but because of their capability to use sealing jutsu. Every village wants to possess the power of tailed beasts, and it's just normal that they want to eliminate the one who has an advantage on that, and it is Uzumaki clan. Thus, they were meant to encounter great misfortune. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Akabane had a terrifying vision. How could a 9-year-old boy predicted this kind of situation? Akabane-san, where do you think our clan should go? Shikai admitted his powerlessness and asked hesitantly. You must spread out the clan, and change their name and surname. Akabane kept winking at Tsunade, meaning something. This means, to become the Senju clan? Shikai was stunned for a moment, then analyzed the possibility. If it is the Senju clan, and they were scattered with a small number, the daimyo wouldn't be able to notice. Right? Then a marriage. Akabane-san, I remember you are from the Karama clan, right? He stared at Akabane suspiciously. A Kekkei Genkai can only be passed down to the direct descendant, and these children in from of me are undoubtedly going to become a great shinobi. That gray-haired old man doesn't count, the gray-haired premature aging doesn't count. Chapter 46. Matchmaking. Akabane-san, if I'm not wrong, the Karama clan has the disadvantage for having a weak physique, right? And you know, the Uzumaki clan was outstanding in the physical area. How about it? Shikai Uzumaki enthusiastically promoted his clan's excellence. Can you imagine Akabane-san, the Genjutsu specialty of Karama clan combined with the sealing jutsu of my clan? Ho ho ho, the descendants will be a top grade. Hiruzen laughed with a strange smile while also teasing Akabane. Genjutsu and sealing jutsu? This is a good idea, and including the vitality of Uzumaki CL. Wait, no, if we talked about the potential, it looks tempting, but I don't want to marry anyone right now. Akabane shook his head quickly. He can't accept their proposal, even if it gives him a lot of benefits. Akabane simply can't agree. Maybe you want to take a stroll. The girls of our clan are well known to be the cutest, don't you agree? Shikai wouldn't stop halfway. Hey, now that is too much. Tsunade had changed of expression. Her eyes moved back and forth between Akabane and Shikai. No, once I said no, it means no. Akabane said firmly but looking almost about to cry. Hehe, I do think that the Uzumaki's girls are pretty cute too. Orochimaru said it shamelessly. Don't agree with him, Orochimaru? Akabane glanced at Orochimaru with a murderous aura. Shikai turned his head and said with a smile, ha ha ha, finally someone agrees with me, please find someone you would like to marry. Hey, what about me? Jiraiya rushed from the back. But he just wants to see a lot of pretty girls without any intention to marry them. Shikai glanced at him without saying a word. Ha ha ha, okay, let's take the joke slide aside. Hiruzen knocked his smoking pipe on the table, and the situation was suddenly quiet. After a few seconds, Shikai felt a bit strange. Isn't this Uzumaki village? Then why does it feel that Hiruzen is in charge here? After a moment of silence, the third Hokage said, you can send some of your clan's member to Konoha. I can volunteer to speak with the daimyo on Uzumaki village's behalf. Shikai didn't answer, but he didn't need to point out the meaning. Konoha wanted to help, but it was extremely difficult to be afraid. It's pretty good to be able to keep some of our bloodlines. Shikai Uzumaki sighed. Kazuma just said that you have also brought a lot of comics. Yes, Shikai-sama. Kazuma stood up nervously. You can use the small house by the gate as the storage, and I will send someone to arrange your accommodation. Thank you, Shikai-sama. Kazuma ecstatically thanked him. Akabane felt that this old man was in a hurry and was about to sneak away quietly. Then he didn't expect Hiruzen would call him Akaba. You will accompany me to stroll around the village. What? What the hell? Akabane looked suspiciously at Hiruzen. He must have to plot something. Sensei, how about us? Tsunade's tone was a bit jealous. Hunting. Hiruzen said indifferently, I will assign a shadow clone, and you can hunt the hiding invaders around the village. Killing is something that a ninja will experience sooner or later. Although they killed a few Chuunin last time, they might have been injured because of Sakumo and Murasaka's assistance. Yes. Orochimaru looked excited. Now he is more interested in fighting than strolling in the village. I don't need your clone's assistance, Sensei. I can get rid of the invaders by myself. Again, acting like a fool. The atmosphere, which was a bit dull before, quickly became lightened with a few words from Jiraiya. Tsunade was in a bad mood, then just let it slide. After watching them leave, Akabane asked confidently, Shikai-san, Sensei, where are we going to? We will visit my house first. Your house? Akabane stared at the patriarch Shikai, and then guessing that it might become a blind date with his daughters? Konoha village, Ambu headquarter. Danzo-san, I brought you the second volume of Akabane's comic. Danzo's subordinate gave him a copy of the Naruto volume 2. Danzo took it. There is no cover for this book. It was stolen from the printing. He glanced at it and then asked, how is the examination of the Jounin that was sent by the Hokage? Hidden Mist's Jounin. He was proficient on the silent assassination, but lack on talent, so he was sentenced to do a suicide mission. The Umbu reported the information that he found one by one. Danzo tapped his finger on the desk and asked after thinking for a moment, is there no deeper information? Not yet? Then, keep on monitoring. After giving the order, the Umbu disappeared, and Danzo opened the comic. In the dark underground space of Umbu HQ, there was only the sound of flipping paper. He scanned it. The content of the first few chapters was swept away, and he gradually stopped when he reached the 9th and the 10th chapter. In the land of waves, Konoha's exam system is so strict, how could there be mistakes on the grade evaluation? Danzo sneered, closed the comic, and then took out a map. After analyzed it for a moment, he sat down and fell into deep thought. The destruction of the Uzumaki village is the main point, but if we can intervene in the land of waves, we can use it as a scapegoat. There will be an inevitable war in the future, and Konoha will involve in it. The key is still in Uzumaki village. The Uzumaki clan is a valuable ally, and we can't let them be destroyed, at least not now. Danzo was secretly plotting in his thought. Afterward, he turned his attention back to the Uzumaki village. Hiruzen, when you come back, the Uzumaki village will be a battlefield. He is the cage of Konoha. He can't stay there too long, because soon that place will be a battlefield between villages. Let me introduce you to my beloved daughter, Tsukiya Uzumaki. Looking at the girl's beautiful eyes, Akabane felt nervous. He is really offering me his daughter? N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. But she is only 6 years old, isn't that too much? Daughter, the comic on your hand, was drawn by Akabane-san, do you like it? Shikai Uzumaki talked to her daughter while patted her head gently. Thank you, Akabane-san. Tsukiya grabbed the comic and thanked sweetly. Oh yeah, it fine. Akabane covered his face. With such a small child, Shikai has a willingness to match those two. Well, Akabane, can you take care of Tsukiya for a while? Hiruzen and I want to talk about important matters. Shikai Uzumaki smiled treacherously. Yeah, I knew it. Akabane has helplessly accepted the request. Tsukiya was very well behaved. She sat down, holding the comic, and read it quietly while staring at the drawing. At the age of 6, she already recognizes most of the words. Akabane stared at her for a few seconds, feeling a tingle in his heart. To be honest, even though Tsukiya is still young, her facial features are pretty. As far as the lowly state is concerned, she may be a little cuter than Tsunade. Tsunade is slightly better in terms of appearance, but her brute strength and gambling addiction are really not compatible with lowly. Tsukiya is different. Cute small face, round eyes, red ha. Cough cough cough. What's wrong Naizen, is your throat itchy? I'll pour you some water. Ah, no, I'm fine. You can keep reading. Akabane hurriedly denied it while driving away from the dangerous thoughts in his mind. Chapter 47. Please, Akabane, I'll pour it for you. Dad asked me to treat his guest well. Tsukiya was worried then poured a glass of water from the table. When he reached the cup, he saw that there were a few petals of fragrance tea leaves floating. He smelled the tea, heartwarming. The daughter of the Uzumaki clan can take care of her guest like this? Cute, considerate, and well-mannered, she has the waifu material. Oh, what the hell I'm thinking about. Akabane, why does Naruto have yellow hair, even if he is an Uzumaki? Tsukiya asked out of curiosity. In her knowledge, all the Uzumakis have beautiful red hair. His yellowish hair was inherited from his father, who wasn't from the Uzumaki clan. Akabane answered with a smile. What is inheritance? It's, certain characteristics of parents will be passed on to the next generation. Oh, how come Naruto can't even master the clone jutsu? The Uzumaki clan is full of talent, this kind of jutsu should be easy to master. After asking some questions, Akabane realized the feeling of being a dad. Ouch, watch your situation? He sighed. Teehee, Akabane is so smart, you know everything. As she read and asked questions, Tsukiya became more and more fond of Akabane. Ah, that is because I love to read books. Akabane replied shamelessly. Tsukiya didn't know Akabane's lazy nature, and if Tsunade ever heard of this, she will mock and punched him immediately. By the way, where is your mother? Hiruzen and Shikai must be talking about which members should be taken to Konoha, and Akabane had a wild guess that Tsukiya must be forced into the Kurama clan, so it's necessary to know her background. Like Naruto and I, my mother had long gone since I was a baby. Tsukiya answered with a sad expression. Oh, I'm sorry, Tsukiya-chan, there are a lot of comics and posters on my home. If your dad asks you to come to my home, would you willing to? Really? After looking gloomy, her eyes lit up again, but then she looked inside her house worriedly. Don't worry Tsukiya, everyone on Konoha are friendly. You can stay there for a while if you want to. At this time, Shikai Uzumaki has come back. Really? What about you, Dad? I would love to accompany you there, my love, but I have some business here to finish first. I might join you later. Shikai patted her hair fondly. As the patriarch, he can't abandon his duty. Otherwise, the entire Uzumaki clan will collapse. Then, I will reconsider it. Take your time, my friends, and I will stay in this village for the time being. Such a sweet little girl shouldn't die in the middle of chaos. Even a slacker like Akabane was moved and tried to persuade her to avoid such a fate. Thinking about having a little girl helping him on his comic, Akabane can only smile suspiciously. It looks like his thought about the unity of two clans has changed big time. Ahem. Hiruzen coughed a few times, and he secretly kicked Akabane. Akabane quickly converged his expression so that no one would see it. He was secretly surprised. Yeah, what a shameless person that I am. Akabane glanced at Shikai, but fortunately, the father didn't notice it. Otherwise, he changes the plan entirely. Hey, what's wrong with me? He was lost in thought and snapped out of it. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Akaba, let's go out first. Hiruzen said lightly. Yes, sensei. Following Hiruzen outside the house, he saw Hiruzen stood while smoking on the courtyard. Akabane asked the doubts in his heart. Sensei, how did you find that I was distracted? It because I just looked at you acting like Jiraiya's would. Damn it. Akabane's expression is sluggish. This is simply the biggest insult. Leave that aside, about Shikai, we agreed to send some children into Konoha, what do you think? Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette, and by the look of it, he was serious. Akabane also got serious, and after thinking for a moment, he answered, this plan benefits them and us equally. If Kuwabai turned into Rampage again, we have someone to seal it from the Uzumaki clan. That is just how Danzo would say. What's your thought about it? Hiruzen could notice his insincerity. It has little to do with me. If you're against it, I can still sell my comic anyway. Akabane said lazily. Maybe most of the villagers have the same idea as you, but there are still some. Hiruzen breathes out a cloud of smoke. As Hokage, he can see through most situations, so what is needed is not real advice, but someone who can talk to, help him to analyze the situation. The integration of the Uzumaki clan into the Konoha's clans might cause turbulence, especially with some strict clans like Uchiha or Hyuga. Well, for Uchiha, they always will be unsatisfied with their position whether Uzumaki was joining Konoha or not. It thanks to Hyuga as another powerhouse who could suppress the Uchiha's influence in Konoha. Akabane talked about his views on other potential problems. Hiruzen has just elected as the Hokage, and he is still on his prime. The voices of some clans could be ignored, and besides, they only took some children, causing a public backlash was unlikely. After Tsukiya stays at Konoha, if something happened to the Uzumaki village, please comfort her, and you'd better persuade her to change her surname. Hey, what does this mean to me? Akabane's face changed. When a woman marries, she will change her surname to her husband's surname. How Hiruzen put up his words were just weird. Literal meaning. Hiruzen said firmly, Daimyo has been taking a lot of moves these days. First, he has deployed ninja protection. Now it seems that he has to establish a group of a guardian ninja. Guardian ninja? It must be the roots of the 12 guardian ninja. Akabane thought to himself. If this is the case, then it's no wonder that Konoha didn't do anything in this current situation. Sometimes later, Kushina Uzumaki will come, and many other Uzumaki will marry an ordinary person on their run from the village. He thought for a moment, but he couldn't figure out why. But, I'm glad you can well behave there. Hiruzen reached out to pat Akabane's hair, but he quickly kept his distance. She is such a sweet girl. I can't imagine her in the middle of the chaos that will come. Akabane sighed. Not that he learned that Konoha's peace is precious and a privilege. Especially as a traverser, it is very lucky for him to come to this specific era. Well thought, as a reward, I will teach you a little trick. Hiruzen smiled slightly. From Hiruzen's perspective, Akabane still had a moral compass that leads him with his decision, not like his teacher Danzo. Akabane proved that he is different from him. Therefore, he decided to teach Akabane his ninjutsu. Oh, really? What is it? Akabane glanced at him with excitement. He was just simply surprised and curious at the same time. It is the third Hokage himself that will teach him a genjutsu. What will it be? Hiruzen said lightly, it's ninjutsu taught by my sensei. Hiruzen's teacher. It is Tobirama Senju. Akabane's eyes lit up passionately. Then Hiruzen starts to cast hand seals. Genjutsu, Infinite Darkness Jutsu. Chapter 48. Pitch Black? In an instant, Akabane's vision was surrounded by complete darkness. Akabane took a deep breath and quickly adapted to the darkness. What do you think of it? Hiruzen smiled slightly. Hiruzen doesn't have many genjutsu, but Infinite Darkness Jutsu is very handy, especially when dealing with certain clans. Of course, sensei. It's a rare chance to learn ninjutsu from the third Hokage. Anything that he knows must be valuable. Akabane listened carefully and quickly remembered the seals and the ninjutsu. But this was an A-level genjutsu, and it would take a long time to learn it by himself. He glanced at the exchange list. The name Infinite Darkness Jutsu did not appear on it. Should I practice it by myself? He smacked his mouth regretfully. A-level genjutsu must have to take a lot of time to practice. Besides, my current genjutsu is enough. Forget it. I might as well draw a few more if I have the time. Akabane comforted himself in his heart. Hiruzen didn't know what he was thinking, but based on his personality, it was not difficult to guess Akabane's next goal. As expected. Sensei, where do we stay for the night? He hasn't taken a proper rest for some time, and it was almost noon. Akabane wants to find some nice place to sleep tonight. Practicing this new ninjutsu could come later. Well, I'll just let my clone draw the next chapter. The most suited task for me right now is to take a rest. Don't worry. You can continue to practice your genjutsu. Hiruzen said with a dense smile. Akabane sneered. He turned around and walked outside the courtyard. I'll see how the comics are selling. There is always a place to find a caravan, which is more comfortable than standing here all day. This kid just needs to be more diligent. Hiruzen's expression was stiff, and took a breath after he left. Akabane left the yard and joined the caravan at the entrance of the village. Although he is a stranger, because he came out of the patriarch's house, there is no trouble coming out like this. When he reached the village gate, he finally saw a group of people with Kazuma on the side. Move the cabinet, yes, just put it here. Kazuma commanded loudly to let people quickly arrange their goods into an abandoned house. This house was idle for some time, and there was a lot of dust accumulated on it, and it took them a lot of time to clean it. But, what are you putting on? Akabane almost threw up when he saw the shop decoration. Akabane-san, what bothered you? Kazuma asked in astonishment. When he said that, he turned his head and glanced, and he became more suspicious. No matter how you look at it, nothing felt wrong. These decorations are awful. How are we supposed to expect the customers to buy anything from here? Do you know what symmetry is? Akabane has constipation on his face. He is not an obsessive-compulsive disorder, but their perception of symmetry is a mess, and it insults his characters like a former art student. This is just a decoration. Does it need to be exaggerated? Kazuma pondered for a long time but still couldn't understand what Akabane meant. Akabane turned around, then took his pen and paper and quickly drew a sketch. Afterward, he handed the sketch into Kazuma's left hand. Press this. The old man glanced carefully for a while, and then let someone follow this arrangement. With the sketches on his hand, everyone following his order swiftly. Before long, the store gradually became neatly arranged Nov, L, B //JNN. The cabinets are neatly placed on both sides, with a table in the middle, and comics on the top. Akabane-san, it is a lot more enjoyable to see this way. Kazuma left in surprise. This is still not enough. Akabane takes a vintage view from the outside. He shook his head regretfully, it's still missing a few posters. He pondered for a moment, and he had an idea. When you go to publicity, tell those people that not only do they will have a comic to buy, but they can also get a hand-drawn poster at random chances. Akabane cast hand seals, and the identical shadow clone appeared from his side. Okay, I will do it, as you said. Kazuma accepted the task without complaining even if he looked a little confused. There's still a lot member of the Uzumaki village who wasn't a ninja around the village. This is their target for selling the comics. So he hurriedly off, holding a comic book, and visited every family house to started promoting it. In front of the shop, Akabane's shadow clone set up the utensils and sat down to start making posters. Street performance? The method that Akabane thought of was to draw in front of everyone that passed by the store to build some curiosity around the villager. As for him, after moving the comic on the cart, Akabane spread out a few pieces of fabric and lay on it. It's a pity that the second volume was still in print when I went here. Otherwise the first and second volumes will be sold together, and that is how I could gain tons of points. He thought to himself. Calculating the time, Konoha's second volume should be on sale soon. But there is no way that he could go back to Konoha now. Hiruzen and Danzo will force him to stay here for the time being. If he collects enough points to exchange for Sharingan or the Uzumaki's half-immortal vitality, then his survivability will dramatically be improved. Akabane thought to himself. Until now, he has never had the chance to use fire release or silent killing. But in the future, this ninjutsu would come to handy. With these peaceful times, I won't need to use this ninjutsu. It is such a shame. Akabane lay down on the cart, staring at the trees and flowers. For him now, lying down and resting are the most precious things. Perhaps tomorrow, he will be given the task to hunt down the rebels just like his other friends. As things were done, his surroundings gradually calmed down, leaving only the voice of tools that were used by the workers. Akabane lay on top, slowly became sleepy. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from a distance. Subsequently, these voices became clearer. Akabane raised his head, and the child rushed from behind. Only a child? He froze for a moment. Although children are most likely to be tempted by comics, who will pay for them? Is it impossible to do a giveaway? Akabane, Ajizan was right, you are here. Suddenly, a delicate voice came. Who is this voice belongs to? Akabane is slowly raising his head to look at his clone, which was exactly like him. A bunch of children arrived, and it was Tsukiya that talked. Wow, what is your plan now, Sarutobi-sensei? Akabane uncomfortably tried to avoid contact, shrinking his head while quietly using the transformation jutsu. However, hey, this is the real Akabane. Sweeping his eyes upwards, Akabane was shamefully caught even if he had already transformed. Didn't I gave you a comic before? He sat up and coughed embarrassingly. I came to see you Akabane, but I heard from Kazumagi-san that you were here. Tsukiya said. She came all the way here, and no one seemed to lead the way, which may indicate her ability is perception. He said inwardly. In the actual comic, Karen possessed the ability of Mind's Eye of the Kagura, which could the user sensed chakra from an exceptional distance with great detail. This is indeed a huge benefit for the side that the user chooses on the battlefield. Akabane became worried. In his mind, the third Hokage, Danzo, etc. flashed by. These people someday will know, and I am afraid that they will not let her spend her life easily. Chapter 49. Whoa, look, he is drawing. It looks like a man with red hair. Wow, looking good. At this time, there were bursts of excitement from the children who were watching over there. Tsukiya also as curious as to the other children, but she seemed afraid that Akabane would run away if she didn't watch him just for a second. He is drawing people from our clan. Oomph. On the comic store, many people were surrounding Akabane's clone, who was drawing for the posters. That hype made Tsukiya hesitated for a moment but finally set her mind. Akabane, who is that person that was drawn? A child leaned forward and asked curiously. This is Nagato Uzumaki N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. His clone smiled lightly after he finished his drawing. Take it and hang it up the. Before finishing his sentences, everyone rushed through the door. The poster shows a boy about 7 or 8 years old with red hair and long bangs covering his one eye. A simply handsome boy still without his notorious Rinnegan. Not until Nagato became the sage of the sixth path. His Rinnegan will be hard to describe in this current era, and Akabane doesn't want to complicate things that he shouldn't have drew. Because such a person like the third Hokage might instantly notice it, and it's clearly Akabane doesn't want to be interrogated. Next, I will draw a picture of someone here as a present. You little girl who holds the comic on hand, I'll draw you next. The clone turned around and looked at Tsukiya, then took out a new drawing paper and started drawing. Me. Tsukiya looked at the clone in amusement, then turned to look at Akabane. Just a small gift. Akabane smiled gently. It was his clone that did it anyway, and he was enjoying the moment. Tsukiya nodded and stood up nervously, for fear that her current appearance is a mess. The clone draws one stroke at a time and quickly outlines the graph. Not long after, the rough image of the little girl was on paper. The children were attracted to how delicate the clone's drawing was, and Akabane was able to rest safely. But watching his clone surrounded by a dozen little girls adoringly, and his smiley expression can tell it all. Lilicon? Akabane sneered secretly while lying in the cart. After a bit of irony, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If my clone is a Lilicon, then what makes me? No, I only adored Tsukiya, who undoubtedly the best. Akabane nodded secretly, comforting himself. At this time, the portrait has been completed. When the small detail has been perfected, the clone handed it to her. Hey Tsuki-chan, let me see. I want to see it too. Hey, be careful, you might break it. A group of children swarmed her in an instant. Tsukiya was drawn very cute on the portrait, and it looks exactly like her on every detail. It's awesome. Everyone was equally shocked. Although photos had already been invented in this world, the children had never seen anything like comics or even a portrait of themselves, and this is their first time. Akabane, will you draw my portrait if I buy your comic? These children were immediately swarming Akabane's clone with their big cute eyes. The caravan's guards' eyes lit up. This is undoubtedly a very good promotion method, but immediately they looked at Akabane and his clone. Akabane is considered as the boss here, and it would be hard for him alone to draw all the children. The clone looked hesitant. To draw all these children, how long would it take? But, of course, I will. Akabane got up from the cart and smiled slightly. Really? The guards were surprised by his answer, and when they saw the children rushing into the store with a great ruckus, within a few seconds, everyone burst out again. All of them held a copy of the comic on their hands, but none of them seemed to pay for it. Akabane smiled bitterly. He already had enough money. But, this seems a bit too much, right? Just before he about to ask, Tsukiya whispered in his ear, Akabane, don't worry about it. Their parents will come over to pay for it all. Well, are these the children from your village? Akabane nodded to express understanding and then asked smoothly. Almost all of them. We don't have many children in our clan. She carefully put away her portrait while answering his questions. I don't know that the population is that small. Akabane knew what was going on when he thought about it. The Uzumaki clan indeed has a strong physique and other unique traits, but it seems that their birth rate was somewhat low. Alright, everyone, please make a line. I'll start drawing your portrait one by one. With this many children, he can imagine the fatigue. Poor clone. With his short lifespan, he is afraid that he will devote every time that he has to draw their portraits. Konoha Village, Akabane's comic store. Ajisen, you don't need to unload all the goods. Just give us the copy. Yeah, that's right. Akabane is not here anyway. There is no need to put posters. Hurry up please. We are going to late for exercise. Before the comics were put on the cabinets, a crowd of customers had already flocked to take one directly from the cart. This is bad. Akabane's father looked hesitant, but suddenly, a pile of 100 ryos was scattered on the table, and then the customers leave one by one. The store was too crowded, so there is no time to wait for him to load the goods. Sakumo, your son is very talented, totally different from you. Murasaki walked while reading the comic. As an elite shinobi, Kakashi can teach his disciples how to work as a team. He is not my son. Sakumo retorted. Oh, don't talk so fool. What if you give birth to a son and named it Kakashi? Wouldn't it be a shame? Huh, such a bad name. I will never. Sakumo insisted again. Although he was talking to Murasaki, he was also read the comic swiftly, and not long before he reaches chapter 8. Good choices, but there is a premise. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. He doesn't have enough chakra. This only means that he must first obtain the half-immortal physique. And by that, he can put aside Sherry-non for now. Akabane was lying on the cart, feeling a little sleepy, and was about to fall asleep, but suddenly, Akabane, someone is here. There are 3 pers. No, 2 people, and the other one is a clone. Tsukiya leaned close to Akabane's face and whispered, is someone coming? He was slightly surprised, even after he continuously improved his chakra and perception, but he heard nothing, while Tsukiya able to not only hear but also knew how many people and distinguished a clone from there. With a little girl possessed an amazing perception like hers, is it a bit too terrifying? When this talent is taken to the battlefield, the enemy will completely free from secrets, and the fight will be too easy. Akabane shuddered and solemnly said in a low voice, Tsukiya, you must not tell anyone about your ability, do you understand? Yes sorry, Akabane. She nodded, looking upset. At this time, Akabane can finally hear the voices of 3 people approaching him. Not long after, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hiruzen's clone all came into sight. Where is Jiraiya? Akabane was shocked. Jiraiya is missing. Tsunade was sad and blamed herself, if I able to support him back then. Tsunade, this is not your fault alone. Hiruzen shook his head with a complicated expression. Well, tell me what happens. Akabane has a vague guess, but he still needs to know the details. Jiraiya used a summoning jutsu, and suddenly he disappeared. Orochimaru's voice is lower than usual, and looked somewhat upset. The problem was, I didn't teach him a summoning jutsu. Hiruzen lightly sighed. Jiraiya's parents have died in the First Ninja World War. Therefore there is no way he could learn summoning jutsu by himself, and this kind of ninjutsu, only a small number of ninja knew it. Akabane was shocked after hearing this. History has changed. Originally, Jiraiya learned summoning jutsu from Hiruzen, but now because of Akabane's existence, the third Hokage was more focusing his time on the Uzumaki village, who was supposed to be doomed, and by that, Jiraiya must have learned it from some other method. So, where did he learn it from? No one taught him. With his guess, it is only one possibility. The Great Toad Sage from the Myaboku Mountain. No one knows the strength and age of the Great Toad Sage. It is the most mysterious existence form Mount Myaboku. He could predict part of the future. The Son of Prophecy is one of his predictions. If we are talking about him, it wouldn't be impossible for Jiraiya to learn his summoning jutsu from him. Akaba, what are you thinking of? Tsunade looked at Akabane thoughtfully, and anxiously asked. It's most unlikely that Jiraiya learned summoning jutsu without a teacher, and the most rational way is that some unknown holy being saw that Jiraiya is fit to be taught the summoning jutsu. Akabane explained his theory. After hearing the explanation, Orochimaru quickly asked, Teacher, is it possible? Hiruzen took out his cigarette, and after thinking for a moment, he said, if what Akabane said were true, then it would be hard of the being to guide him through. These words only made his two other disciples became more confused. Akabane glanced at Hiruzen and muttered inwardly. He must have known about this possibility a long time ago, and it looked like Hiruzen didn't really worried about Jiraiya. If that's so, why would he looking for me other than finding Jiraiya? So, now Jiraiya is probably safe. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and could finally relax a bit. Well, but there are too many holy beings on this world, it's too difficult to know where he is, so I can only wait for him to come back. Hiruzen sighed and thought of something secretly. Mount Myaboku. Surrounded by toad statues as far as eyes can see, a huge toad and a serpent are fighting with each other not far away. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Where am I? Human child, you finally appeared. An old voice came from above. Jiraiya looked up and saw that there seemed to be a small green dot above the waterfall. And after he took a closer look, a talking toad? What the hell is this place? Jiraiya was still shocked. He hadn't learned summoning jutsu properly. Thus he didn't know what summoning beasts were, let alone how powerful the Toad Sage was. Yes, our elder master has foretold that a child will be lost in Mount Myaboku, Fukazaku said lightly. However, before he finished his words, Jiraiya quickly interrupted. It was obvious that someone had told me this ninjutsu on my dream, and said that I could use this in a dangerous situation, but instead you brought me to this weird place. Let me out. Jiraiya also looked angry and felt that he had been cheated. About that. Fukazaku was a little bit stunned for almost a half of minute. This was different from what was promised. Never mind, the most important thing is that you've come here to fulfill your destiny, and thus your name shall be placed on the scroll of Mount Myaboku. A toad jumped out from the side. It was Shima, the remaining two great sage toads. Destiny. Yes, Ajiai-sama predicted that you would come to Mount Myaboku to learn our ninjutsu, said Shima. The more Jiraiya pondered, the more it weirdly sounded, and after a while, he said no. First, you lied to me. Second, you brought me to this weird place, then you want me to learn your ninjutsu to fulfill the prophecy. Shima looked speechless. Is this really the person that we waited for? It's not the same as Ajiai-sama said. If it wasn't for me who always draws comics and read the plots, I must have been blinded by you. After reading the Naruto, which was full of deceiving, he could saw their hidden meaning and rejected the offer proudly. Stop talking nonsense. In this place, you can become stronger and accomplish many things you could not do before, and being here is the proof that you are the son of prophecy. Fukaku looked annoyed. What has he read until he became this rebellious? There is no way to persuade you. You can only prove it by force.